We'll slate that. Okay, bringing Patches up for... Patches, come on up. You got to just entertain us, okay?
I don't know that many jokes.
Oh, you know one?
Not that I would want to say on live stream, yeah. Is that it or no?
No, that's not it.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to give you this mic.
Okay, that's good. It's progress.
And this clicker.
Okay.
And we are ready for the future of token-gated voting.
Awesome. I'll just get right into it. Good morning, everyone. I am Patches. I'm CEO of TurtleMoon, which is an infrastructure platform and services company building on Hedera, and co-founder of hgraph.io, which its entire mission is built around trying to make Web3 easy. Today, we're going to talk about token-gated voting and the future as we see it from my point of view at TurtleMoon and hgraph.io. Currently, voting makes sense in DAOs. It allows everyone to participate inside of a decision that's going forward in a community that they all believe in. There are some problems, though, when executing on blockchains that can cause people not to be able to engage in those votes and ballots, and have issue deciding whether they want to spend $10, depending on their geolocation, that might be a lot of money for them, to be a part of that community's decision. And so can be expensive to vote is a gatekeeper, unfortunately, for some people to engage with with votes that they really do care about because of the cost that it might be to them. The user experience of DAO voting currently on blockchain isn't to the level that regular Web2 onboarding will accept, from my point of view. It takes a little bit too long for that vote to be registered on the mainnet verifiably. A transaction can be, the gas cannot be enough, and so that transaction fails for that vote in some instances. And then congestion and delays in transaction processing depending on the network. Even if you're on Polygon, every network has some issues, such as sometimes 150 blocks have to be reordered. We all know that Solana was down for over 20 hours really recently. And so all of these issues, unbeknownst to a user who's not technical, can cause them not to be able to, again, engage with a community that they really want to. Distilled down, the problem is blockchain networks have difficulty executing a token-gated voting system that is cost-effective and fast. This leads to high inconsistent costs, slow transaction speeds, and poor user experience that can actually remove people from being able to participate, which is kind of the whole idea of a DAO. We want everyone to be able to give their voice no matter their means or where they live. So we believe that the Hedera consensus service, using that to document votes, no matter what network you're building on, can engage all of the people that want to be inside of that DAO based on the low costs. Hedera has extremely low transaction fees, where it only costs the user 1/1000th of a penny to actually document their vote on the mainnet. The speeds, the consensus is 1 to 5 seconds always, and so it does give a user of the same feedback as you would on a Web2 site, which is the place that we need to be if we're going to get mass adoption onto Web3. And the high scalability of the network, which it can go up to, it's throttled down to 10,000 TPS right now, it can go up to 100,000 TPS. And currently 520 TPS is happening right now on the mainnet. And so scale on the network, if there is a giant release of an NFT or anything, is not going to change the cost for a user who needs to vote at that time. And it's not going to do downtime for the vote so that there's a clunky user experience on the end because of broken transactions. At TurtleMoon, we took this ethos and we executed it on turtlemoon.io. Using the NFT project hgraphpunks, they went to turtlemoon.io /voting and voted on if they're going to whitelist their next mint or not. The ballot was created on HCS, so you use that to even document what the ballot or the proposal is going to be. It's 1/1000th of a penny to record that. Each vote was recorded on the ballot for 1/1000th of a penny, so everyone could engage with the vote very easily in a very cost-effective manner. The vote transaction to consensus was 3 seconds, so after they clicked it, they could actually see their vote documented on the mainnet in 3 seconds, which is important so they know it is it's verifiable. They don't go away and then come back and possibly that transaction has not executed and their vote was not counted. And the user had to own the NFT. It was token gated, and no NFT could vote twice. Using hgraph.io, we pulled the data back from Hedera Consensus Service, and we easily displayed charts in Apex charts, a running log of all of the NFTs and their vote, along with the consensus timestamp down to the nanosecond. And so all of this user experience is replicating what Web 2 users need to know that their vote is heard, that they can engage no matter their means. And the user experience that we're trying to build with hgraph.io is the simplicity of integration, no matter if you're on Ethereum or blockchain, or Ethereum or Polygon or Solana, you can still utilize hgraph.io to do token-gated voting and giving these attributes to your DAO to your holders. Again, the results, low cost, they were consistent, it never changes off 1,000th of a penny, it's very fast recorded on the mainnet, easily readable data, so they could just click that and see it on the scanner, and publicly auditable voting logs. So anyone that wants to audit the ballot, what time was voted, who voted what, if there was 2 votes of one NFT, all of that can be seen by anyone because it is on a DLT. All of this created a fast, secure, and amazing user experience for the hgraph.punks NFT holders in production. So our vision at Turtle Moon is that we need to build solutions that any network can use. We are going to use Hedera to solve the common problems of Web3 of ease of use, cost, speed, scalability, and security. And then we'll create chain-agnostic tooling that facilitates interoperability and enables all networks to maximize their value by easily engaging Hedera services. Every blockchain has a trilemma problem they've decided what they want to deal with, and we believe that hgraph.io and Turtle Moon can be supplements to the friction points you have on your native network. You do not need to change where you've invested years of your life, where you've invested a lot of money, but this patchwork of networks building together to create a Web 2 experience on Web 3 is necessary for adoption, and we believe this is the method in which we can achieve that. Thank you. Yeah, do you have any questions? Yes. No, but I feel like we should jam after the talk. I'm just imagining you're a musician as well. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Want to introduce Viata up to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Vida, and I'm very excited to be bringing this topic to you. So the DAO way of working is very different from what we have seen in the traditional work. And it's also and the skills that DAO contributors need to have in order to be able to successfully navigate a space are very different to what we learned in our factory-based school conditioning. So as successful DAO contributors and DAO leaders, we need to understand what are those skills that are important for us to cultivate in order to not to drown in the rapid DAO waters. And today, I'm very excited to be sharing with you 5 contributor skills that I believe successful DAO contributors should cultivate. The first skill is self-awareness. the rapid DAO waters, if we are sailing through them, if we don't understand who we are at the core, in the very chaotic DAO space, it's very easy to get lost. It's very easy to go somewhere where we're not truly belong. So it's really important to be able to stop and reflect. Even though DAO space is so fastly moving, the best way to cultivate self-awareness is by stopping, reflecting, readjusting, and recalibrating. Linked with self-awareness is also self-direction. So since DAO space is very much about you, yourself, as individual, coming up with your ideas and your own initiatives, you need to have a direction where you're going. And you need to understand how that direction is aligned with the whole DAO's vision. So it's really important to cultivate that internal compass so that you don't get lost and you don't get somewhere where you don't want to go. Another critical skill is communication, especially since we are talking here with people from different countries. We want to minimize meetings and we want to be able to communicate effectively, especially in a written manner. Another key critical part is energy management. I've seen and I've heard so many DAO contributors and people in the Web3 space getting burnt out. And I think that burnout is largely because people don't really know how to manage their energy effectively. They don't really understand what gives them energy and what takes their energy. We have tools like Discord, Telegram, etc. that are really taking out a lot of our energy. And if we are not able to control these tools are going to control us. And if you see your fellow DAO member responding to messages every 2 minutes, I would be quite concerned because it might mean that this is going to lead ultimately to burnout and that they are not able to prioritize and do deep work. Because doing deep work and doing insightful and meaningful work is only possible if we actually are able to create those spaces where we are not distracted by those tools and that we are able to mindfully use these tools and make these tools work for us. Another critical part, and this is the 5th skill that I wanted to mention to you here, is facilitation. So this is the most critical skill for the DAO to be able to move forward. So we need these people within the DAO that have the skill to be able to create these emergent spaces that create leaders in the DAO that enable collaboration to happen and that bring the best out of the individuals. So it is not just contributors' responsibility to be ensuring that they're cultivating these skills. It's really hard to do if the DAO itself is not supporting and it's not creating that space, that breeding ground for these skills to be cultivated. So I would really invite you to think, how can you actually create that space within your DAO that will allow the contributors to bring out their best selves and to cultivate the important skills that are going to bring them forward, but in return, the whole DAO forward, so that the contributors, when they are in the DAO and when they are swimming and sailing through these rapid DAO waters, they're able to do so successfully and without drowning. I think that is going to be a critical differentiator between the DAOs that will only support the short energy bursts of contributors and the DAOs that will have a long-term strategy and will be able to sustain themselves long-term. Thank you, everyone.
Alrighty. I presume all of you can hear me all right on the mic? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Brian. All right. I'm with DoraHacks. If you're not familiar with DoraHacks, we provide hackathon infrastructure to over 80 different crypto and Web3 communities. We also help facilitate grant programs, and we run validator nodes across multiple proof-of-stake networks. We're actually the co-host of ETHDenver in 2022, so happy to be here again in Denver again and speaking with you all today. So with that being said, I'd like to chat a little bit with you today about what we call public good staking. So just as an overview, I mentioned some of this already. We're the leading multi-chain developer incentive platform in Web3. We've awarded over 30 million in prizes. We've partnered with over 80 different ecosystem partners. And our hacker community globally is over 500,000 developers. 50 to 60,000 of those are monthly active users. So we have quite high traffic, specifically within the developer incentive industry. So public good staking at a high level is basically how we've evolved our model of funding developers and funding communities. Originally, we would provide hackathon infrastructure, which basically, and our hackathons are online only for the most part, so essentially what that means is providing all of the logistics surrounding a submissions portal, helping host workshops, office hours, doing opening and closing ceremonies, and basically connecting hackers from all over the world to participate in our online hackathons. And we'd also facilitate grant programs as well with some of the leading organizations. But what had been haunting us was, how do we make this sustainable? How do we succeed in our vision of funding the everlasting hacker movement? And what we came up with is public good staking. So essentially, how it operates is we are running validator nodes currently across multiple proof-of-stake networks. Aptos is one of the largest networks we're partnered with, but we're also expanding quite fast across the Cosmos ecosystem, given that all the Tendermint chains are proof-of-stake, and it's a good place to begin workshopping this idea. And essentially how it works is all of these, the validators we're running, the model behind them is very different than all other validators. They're not-for-profit in essence. We dedicate the yield from our validators to fund each individual hacker community. So instead of taking a commission to ourselves like a standard node or a standard validator, we actually return all of the yield. We'd let it accrue on the validator, and then in conjunction with our partners, we dedicate the yield to basically fulfill hackathon prize pools for grant programs, to fund public goods on their chain, dashboards, analytics, et cetera. And so far, we feel like this has been quite a valuable exercise. It basically creates a way for hackers and developers across different communities to always have a source of funding, regardless of outside market conditions. And we think it's going to be a good way it's a way that's going to help, especially new communities, start onboarding their community and building quite quickly. Slides will be back soon. Okay, so at this point, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just want to give a shout out to our existing investors who have enabled us to go live this mission of sustainable funding for hackers. The only reason we're able to grow this model is because we have backers that also believe in it, so I'd like to give them a quick shout out, as well as two of our top partners, B&B and Aptos. We're running grant DAOs on both of them currently, and what a grant DAO is basically the entity that all of the validation proceeds sits in until it's time to distribute those to hackers and developers in their community. I can highlight Aptos, for example. We, a few months ago, finished our round 1 of public goods funding on Aptos. We had almost 140 different teams apply for an early stage grant, and we were able to select the 18 best ones to receive grant funding. B&B, we also have a grant DAO. We've been running that one for much longer, and we're, I think, at round 3 already for that one this year. So short term, this is our vision. We think that Cosmos is a great place to really begin expanding this model. So as you can see, it's quite a large, and this is really only a tiny fraction of the Cosmos ecosystem. But given that most, if not all of these are proof-of-stake networks, we plan on basically growing this model here first before expanding beyond. Long term, we'd like to be doing this on every single proof of stake network. And that's about it. I just wanted to share our vision and kind of how we've been thinking about it. And thank you for listening. If anyone has any questions, happy to answer them. Yes, sir. No, that's a great question. We run grant DAOs without a node previously. We're doing that on Binance right now. That being said, running the validator node basically makes it easier for them to fund their community. Obviously, like hackathons are something that's quite valuable. Grants are something that's quite valuable, but depending on how the market's moving, like not everyone wants to like always be coming out of pocket for like a 100K prize pool, essentially. So having the node in advance basically is a security fallback, basically saying, hey, we can supplement your pool of funding and really help continue to fund developers when they really need it most. It's not a hard requirement, obviously, but it definitely is something that we think is quite valuable. You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Alexi, are you all set? I also want to point out to folks, you see the QR code on the screen. We're doing something really special with ThriveCoin, and this is part of our treasure hunt. So scan this code. There'll be an announcement at the end of the day tomorrow, and there'll be prizes given out and a lot of really, really interesting things going on, and a special announcement with ThriveCoin and the partnerships that they've established. And I think people will be impressed. So if you take a moment, just scan the QR code, and each talk will have a QR code coming up, either before or after the talk, and then you will have proof of attendance for the session, and that will feed what your award parameters are. And without further ado, we'll have Lexi's presentation up here, and please grab a seat. If I'm assuming everybody's gone through registration now, so come on, grab a seat. We'll basically focus on the presenter and the Q&A in this room, and then we have a lounge next door at the DAODenver City DAO Lounge over at Local Drive, where people can go to have refreshments and relax and work and continue the conversations from DAODenver. So without further ado, Alexi.
Awesome. Does it work? No? Yes? It's on? Yep. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, and great to be here. So my name is Alexi, and I'm going to say you a few words about skills-based hiring with proof of talent. So getting into it, it works. I am a co-founder and CEO of Clearverse. We are building proof of talent to essentially help developers store their achievements and verify their skills on-chain. Some parts of my previous experience and a few dots about Clearverse. So ever since we launched approximately a year ago, we are, I guess, 65,000 sign-up users is the accurate number today, tens of hiring organizations, hundreds of jobs, and also the proof of talent NFTs have been minted a few times already. But going down to it, I guess that this is the main point of the presentation today. We strongly believe that talent measurement is broken. And it's, of course, closely related to what was a great presentation by Buidl already about the core skills that DAO members require. We believe that that extends a bit throughout the whole tech industry. The skills that you typically are taught in education, in universities, in corporations, they are just not relevant, that they are not the best way to measure talent when it comes to Web3. The biggest reason why I listed a few bullet points of my previous experience is that absolutely none of those things matter at all. Whether I would be a good founder of this project, whether we would be able to build good protocol, or whether someone that would possibly want to hire me would actually consider me a relevant talent. Instead, what we do believe is that the work that you've done, the way that you can actually showcase it, that's so much more valuable. This is what I saw in my previous work in venture capital industry, but also, I mean, as a case example, I do hold 2 bachelor degrees, and I do believe that some of you might think that I have done a lot of school. My mother thinks that I'm a dropout because in Finland everybody goes to masters. And that just doesn't make any sense, especially in Web3, which is a very rapidly moving industry, where actually you are able to verify your skills, you are able to store validation of your previous work on chain, and absolutely we are still missing, but we are working towards much more equal global way of accessing opportunities. So, to solve this problem, we are presenting a proof of talent protocol, and essentially the idea of the protocol is to build a reputation layer for talent measurement on the web. What it means that we have built a bunch of custom-made smart contracts that help to understand which kind of achievements you have done across certain off-chain and on-chain sources. We help you to attest those achievements on-chain, and if the attestation is positive, we help you to mint soulbound token or non-transferable ERC 1155 NFT on Polygon to your wallet. In practice, it means that if you are a developer, you can go today to cleavers.com. When you sign up to our platform with your wallet, we guide you through a process where you can connect your socials, including, for example, your GitHub account. If you are a blockchain developer, most likely you do have some interesting stuff in your GitHub. If you don't, then we can discuss whether you are a blockchain developer or not. But based on this information that you have on your GitHub, combining that with Stack Overflow and on-chain data, we help you to mint a fraction of these more than 100 soulbound tokens that we currently have curated. Based on these achievement tokens that you have minted with us, combining them with other on-chain credentials that you might have from sources like Buildspace, Web3 DAO, hopefully Metrics DAO one day, etc. And of course, on-chain data. We calculate skill scores that represent your expertise within that niche area of skill. So let's say we are talking about Solidity development, Rust development. We can come up with a score that showcases how good you are within that area of expertise. And this is obviously the bottom line, the foundation of the on-chain resume that you will build. The implications of this are, at least we believe, will be profound. So obviously, on-chain resume is already today applied when you are looking for jobs. The first use case that we're building here is full-time job opportunities. We are working with a bunch of organizations already that are hiring with us, leveraging proof of talent to actually source the best possible developers and technical talent for their roles. But what's more, we do believe that if we are actually able to create a trustless way to actually measure talent based on what you have done, we are able to actually create automized global talent sourcing for so many places, whether they are DAOs, how you can gate bounties, how you can gate grants, whether it's open source organizations, how you can actually assign issues to those people that are verifiably skilled for doing them, or assign roles who can read PRs, who can merge PRs, etc. All those kind of things can be enabled if we come up with verifiable, globally adopted talent measurement system. And this is absolutely what we are building here with Cleavers and Proof of Talent. So, I guess to wrap up, what we really believe here is that in the future, what we actually have done and the way we can present it on chain will be the core piece of how we build our professional identity in Web3. This is what we are building already today. You can go and check it out via the QR code, create your resume in Cleavers, and of course, leverage that to find new jobs, join new DAOs, and multiple other things. Thank you so much, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to have a chat about that.
Thank you, Alexi. Next up, we have Florian. Come on up, and everybody, Thanks for coming to DAODenver Day 2, and hope you enjoy what we have in store. We're just kicking off the day, so come on in, get settled.
Yeah, hi everybody. Great to be here. Great to see some familiar faces. Honored to speak here at DAODenver. I want to present to you Common Ground, a Web3 social platform that tries to solve for the needs of DAOs and community-driven organizations, recognizing that there is a massive market gap where just there is no level playing field today between traditional organizations and community-driven organizations. It's a social chat app for communities. Really, if you boil it down to it, it looks a bit like Discord, but has everything: Web3 accounts, Web3 identity, reputation, governance votes, everything for DAOs and community-driven organizations. And our mission is really to empower communities, creators, and organizations to unite, monetize their members, reward engagement, and ultimately strive towards making collective decisions. And the DAO trilemma really is, I think, today well captured in, well, the 3 letters that a DAO stands for. It can try to be very decentralized, but does it still function enough like an organization then to be productive? How autonomous can it be without really, losing touch with the people that have to contribute to it? So at Common Ground, we look at this trilemma really from the perspective of collaboration. We think collaboration today online is broken. You either fall into a casual or a very corporate sort of corner of the spectrum, but if you want to be social and collaborative, you really don't have a place to be at the moment on the internet. That's what we want to change. We believe modern organizations want to be community-driven in a fundamentally different way than platforms today allow for. So the Common Ground solution is a universal app where businesses and communities can unify, can monetize, and can collaborate inside and outside their group. And sorry for the messed up slides. I hope you can still sort of follow along. So today, yeah, I think you have to make it, oh yeah, that looks better. Thank you. So today you can easily discover communities and content of these communities. You can join these communities in seconds, and then you can start to acquire the reputation, the tokens, or the engagement and collaboration in order to have access to more and more spaces within these communities. Some call this token gating, but we take this much, much further. You can really distribute information in a broad fashion. You can token gate blogs. You can connect many different wallets and identities, even proof of personhoods to your identity to create a Sybil-resistant safe space for your community. We have some amazing key features already live on the platform. Just check that out. We built on a really strong identity model. We believe in self-sovereign, but also Sybil-resistant identities that the user owns. And with this strong identity model, identities can accrue reputation to the identities of contributors and hand over governance power over time, building a more sort of inclusive future regardless of your financial means as a contributor. Our roadmap is stacked for the next 6 months. Community governance is going to be next, so make sure to check that out. Our business model as a DAO ourselves is really quite sort of conservative. We just charge fees for usage of the application. That doesn't really sound very decentralized. So I just want to talk a little bit about how we decentralize as an organization. We're basically a platform cooperative that is owned by its users. So the way this works is that we enable token holders to stake their tokens, their governance tokens, and thereby join a cooperative. And by joining that cooperative, they are co-owners of the business and they have real actual control over what they do. In a sense, as a platform cooperative, we think we can vampire attack the Web2 landlords. And we fundamentally believe there are 2 ways to achieve digital public goods. You can either fully decentralize, like DeFi protocols do it, but if you're an app or maybe have more involved infrastructure in your DAO, you really should look at cooperative ownership. That's the model we're establishing now, and we're happy to share our learnings there. That's it. Check it out, commonground.cg. It was great to talk to you today. Thank you very much. If there are no questions, there is a question.
So are you on
Yeah, Common Ground wants to be really a bridge between as many people as possible. So we support 9 different blockchain ecosystems today already. We support many different kinds of wallets, and we just want to expand that such that Common Ground can become a place for everybody to meet, basically. Yes?
Yeah, we want to get the questions on mic. Thank you.
For some of the communities that we work with, pseudonymity is a super important feature. And so how are you implementing Sybil resistance while protecting people's identities?
So at the moment, we use a reverse Turing test through the Fractal service. And the reverse Turing test is an anonymous sort of biometric check for your realness and uniqueness as a person. We do want to implement Gitcoin Passport and Proof of Humanity for more decentralized versions of this in the future, and communities just choose the identity model that they want to have, that feels right for them.
If no other questions, we're going to move
There's
over.
another one, I
Oh,
think.
another question. Okay, and then Joshua Sum is next. So Joshua, if you can check in at the video village in the back.
So being a co-op, how do you determine, I guess, what actions give more ownership of the co-op based on the model, as I understand it, where engagement in a co-op gives you more ownership of said organization?
That's a great question, yes. So we wanted to make sure that we can really become a public good and stay a public good. So we made sure that 51% of all the governance power in the DAO will always be handed out to people based on engagement, reputation, and so on the platform, as opposed to being able to purchase governance power on the open market. So we want to make sure that the community always sort of has a slight advantage versus other, forces out there that may align interest in such a DAO, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Next we have Joshua Sum.
Time has started. Hi guys, I'm really happy you guys come out here early in the morning. I definitely understand it's a bit early, but yeah, I'm Joshua. I'm from the University of Michigan and one of the co-founders of College DAO. So what we're planning to do is, we're right there, mobilizing the Web3 student community. So just diving a bit deeper into what we saw in the whole education scene. It's not working. But I'll just go ahead and continue to the next slide. So one of the main things that we're discussing about what is happening in the whole education scene and what's standing in the way between us, where we are now, and mass adoption. Number one is messaging when it comes to Web3. Education is very much out of tune, right? So everyone's looking at how you can come in, flip some pictures of monkeys and make a ton of money. But I do feel like that whole messaging is a bit out of tune. Because if you put all of that information and all of that focus into the financial aspect, what happens when the markets go down, right? So if that's the first thing people come in with, their expectation is going to be very much different from what we want. And when we have events like FTX come into the whole scene, bear markets, that's where people will leave the first thing that they come in. But if they're coming in with a different expectation, that is where they're going to stay for the longer run. So it's whether are you here for the short run or are you here for 5, 10 years? And do you really believe in the kind of principles and the technology that's in the actual, under the hood of the whole blockchain?
Just say next slide. We're on a different computer, not.
Awesome, got it. So if you go into the next slide. So the next part of educational content. Number one, it is not very consistent. So everyone's having their own definitions, what is staking, what are layers, am I a layer 1, layer 2, layer 0, 2.5? It's always a bit weird. And also, how approachable is the content? So if a student who has no experience in Web3, and this is something that we have definitely noticed when we are walking around different campuses. And if you're approaching this, if you're coming in with no experience, and the first thing you come in and you see is all this technical jargon, all these crazy diagrams, it is not something that you're gonna be very attracted to. And most students will leave because they have better things to do. And lastly, it's not very organized, it's not in one place, and that makes it even harder to get started. So we can move on to the next slide. And the last bit is also not very inclusive. If you come into the whole scene, it's very much closed off, where people are already talking about ZK rollups and all these crazy technological terms. Then if you're a newcomer coming in, it's not very approachable. And it's not exactly very equitably distributed. And what I mean by this is that a lot of colleges, which are more the top tier ones that we have noticed, a lot of them, they are very overly marketed to. But if we're looking at a lot of the smaller community colleges that are around the country, there is a lot of interest there, but they're not very heavily being engaged, and I feel that's a problem. So if we go on to the next slide. The last bit is that activities on campus are very much fragmented, and this becomes costly not just for companies who are trying to market to students, but also for students trying to engage for like career opportunities. So, these kinds of initiatives are very much one touch, and then the company leaves somewhere else. It's not very a long-term based relationship. So moving on to the next slide. So introducing College DAO. We are hoping to be the first and largest student-led community, bringing blockchain education and opportunities to college campuses worldwide. So what do we mean by that is things like internship opportunities, startup funding, events, hackathons, things of that nature. So if we move on to the next slide. So the first thing that we are introducing is College DAO Academy. So that's where we have a platform that crowdsources information. Student clubs from around the world can work together to come out with educational content that's approachable and a lot more engaging. If we can move on to the next slide. Web3 careers, that's where we're bringing top talent and connecting them with blockchain recruiters. So things like internship and full-time positions. And if we move on to the next slide. Our events network. So that's more of in-person events, online events, and connecting students with speaking opportunities, helping students get involved with the whole scene, publish papers, and stuff like that. If we move on to the next slide. And it's already happening. So we have hosted about 19 events so far, about 750 students in our community, and about 37 top universities around the world. So we are currently, 30 of them are here in the US. We have 4 of them in Singapore, some in the UK, and we're trying to expand into India as well. If we move on to the next slide. Yep, so this is some of the pictures of the events that we've been hosting around the whole US. And if we move on to the next slide. And yep, we're going global. That's where we are planning to expand into. And next slide. So we have amazing partners who have been helping us with getting content out there, helping to engage the student community, and over 30 different Web3 companies. So if we move on to the next slide. Yep, if you want to contact us, that's our contact information. Do you have any questions? Yep. I think we can have the panel now.
Yeah. We'll go right into the panel. Do you see your panelists?
I think, yeah, you're part of the panel. Awesome. Carlos?
I love how at DAODenver, people that have been collaborating and working for months and months, sometimes years, meet each other for the first time in real life. So I don't know if we're experiencing that on stage right now, but it's always magical when I'm in that place where I imagine these people have this, deep, deep relationship because I've been working, and then I'm like right there and they're just meeting each other for the first time, IRL.
Yeah, to our credit, we just met this week.
We just met this week.
But that definitely does happen sometimes. So I guess we can start with introductions.
Yeah, introductions.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah. Hey, my name is Nicholas Harness. I'm the founder of the University Blockchain Alliance. We're the largest student blockchain association, and we're looking to accelerate mass adoption through the lens of a student.
Hello, my name is Vaida, and I am education lead at Metrics DAO, where we connect Web3 analysts with data providers and Web3 organizations that need Web3 insights.
Yep, Joshua, I think I introduced myself earlier. Yeah, College DAO.
Yeah, my name is Carlos. I'm actually co-founder of Phi Treasury. We're doing DAO Treasury Management. But 2 years ago, I also started the London Business School Blockchain Society and wrote the white paper for their DAO, LBS DAO, which operates on the university level. They're delegates for MakerDAO and Aave now. And then we're also working on building the alumni version, which we're calling Pounds DAO.
Yeah, I think, so the topic of today's panel is actually about what's the missing link, right, between education and mass adoption. So how do we get from where we are now in the whole education scene to, say, in the future, where anyone on the street, maybe grandma can go over, open up their phone or go online and interact with the blockchain. So how do we get there, and how education can help to power it? Just want to hear your thoughts about that, what you have noticed working with different universities, educational initiatives, starting a whole like organization from scratch and seeing how that kind of plays out to educate new members, how that looks like for you guys.
Yeah, I guess I can just give that a shot. Yeah, I mean, London Business School is very super traditional. Most of the students go into like Big Four consulting or investment banking, private equity, big tech. So when I first got there, there was really not a blockchain scene at all. There was no club. I think there was maybe like one startup, and it was like it's like not even a blockchain startup. It was like very poor. And a lot of the feedback that we got initially and pushback was, obviously there's kind of ugly side of blockchain at times with like Ponzi schemes and kind of the different scams. So I think educating the people on like what could it actually do and what's the benefits of blockchain technology is very important. And it really comes down to mindset change, at least from my experience. Obviously learning about smart contracts and what is an NFT versus a protocol, that really helps. But a lot of the people that were expressing interest came to me and were kind of indicating like, I don't have any experience, how can I even work in Web3? Which is very ironic because it's permissionless. Anyone can just kind of join a DAO and participate in DeFi. So I think changing the mindset and making it work for the people and not having people work for DAOs is very important.
Through delivering dozens of workshops and speaking with hundreds of people that are not in Web3 space yet, I found that the narrative of Web3 space is a lot of the times that it's only just about speculation or that you have to be a developer to join. So one of the big problems there is that there's lack of awareness and all of these amazing opportunities, especially for DAOs, that allow different skill sets to come in. And also, a lot of the people at times, they don't see the internal motivation other than the speculation to join the space. So speculation a lot of the times is what gets people in the space, but having that internal motivation is what's gonna keep them in the space. And a lot of the times right now, if people don't see the value in speculation, or if they're not a developer, they just don't see any way or any reason to even get involved or get curious about the space.
Yeah, I think what Carlos said had a lot of merit, and I don't think his experience is incredibly uncommon. A lot of the universities that I deal with, and I've dealt with it myself, our students, when they reach out to the schools themselves, they're very hesitant about getting involved with anything blockchain or Web3 related because of the reputation that's kind of built up with a lot of the scams and kind of Ponzi schemes, and a lot of people have lost money, and that's made the universities hesitant to work with students and get involved really at all with any of the blockchain industry. And I think as we move forward, we need to kind of combat it from the student side. And if we can get the students fully on board and get people all over the world just enthusiastic and show the universities that there's more to the space than just Ponzi scams and some of the tomfoolery that's gone on, I think we'd have a lot of success. The universities are a very powerful institution, They've got a lot of connections and are very well established, well respected. To have them on our side would do a lot to kind of calm the nerves of other institutions. So I think what we're all doing here within the university space is incredibly important when it comes to mass adoption. And if we can get the universities as an institution on our side and to fully back us, as well as get the support from the community itself. A lot of movements start young. The blockchain is a revolution, and like most revolutions, they tend to start at universities and be led by students wherever you look around the world. And so I think getting young people involved is definitely going to be a big step. We want to get young people as they go out into the workforce. They're going to take that confidence in this industry with them, and they're going to be able to kind of spread it. And if we can get those young minds just all in on blockchain, I think that's a great place to start.
Yeah, that was actually an amazing point, and I definitely noticed that when we were traveling. So last year we were at Yale, and we just wanted to know the audience, know people who were at Yale, and we just started talking to random people on the street, like taking interviews, asking them, oh, have you heard of the blockchain? One guy literally threw everything on the ground, shouted at us, you're all the same, you're everywhere. I'm like, whoa, that's a strong response. Like, I don't know what happened to him, but definitely that's not like blockchain, right? But on the flip side, I think when we're talking to other people, so one of the clubs at the University of Michigan is called Cooking to Connect, and it's a very nice club where they just cook for other people. And that's the joy, and we worked with them one or twice, and what happened was that they didn't know anything about the blockchain, but they just wanted to cook for people, for events and things like that. But once they heard a bit more about that, they started to connect the dots. And they're like, oh, if blockchain was applied in food supply chain, that would be awesome. Because they had problems in the past where they didn't know where a specific ingredient comes from. And they said if they knew where that came from, that could have saved them a lot of money because they had to throw out some stuff that was expired. Someone had a viral infection, and they had to throw out an entire batch of food. So just want to hear everyone's thoughts about how do we engage people who are not in crypto, and how much of that focus should be there. Because I think a lot of the focus of a lot of our events, like ETHDenver, has mostly been blockchain people talking to blockchain people. And how do we break that circle to bring people who are not in blockchain to learn a bit more about the blockchain?
I think the key here is being aware of what language we're using. So right now, even if we look into most of the applications in the space, they are geared towards early adopters or people that want to try to understand, what this vocabulary even means. But if we are looking into mass adoption, we need to ensure that whatever we are communicating about the blockchain space will connect immediately with the average user. And if we go to the average user and use, the words like blockchain, it's immediately really scary. So how can we actually connect with those people? First, maybe without even using the word blockchain or without even using the word DAOs. What other words can we use that can establish a better connection?
I think we definitely need to reach out to more groups. Right now, blockchain is pretty heavily focused on just the technical side and the business side. So in the university space, it's primarily computer science students, and then finance, economics, business students. And it can be kind of off-putting to students when they go to a blockchain club on campus and they see that that whoever's in charge, they've made the club not into a blockchain club, but into a computer science club or an economics club that just is very interested in blockchain. So you have, for example, UBA did a survey of some of our students a few months ago. We had around 1,500 responses to that, and we had over 70 different unique majors. So it shows you that you don't have to be in computer science or economics or one of those more popular fields for students who are enthusiastic about the space to be interested in some of the things we're doing. So there's a lot of kind of opportunity to reach out to other groups, and I think as we move forward, we definitely want to make sure that the blockchain community is accepting and accessible to really anyone regardless of their views. We want to make it kind of more generalized instead of focusing. And I know me and Joshua had a talk about this a little bit earlier, but essentially a lot of the biggest chains out there, they have founders who are computer science guys. And so a lot of times when they're getting out and talking, they only have that perspective of computer science and a very really good, robust technical understanding of things. And even just the way they talk can be very confusing to people who are new to the space. So I think those are some kind of obstacles that we want to definitely find ways to kind of circumvent.
Yeah, I guess I'd add kind of two things to that. One thing that I think has been very effective for me is to like set an expectation and just helping people realize where blockchain is today, right? So it's still very early. So they need to kind of learn the language. There is some terminology that they need to understand. And even if they're not developers, they need to at least have some understanding of the underlying technology because it's not that seamless yet. So I think if you prepare people to do that, but saying like, hey, it's still very accessible, but they're just a kind of a little bit of homework you need to do in order to really understand and kind of get the full kind of value of this industry, they tend to understand that. And then I think secondly, and one of the reasons I'm so bullish on DAOs is that you can really structure a DAO for kind of anything, right? Like any community interest. So for us, we have different clubs. We have like an art and business club. We have like a luxury goods club. So we've been kind of reaching out to them and pointing out that there's different use cases, and like Louis Vuitton is doing stuff with NFTs, right? There's all these art galleries and kind of really interesting artists doing things with NFTs. So now you're seeing pockets in these different clubs that previously didn't want anything to do with technology, and now they're saying, actually, this is kind of an interesting use case. And especially for our club, when we bring people for our conference, this last year we really focused on getting some bigger names like the Googles, like the bulge bracket banks, because students want to see that there's job opportunities higher, like in the future, right? So even if it's not like the most interesting protocol, but they have that name, I think that helps as well.
Yeah, I think those were super great points about how people are approaching it. They're speaking about the whole language of computer science, and that's not very approachable for people. But at the same time, you need to know the kind of the fundamentals of the blockchain, right? Because otherwise, it's going to be hard for them to engage. Like, what is a wallet? How do I even click the MetaMask button? Like, why is it needed? How do I explain that to them? But one last thing I want to just go off in a different direction was, how do you feel we should make education fun? So how, because I think that's the best thing, like you're gonna get people interested in the blockchain, right, if it's fun. So how do we make it, like, I think you mentioned something about the luxury goods club and other kinds of like alternative clubs that you engaged. Like, have you felt like, what are some of the most effective strategies that you had for engaging people who have no blockchain experience, but they have actually, maybe they've heard about it, but how do you turn that narrative away from cryptocurrencies and make them hear a bit more about what the blockchain can do for specific use cases?
Yeah, I mean, people just define fun in different ways, right? Like I'm a finance guy and people are artists, so it's totally different. So I mean, hands-on learning is always the most helpful. I think workshops and actually being there, you know, drafting up your own NFT, even if it's like through a no-code platform, I think is super helpful, right? And just hopefully sharing people like the vision of what this could be, and you know how you can get started, how I got started, right? And I think people seem to enjoy that; they get inspired, and I think then once they dive in, it kind of goes from there.
I think that gamification is actually really important when it comes to learning. And right now in the blockchain space, we have these things like tokens that are amazing to utilize for learning purposes and actually finding ways on how can we actually incentivize learning and make it fun. Also, I think that it's very important for the learner to be understanding the clear why behind why they're learning it, and to be able to follow their curiosity. Because I think the learning can be fun and engaging if people see the clear why behind you doing it, and if it comes from internal curiosity. So yeah, finding ways to communicate that to people, I think it's really important.
I think in order to make things the most fun for the most amount of people, we really need to look at making things simpler and easier to understand. There's a a lot of very complex topics within the space, and even operating some of the different protocols and dApps out there can be a little confusing for someone who's newer to the space. So, I mean, I had a great conversation at an event organized by LBS a month ago with the team at Near about UI, and they're really making sure that they get a very simple, easy to understand UI so that they can reach the most amount of people. And once you've reached the people, then you can look at curating the best experience for them and kind of making things more individual.
Yeah, I think that's it. We just ran out of time. That was perfect. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning into this panel. I'm very interested to connect with you guys after this as well.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to DAODenver. Thanks for coming. Next up, we have the DeSci group, and I'm going to pass the mic to DeSci.
So yeah, we are starting the DeSci panel of DAODenver. We have a lot of talks coming up. We have a lot of great projects that are going to showcase what they're doing in the space. So just, oh, there you go. Is there a clicker? Thank you. Does this clicker work this time? Awesome. Thank you. Right, so, yep, just making sure. Ooh. So, ETHDenver, our kind of goal here is to understand how distributed coordination for global science impact in the world, how can we strive to make science more impactful, better, and more collected. I think this comes off the strength of our previous panel, looking to collect people, and how can we make it more, I guess, easy for people to onboard into the space. So this is the schedule that we've had. So yesterday we had Future of Scientific Society. Today we're having our DAOs and DAOists. So this is going to be the showcase. And then we have a few other events going on throughout the next couple of days. So right after this panel, we're going to the Buidl Hub, and we'll have other conversations, fireside. So if you're interested in learning more about DeSci and talking to the participants, you can come join us there. We have DeSci Quest, as you mentioned yesterday. So we have a set of surveys that can lead to swag. So scan this QR code, not after every talk, but after this presentation. Fill out the survey. It is going to help us in terms of understanding how to better present DeSci to the rest of the community. And you'll get awesome swag with that. And DeSci landscape is a collective of a lot of participants. A lot of people are really much engaged and set it as their mission to make science more impactful, science more equitable, science back to the realm of a public good. So a thank you to all these participants. This is just a small portion. And these includes the DAOs that you're going to be hearing about later today. And so without further ado, we are going to start off with Joshua from DeSci World. Disclaimer, I'm also from DeSci World. This is a great project. All the projects are really great. But this will be a great introduction. So go ahead, Josh.
Hey, everybody. Pleasure to be here. So I'm going to do a brief introduction to DeSci. There's a lot of projects which are going to be on stage in the coming hours and days. This is not really going to be deep diving on projects, but more just an overview of what DeSci is as a space. As Jelani said, we are both from DeSci World. I'll talk a little bit about DeSci World at the end, but this is an introduction to DeSci. So if you go to the Ethereum Foundation website, you can see this brief blurb of what is DeSci. Essentially, we are trying to use the decentralized movement, the Web3 movement, to improve science and academia through, for example, improving funding, creating, reviewing, crediting, storing, and disseminating information. So what can DeSci as a space achieve? For me, there's many, many things that DeSci is built to sort of solve, but the scientific innovation right now is limited by several factors. Here are some that you can view. Personally, I think misaligned incentives, selective funding, institutional constraints, and accessibility concerns for scientists and people on the outside looking in are some of the biggest problems holding back science as a movement. DeSci proposes solutions to these problems using the Web3 stack. Here are some examples of people building an ecosystem. Many projects are being represented here today and this week, so you can view some of these. We have BioDAO, Opsciencia, shout out to Shadi over there, a number of others up here. So what is standing in the way of DeSci being the dominant scientific model? Here are 4 key aspects which I like to include when I talk about this. Ultimately, the bold text here is what they boil down to. Disorganization, a lack of belief in DeSci, a lack of adoption, and poor user experience. So what can we do to help push DeSci forward? Well, the inverse. We can improve organization amongst projects and peers. We can inspire belief in the power of the decentralized technology stack. We can improve using use cases, adoption, and we can improve onboarding by improving the user experience of Web3. So I'm going to just briefly talk about each of these 4 points: organization, inspiration, use cases, and onboarding. For organization, obviously a very standard talk is about DAOs. We've heard it a million times before. I don't want to go too deeply into it here. But it's important to recognize that DAOs can serve a very powerful use case for scientific and academic communities in particular. These 4 bullet points here I've identified as some of the most powerful aspects of DAO technology for scientific communities. Treasury management and protocol governance, very, very important when you're trying to put together a decentralized group of scientists. How do you handle your money, and how do you handle your protocol? Incentive mechanisms for rewarding those in your DAO, and just general organization. Many academics will say that collaborating with other universities from around the world is a very difficult process. If you're in the US, trying to get some data from Japan can be quite difficult. Using a DAO, using decentralized storage technologies, using this sort of permissionless stack is a very powerful tool. Inspiration. This is actually why I started DeSci World, and this is my personal favorite part about DeSci, is that it's very inspiring. It kind of returns science back to its original ethos, which is this bottom point here. Pursuing your own truth or pursuing the natural truth. For many, many centuries or millennia, really since the beginning of science, science has been about trying to figure out what's going on in the world around us. In the last century or so, maybe longer, science has become more dogmatic, quite restricted, and it's become a bit more, I don't want to say controlled, but there is some sort of element of, if you don't agree with the current paradigm, then your ideas are less valid. I believe that DeSci will re-inspire people, reinvigorate the ability to go look at the world around us and say, maybe we don't know exactly what's going on. And I think that DeSci is going to really inspire people to do that. DeSci World, as a project, is hoping to try and drive that ambition. Use cases is probably the most salient way that DeSci is going to impact the world, right? It's going to impact Web3. DeFi as an ecosystem, I'm very familiar with it. It's fantastic, it's doing great innovation. But DeFi is up against the system, up against the big banks, up against the central banking system. DeSci is up against the scientific system. And most scientists will actually just go where the tech is most powerful, where the tech is most useful. So the use cases of DeSci not only will affect science, but I think will be the thing that carries forward Web3, decentralized tech, blockchain, Ethereum, into the mainstream. Because once the science and academic system has adopted DeSci technologies, it's kind of difficult for them to say, hey, let's shut this down, because it's become entrenched in the academic system. Here you can just see a variety. You'll see many projects here today talking about these. You can see a variety of use cases. Take a minute to read these. We've got publishing, data sharing, funding. Within those brackets, we've got multiple smaller. DeSci at the bottom here. DeSci is the most salient use case for blockchain technologies. So if you are thinking about trying to advocate for blockchain technologies with someone who's on the outside looking in, this is something that you can use to help sort of bridge that gap. Say, look, do you think that science is restricted by funding models? Come and look at DeSci and decentralized funding models. Do you think that scientists should be given much more incentives, kickback from the papers that they publish? If you think so, then decentralized publishing models, decentralized incentive models, all these sorts of things which many people agree on are actually being solved right now in DeSci. And lastly, this is a problem for the whole of Web3, but specifically we're talking here about DeSci, is the onboarding of scientists. This is basically what DeSci World, the project which I'll talk about shortly, is set out to improve, is the onboarding of academics into DeSci. many of us should really be trying to figure out what it is that we can do to help convince or generally onboard new entrants into the space. DeSci is going to be sort of these four is essentially what I think is going to be the most important aspects of bringing people into DeSci. Obviously, education. We had College DAO just speaking about how education is where most of these things start, telling people that what crypto actually is, what it's not supposed to be. That's fine. Creativity and design is an underappreciated part of the Web3 stack in that you can express your own truth, you can express your own design feelings. You have DeFi projects with memes as their modus operandi, is communicating in memes. People coming here, I hear people talking in meme format outside. This is all very new, very, quote unquote, not the standard. This creativity, this design aspect is actually very powerful. People looking out from the outside looking in on academia, on finance, see it to be quite stuffy, quite boring. These aspects of being able to choose your own designs, choose your own creativity, your own direction, that's very, very powerful. Collaboration is another thing that the Web3 stack does very, very well, and that DeSci will benefit from quite a lot. Collaboration between departments, collaboration between ecosystems, collaboration between countries, collaboration between different universities and different academic infrastructure. And the last one, which is my personal favorite, is the ambition aspect of crypto, of Web3, of DeSci. Onboarding new people will be incredibly powerful once they realize that they can kind of do what they are capable of, what they have dreamt of. Science and academia, finance, generally the traditional systems in general are quite restrictive, and you have to fit into a box. You don't have to do that so much in this space, and that is very inspiring for a lot of people, myself included. So just a little bit about DeSci World. Here, we are aiming to address some of these problems, solve some of these issues by becoming a starting point from which everybody can enter into DeSci, a resource-orientated focal point. Here are 4 key things that we're doing. If you have a DeSci project, please come and list it. If you're interested in making an NFT to do with DeSci, we can help you do that for no fee. We also do consultation and education for Web 2 into Web 3. And finally, we are building some peer-to-peer interactive platforms. They're soon to come, but they're going to be very powerful. Here's just an example. Okay, sorry, that's an old version. Here is just an example of some of the analysis that we're doing. We have 62 DeSci projects listed on our dashboard at decentralized.world. This is an analysis, a cluster analysis of some of their sort of qualities that we've run through. It's a basic cluster analysis. It's quite rudimentary, but we're improving on this service. Here's how we ran it. Okay, so please contact me. That's my personal Telegram. And please learn about DeSci using this link tree. On that link tree, we have our white paper, we have our website, and we are actually raising right now. So if there's any angels or VCs or anyone of the like that is interested, there is an application form on that link tree. Minimum is $1,000. So if you're interested, do let us know. Thank you.
Great job, Josh. Thank you. Yes, I will take that. So next up, we're going to look at the other applications. So the DAOs that we've listed here, we're actually going to have a few examples of them come up. And I cannot imagine a better one to come up first than CryoDAO, who will be talking about how DeSci can play a role in cryopreservation. So welcome, Kai.
Alrighty, thank you for having me, and thank you, Joshua, for handling a lot of that explanation, so I don't have to do it. It's fantastic. Let's see where we are here. Yes. Okay, so I am mostly going to be talking about cryopreservation. It's probably the part of these 2 words that you know the least about. We are working on funding high-impact cryopreservation research, and before I really get into it, I just want to define what I mean by cryopreservation. So when I say cryopreservation, I'm specifically talking about whole body cryopreservation, or at least cryopreservation of the brain. So the goal here is to take, well, it's an extremely complicated process, but to put it in a few words, essentially we take extremely low temperatures, very, very low temperatures, we're talking about -196 Celsius here usually, mixed with specialized cryoprotectants that prevent ice formation. And the final goal of this process is to basically put the body into stasis. You can call it cryostasis. And the reason we want to do this is because, sorry?
I said space travel.
Space travel, yes. Space travel is actually a very fun eventual goal of this because obviously one of the hardest parts of space travel is the amount of resources that you need to put on board in order for food, water, all that. If we can keep people in a form of stasis, we can send them very, very far, which is fantastic. But also, and the part that I'm very interested in mostly, is preventing death. Death sucks. We are all dying. Everyone we care about is dying. Everyone we love is dying. And there is something we can do about it, so we should be trying to do something about it. Now, there's a lot of people working on the death problem in different ways. There's people who are obviously working on aging, trying to reverse the aging process. The problem is there are a lot of ways that we can die. Even if we were to reverse the entire aging process, we can still die from accidental death. You can still die from different diseases. Of course, aging is the worst of those diseases. And we will solve all these problems of death eventually, all these different causes of death, but it is going to take time. And we don't have that much time. That's just the truth of it. So until we can solve literally every problem that leads to death, we need a way to be able to put people into cryostasis. So, where are we at right now? What can we actually do? So let's start with this project here on the very far left. This was a very exciting breakthrough that came out in 2009 from Greg Fahey, working on organ preservation. So he was actually able to cryopreserve, fully recover, and retransplant a rabbit kidney. So we can successfully take animal organs, cryopreserve them, bring them back, and put them in the actual animal, and the animal can survive and it can function properly. Another one of my favorites is this second paper here from Natasha Buidl-Moore. Also, I believe Greg Fahey was also involved in this one as well. This is where they took C. elegans and actually cryopreserved them and brought them back and proved that their long-term memory was still intact. The reason this is important is because that's basically what we're trying to accomplish through this procedure is being able to take people as they were and bring them back. And in order to do that, we need to basically prove that their memories and who they were is still going to be there on the other end. So what they did in this paper was they basically, they took C. elegans, they trained them to avoid a certain chemical, and then they cryopreserved them all the way down to -196, recovered them, and then they still knew how to avoid that chemical. And what's cool is in this paper, they also took pregnant C. elegans, cryopreserved them, brought them back, and they were actually able to go through the full pregnancy as if nothing had happened. So it's very cool because for the C. elegans, time essentially stopped and biology was completely halted. And of course, for us, time was moving completely normally. And finally, another paper that was very important for cryobiology was aldehyde stabilized cryopreservation, in which the entire brain was basically preserved very uniformly and very excellently across the entire structure of the brain. We've done a lot of cool things over the past couple of decades. There is a ton of work to do. This is just basically what I could fit in one slide. This is a very small portion of my to-do list, right? And we need a lot of people working on these problems. The fact of the matter is there's very, very few people in the world working on these problems. There's people who are working on different forms of cryopreservation for smaller use cases, but as far as doing whole bodies, as far as doing brains, this is still something that is very much not focused on, and we definitely need a lot of help to get there. So this is sort of what our next couple of decades looks like. So what are we working on right now? We do actually have a few research projects in the works. These are ones that we're actively working on right now. This first one on the left here is we're actually working with a Dr. Ramon Risco, and this is likely going to be our first project out of the gate. Essentially, we have a full walkthrough on our website of how this works. We have videos, but to sum it up in a few words, we're basically working on very uniformly rewarming whole organs, large organs. And then our second project over here is a combination medication that you use as the first step in the cryopreservation procedure. So these are basically the first projects that we're getting going. We have a lot more in the pipeline. We have a lot of people applying and reaching out and trying to get funding for projects, cryobiologists around the world. So, but these are the first two that we're going to be launching, and then we're going to have more show up very soon. You may recognize some of the people who are helping out. We also recently just joined Bio.xyz. We need more people. We need people to get involved. We need funders. We need researchers. We need people who are just excited about the technology. We need people who just don't want to die and want to help out. We're partnered with a bunch of labs across the world, cryopreservation facilities that's actually offering services for both pets and humans. And yeah, we have a great team of core members, but we do need more, so please reach out. And that is it. If you want to learn more, please join our Discord. We have our website, like I said, has a layout of every single research project we're working on, what's to come, and yeah, thank you very much.
We actually have a couple minutes for questions if there are any questions for Kai. All right, go ahead. You.
How do you select projects, and how much funding are you looking to deploy into cryopreservation research this year?
Yeah, so right now we are just getting started. We do eventually want to follow the DAO model where we can get the whole community involved and basically vote on different projects. So the community will decide, basically submissions will come in, they'll be brought up as proposals, and then the community can vote on which of these proposals actually passes. That's the eventual goal as we get a little more organized. As for now, these were just the first researches that we had direct access to, and projects that we're kind of excited about that were lower capital, have a big upside if they do work. Yeah, as far as how much capital we want to deploy, as much as humanly possible, right? I think the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, I would consider the death problem to be the most important problem that we have to solve. And I think it's something that's very achievable through this method. So we're looking for funders, we're looking for researchers, and we're just going to do as much as we can over a short period of time. So,
cool, thanks.
One last question here. Is there someone ahead of me? Okay, sorry. You say death is the most important problem. Why?
yeah, well, if at the end of the day, I mean, it's something that medicine is trying to. I would say it's the final goal of all medicine is eventually to fix the death problem. I mean, we've over centuries tried to make people healthier, tried to make people live longer, try to cure diseases, try to cure every one of these ailments, but at the end of the day, no life has ever truly been saved because we always lose the life at the end of the day, whether it's to aging, whether it's to whatever else. I don't want to dog on anyone's beliefs. If you believe that something comes after, of course, that's perfectly fine. I think at the end of the day, everyone, regardless of your beliefs, can agree that more life is a good thing. And that's what we're striving for. But I do believe that watching your loved ones die, watching people turn into dust is something that we really need to solve.
So I think one thing to consider as you move forward is to not focus on life or death as your objective. It's going to be the experience of living, right? Clinical trials in oncology are famous for publishing New England Journal papers that prolong life by 3 months, right? But oftentimes these people have reduced quality of life because the experience of living that additional 3 months wasn't worth it, right? Because there are huge ethical things that you're going to be crossing that you guys need to be thinking right now before you get to the solution. Because if you get to the solution before addressing the ethical aspects, you guys might get crushed, And I'm not saying that's the right thing either, right? There are a lot of questions here that need to be addressed, that our society needs to address about death. I don't disagree about that.
Sure.
But I think there's a lot of interesting things that you guys are going to bring up that should be addressed by CryoDAO right off the bat.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Guy, and thanks for the great questions. So next up, we have our next speaker, and if you've ever wondered how you can actually monetize the basic data that you're generating in your lab, DeSci can help you. And so with that, we're going to have Michael here from DAO up to talk about the great project that they're working on.
Thank you, guys. Oh, clicker. Thank you all for coming out. Really appreciate it. Okay, so DAO. We're based in New York. We're like an Airtable or a Firebase for Web3, so we're being used by a lot of different applications. I'll just start off saying how we're being used currently, and then go into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty. These are old. Can you refresh the slides? Person in the back. Can we refresh the slides, to the latest version? Oh, well, there's a new one in the box. It should be there. Oh, it's on PDF. Well, can we submit it from? Can we do it from the?
Either we can skip over and then come back if we need to reset slides, but it's going to take too long out of the.
Do you want to do the next person or? All right, let's do the next person.
Yeah, we can do the next person. No problem. Sorry about that. So next up we have John. So the next presentation is going to be on decentralized computing methodologies and those projects that are, let's skip through this, that are leveraging this, and that project is Gridcoin. So we have Jonathan Starr from Gridcoin here coming to introduce them.
Woo, science, all right. So I am from Gridcoin. We have been doing scientific distributed computing since 2013. It's a very, very old, large project, so I'm going to be going very quickly over some pretty intense concepts. All right, so these are just, we'll just go with it. All right, so I need you to imagine a system where resources, compute resources, are available for free to anyone who needs the compute resources. This obviously raises some questions. Where does the compute come from? How is it free for the researcher? Nothing's actually free, so who's paying for this stuff? Where does that money come from? Who gets how much of the compute? What defines impactful research? And what are the indirect outcomes of the system? Because of course, when you incentivize someone to do one thing, you're disincentivizing them from doing another thing, and probably also incentivizing them to do like 50 things you never even expected. So before we get into those questions, it does work. This has been running since 2013, and what Gridcoin is built on is called BOINC, which is the Berkeley Open Infrastructure for Network Computing, which has been around since 2003. And Berkeley, BOINC came out from SETI at Home, which was 1999. We have done quite a bit of stuff. This is all of it. My favorite is Monkeys Cannot Write Shakespeare. There was someone who set up a project where they simulated a bunch of monkeys in a room with a bunch of typewriters to see if they could actually write Shakespeare, and it did not happen. So there's also much more impactful stuff above that. There's a lot of papers that have been published through BOINC, through Folding at Home as well, through Gridcoin. These are just a couple. But now to the question. So where does the compute come from? It comes from every desktop computer, every laptop, every mobile device, every IoT device in the world, every processor that already exists, we can tap into, and it creates generally the largest supercomputer in the world. David Anderson, who created BOINC and SETI at Home, estimated in 2019, there's over 6,000 exaflops of processing power that already exists in the world. That's insane. We really don't need to make more GPUs or CPUs or supercomputers. We just need to get a fraction of that 6,000 to tap into distributed computing systems to get the science done. Moving on, so how is it free for the researcher? All right, so BOINC stands for the Berkeley Open Infrastructure for Network Computing. It is an open, permissionless infrastructure. All the researcher needs to do is set up a project server, push their application, their data through that server out to people with processors at home. Those people will do that work and send it back to the project server. So that project server can just be a laptop in a closet. It does not require any robust infrastructure. Granted, if you're a giant project like World Community Grid, which was started by IBM, now runs out of the Krembil Institute, or CERN's LHC at Home, your infrastructure is probably going to cost you some money because you don't want those things to go down at all. But it is a permissionless free system. So who's actually paying? The people with the processors are paying. I'm paying for the privilege to participate in science. I have an electric bill. When I run my desktop and do these tasks, it costs me money. And we do this stuff. There's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who do this. So we do it because it's fun to participate in science. It feels good to have an impact on the world around me. And you can see this when COVID started going around, Folding at Home and the other biomedical projects on BOINC. Folding at Home is its own infrastructure, but those projects got huge. Folding at Home became over 2 exaflops of processing power in itself, which is the largest supercomputer in the world by magnitudes. That was just because people wanted to be involved in solving this problem. They wanted to participate. The public was very, very engaged. So where does the money come from? So if we're not asking pharmaceutical companies to sort of pay money to these computations, to these people doing the computation, the money has to come from somewhere. So where does money come? Nowadays, this is a very simplified process. The Treasury Department creates debt, the banks get the debt, the Federal Reserve prints money to buy that debt, and then that cycle goes until it breaks, and it breaks a lot. And then at the bottom, you have the consumers who aren't really involved in that process at all. They have no say in how money is made or where it goes. And currency is kind of like the root protocol for society. It's really important. It seems like people should have a say in it. This is where the idea of the people's currency came from with Bitcoin. So every time that cycle at the top collapses, the people at the bottom who aren't really involved in it get screwed really hard. So let's redo it. Oh, man. Okay, so it's a PDF, so it's not really going the way I would like it to go in terms of showing stuff up. So this is going to be complicated to describe. But if we start with the public on the bottom, we call them crunchers, the people with the desktop computers. Let's say that that's where the currency should come from. They create a commodity, and that commodity is electrical energy. They have solar panels on the roof, for example. They convert that electrical energy into processing power. That's the little computer in the bottom right. And they send that processing power to an approved researcher. That approved researcher keeps track of who's contributing how much, and then injects that scoreboard into the protocol, which is just an open source set of code run by open source commons philosophies. That protocol mints cryptographically proven units that we call currency and distributes that currency to the people who contributed the commodity in the first place. That cycle in itself could go forever. But let's add more to that. So let's say there's the approved researcher takes this commodity, creates an impactful outcome, which is then taken by an effective translator like Joggle, which then creates an impactful product like a vaccine, which is then bought by the consumer. So you have a full economic cycle there. All the while, there are transaction fees, things going back to the protocol. Maybe Joggle is making a little money off of it, so they need to pay for the outcome that they consumed, which ultimately goes back to the commodity, which goes back to the consumer. So the consumer becomes the root of the economic cycle, not so much the Federal Reserve. So who gets how much compute then in this system? That was where the money comes from. The money comes from a commodity, computation cycles. Who gets how much compute? Here's a list of all the projects that are currently incentivized by Gridcoin, by the protocol, and each one of them gets 1/n of the processing power of the Gridcoin network. So it's the way the economic system works, and I'm not going to get into exactly how that happens, but this is a very cool concept because you have giant projects like World Community Grid who have a budget, who can sort of engage the community and market, getting the same compute as just someone with a laptop in their closet, someone who is a biohacker, a passionate scientist with a really good idea but has not gone through like academia or corporate ladders to get access to the compute. They're guaranteed to get their work done as soon as they get on this list. So how do you get on that list? It's a DAO. Gridcoin is essentially a DAO. We vote for every project that gets on the, we call it a whitelist. So during this voting process, and it's a very robust voting process, you can see in the top left we have a bunch of different types of votes. Each one has a different verification and validation process itself. But in order to pass a vote, you need to communicate. And we have very robust discussions about what makes good, impactful science. What should the protocol incentivize with the currency it's minting? And it can get contentious at times, but we all at the end of the day have to decide what brings value to the Gridcoin network, which is minting this currency in the first place. So up here on the left, top left, there was a project called MooWrapper, which was doing cryptographic proofs for something that the network had a great discussion about and decided was not valuable enough to be incentivized by the Gridcoin protocol. On the right, we had a project called Minecraft at Home, which was huge. Tens of millions of people viewed the YouTube videos. They hacked Minecraft in fun ways. It was really neat. That brought people into distributed computing and science that hasn't happened since SETI at Home. So we had a discussion about that and decided, hey, that's actually really, really valuable. Let's get the public into science. Let's incentivize this project. So people came into Gridcoin and distributed computing through Minecraft at Home. And once they were done with their work, we hope they went to other scientific projects, protein folding, astronomical stuff. So these discussions create some indirect outcomes from the system. And they are critical outcomes to building a trust in science, building a society that follows science and believes scientists, and that's science communication, education, engagement, and participation. So the project, the scientist wants compute power, so they need to, and in order to get that compute power, they need to get whitelisted, and in order to get whitelisted, they need to convince a network of just normal people who include scientists and their colleagues, et cetera, so there are experts in those discussions, but they need to convince them that their science is worthwhile, so they need to educate. The general population of the network needs to, or their incentive is to make sure that the science that's coming in is legal, valuable, and
That's basically it, and works. So they go out and actively learn about the science. There's communication, education, engagement there, and then the participation, the network itself, the people there play a role in creating the outcomes. So when you have a stake in a system that you helped create, you're more likely to trust that system in the first place. So there's a lot in those top 3. The bottom 2 are a little more techy, so I won't get into those, but it does create emission security and ASIC resistance. It is a very ASIC resistant coin. Here is the stack. It starts with the participant on the bottom because they create the original thing, the commodity, the computation cycle that kicks off the entire system to go with. It is a very old project. We don't need to get into those. So join us in building the next cycle. Again, we've been around for a very long time. This is our 4th iteration, 4th time through the crypto bubble. The first 3 were very fun, but we're finally stable and doing some really cool stuff. We have these new things called benefactor contracts that we're starting to build that will be built on top of that like protocol emissions layer that's incentivizing people where, yes, you can have a pharmaceutical company come in and pay for a little extra compute, but that doesn't take away from the person with the laptop in their closet. They're still going to get their work done. So there's a link to a bunch of resources, including these slides. There's white paper website, and you don't need to worry about the one at the bottom right. That's not interesting. But check out that one. And I think just for shits and giggles here, I have all the papers. I'll go back to the QR code in a second. Yeah. Okay, I'll let Jelani go through these. He'll suffer. So those are going to be all the papers that we've Boink and Gridcoin have published over the years.
Thank you, John. I'm not going through these, just so you guys know. But there's apparently a lot of them. Good Lord. All right, so, okay. So we are going to have our, wait, sorry, not them. We're going to bring back DBDAO because apparently they fixed their slide issue. So I hope that's true in the back. And so welcome, Michael, once again. And hopefully this time it works. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Thank you. Oh. Thank you for fixing the slides in the back. I appreciate it. Okay, take 2. Now we'll have the slides. We got it. But ThriveCoin looks like a great project too. You can scan it. I'll just start. Okay, so I'm with DBDAO, and so DBDAO is like a database that is running on chain. And what's cool about that is that you can store all your data and make it accessible to different people and then monetize it. So right now, like all the data is in a database, and then that's kind of the last you see of it. But wouldn't it be kind of more cool if like you put your data into the database and then you got rewarded and paid for it? So I'll talk about how this is being used in DeSci today. So HairDAO, we love HairDAO. That was one of the first projects we integrated with. And what they do is they're using the power of like large Reddit communities of like hundreds of thousands of people to do hair loss research. And what this is very different from traditional research where you might only have a couple thousand people in clinical trials. So what they're doing is they built this very cool front end that you can see that sits on top of DBDAO, and you upload your genome file into it, and you upload which drugs you're taking, and then you say how well it worked for you, and you upload some pictures. And then what's cool is all of this data is actually being written on chain, and once you submit this data, you actually get an NFT back that shows that you submitted the data. And then when this database monetizes through being bought by someone, you're rewarded in like hair token. And so people are incentivized to contribute data and then get paid in either token or impact certificates or USDC. Another one is Altaflora. So Altaflora is like a Web 2 company, and they're doing all sorts of very interesting things with creating epilepsy DAO or long COVID DAO or acupuncture. So one thing we're doing with them is we're doing a clinical trial around giving CBD to children to help reduce some of their epilepsy. And so we're doing this study, and they've built out all this mobile app and consent and onboarding. And what's cool is they were a Web 2 company doing this type of research, but we were able to plug in the DBDAO backend instead of the Postgres backend and make it into like a Web 3 company. And then lastly, we'll talk about a hackathon project we built, which is like an AI-powered research scientists. So one of the hypotheses that we've had is like in the future, science is probably going to be done by AI just as much as science is to be done by humans. So we built a proof of, and so it's interesting to think about what does the interaction between human scientists look like and empirical data and artificial intelligence. So we built like a chat GPT that asks scientific questions around like a volcano. We asked it to come up with a bunch of different fields of study around physics, chemistry, and then we asked it to generate a research question around each of these subject matters, and then we asked it to come up with a hypothesis. So we're sort of redoing the scientific process, and we asked it to then come up with a methodology, and then we asked it to create an experiment, and then we have a volcano, and then we asked it to collect the data. So we're storing all this data on chain, and then I'll just skip ahead. All right, this is a little crazy. Okay, so let me talk about why we need like a Web3 database. So a Web3 database is it helps to incentivize people to contribute data. So we give people monetary or social credit for contributing their data into the database, which is very cool. And this is in contrast to like a traditional database where you sort of put your data in a Postgres database, and then that's the last you see of it. Another big problem with traditional research is that you put your data into a database, and then that web application could go offline, or the lab that is conducting that research, is the mic still working? Or the lab that is conducting that research folds, or the server crashes. So we have a lot of data that gets lost. But with a Web3 database, what happens is that data sort of lives on forever, which is cool because it's being stored on chain. Data composability is another interesting one. With like a Web3 database, you can start linking records between different databases. When databases are siloed on different servers, it's much harder to create relational links between different records and databases. Data ownership, when you in a traditional database, once you submit the data, you've sort of lost contact with that data. But with DBDAO, what's interesting is like every row in the database is an NFT that actually sits in your wallet. So what this allows for you to do is for you to own that individual data that is for each piece of data that you create. And then second, we also have like data privacy. So we can encrypt certain pieces of data so that it still lives on chain, but you are the one that controls the keys to decrypting that data. Identity, so all of the data that you create is tied back to your wallet. So if down the road in a scientific experiment, the data becomes invalid, you can just look to see who created it and delete that data. And then interoperability, so a Web3 database allows for data to work with all the things we love, like wallets and other Web3 protocols. Okay, so here's like a quick demo of how it works. So let's say we needed to create a table. So we'll have like butterflies of the world. So then we have all the different species here. And then because each record sits on chain, we have the NFTs for that record. We have the block explorer that shows where it sits. And then all the data actually sits on top of IPFS. So now we want to create a way for people to submit data to it. So here's the butterfly form. So then you get the link, and you can share it. And then you type in monarch butterfly, and you submit it. And then you see we have the NFT that represents this data point available on OpenSea. And you have the NFT available on Block Explorer. And then it also is available on IPFS. So what's cool is all this data is actually sitting on chain and queryable, and it's very easy to update the records. So what makes this cool is that you have every database is now just a composite of different NFTs, and you're incentivizing people to share data and contribute data, and then you're monetizing it. So when the database monetizes through someone buying the data or through subscriptions, that money is split out to the people that contributed. So if someone buys the database for $100 and there's like 100 records in the data set, each of the people basically gets $1 for their record when it's used. We can talk a little bit more about how the logistics of that work, but it's basically like you're buying the private key to it, and then that allows you to decrypt certain parts of that database. So the way the money splits is that when someone buys the data set, there's actually a lot of work that goes into curating a good data set. And so these are approximate numbers, but basically if a data set is bought for like $100, $30 would go to the person who is the curator. And the curator is the person that comes up with the data set, defines the schema, accepts or rejects good or bad rows. And I think it's important to reward these people because that's a really hard job of creating high quality data sets. The other part is the rest of it goes to the scouts. So those are the people that contribute it. So if this $100 comes in, 30 goes to the database admin. DBDAO takes a cut of 10%, and then the 60% goes to the different scouts. While I have before I go to questions, I just want to promote this other thing. We run DSci NYC, so if anyone is in New York, make sure to come out. We have Martin Shkreli speaking on March 14th. You can sign up on this link right here, which will be very exciting. And then here's the link, and here's my Telegram. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We don't really have time for any questions, but please do reach out to Michael afterwards and ask him all the questions that you want and follow his socials. If we can get back the other computer, that would be great. And so in the meantime, funny joke. So I'm bald by choice, and that's a story that I'm sticking to. However, not everybody is as lucky as that. And as Michael has talked about, we have a great project named HairDAO that is working to crowdsource and crowdfund research in hair loss. So Andrew is here to talk about HairDAO.
And before we get the next slide deck up, please scan this code. Oop, don't scan the code. Oh.
Are we on the new computer yet?
Whenever you see the QR code, make sure you hop on scanning that code for special prizes.
So this is, oh yeah. So this is just the end of the presentation now. Okay, awesome. So imagine you had a product that you could rub on your scalp every day that was as cheap as toothpaste and actually effective with no side effects. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist for hair, but I really think it should. And I think it's like a weird mental paradigm shift that like we as a culture should just like pivot into. Because nobody accepts their teeth falling out, but everybody seems to accept their hair falling out. Jelani in particular. So why is there so like few actually good solutions for hair loss? At the core level, and we'll sort of like dig into that more, but ultimately there's just not enough early stage R&D done in the space. In terms of why that is, the more I've dug into it, the more I'm kind of confident that it's not a biological or a technological problem, but it's actually an incentives problem, which is I think where that's like, this is the perfect place for crypto to come in and solve these problems. So just as like a little overview, I guess, of the hair loss market, it's about a $7 billion market currently. Half of that is spent on the only two FDA-approved medications, which are finasteride and minoxidil. Finasteride, terrible side effects, including infertility, and it's sort of quasi-effective. And then minoxidil, the side effects are less bad, but it's really just not that effective. It doesn't do much. The other half of the market are hair transplants. And so on the hair transplant side, right, if you're a transplant doctor, you only have so much time in the day, and you're making a lot of money because these are really expensive procedures, but you're not really incentivized to invest back into the industry to actually keep producing better solutions. You're just incentivized, you got a nice check, go buy a bigger house, a nicer car, anything like that. And I should just go back and mention, the thing that's crazy about minoxidil and finasteride is both of these medications were literally discovered by accident. Finasteride, I think, was discovered while studying cures for enlarged prostates, and then minoxidil was discovered for hypertension, like solving high blood pressure. So this wasn't even like a concerted effort, and we just sort of stumbled upon the current sort of best-in-class hair loss medications. All of that is despite the fact that, if you look at, these are just messages from some of our Discord members, and so people are like incredibly psychologically deeply affected, and would really give up a lot to get their hair back. I would say, so despite this sort of disjointment, I think this is where the DAOs come in, and we talked about it a bit on the panel yesterday. But the NIH classifies hair loss as a cosmetic condition, which means that they only fund about $5 million total in hair loss research per year, which is at the end of the day the reason why not enough early stage R&D is done, the reason why there's really not many highly qualified professors in the space because they don't have any funding, and so that's sort of the landscape. I got these slides in a little bit late, so I'm gonna skip through some of them. There's in the void, I guess, of the traditional researchers, what we've seen is really this massive online presence of online native researchers who have really stepped in to fill that void. Because look, there's so much information online now that anybody really can teach themselves this. And as a little aside, we just filmed a podcast with Ralph Paus, who's actually the top hair loss researcher in the world. He's been cited 21,000 times, and I think the second place hair loss researcher has been cited 8,000. And his direct words were that our community of online native researchers knew the stuff, knew the material better than most traditional researchers, which I think is pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome testament to what you can teach yourself online these days. And I think it's also a testament to the research that we're going to be able to fund going forward, because we have this sort of group of people conducting really, really impressive due diligence. So, yeah, so I guess it's important to sort of stick to what our mission is here. And the first mission is just to solve hair loss. I think when you see the biggest players in the space, like Hims and Roman, where they're spending 120% of their revenue on marketing and 0% on R&D, it's pretty clear that their message is to make a profit and not actually to better the condition of people that are really struggling from hair loss. I think when you look at a DAO and the fact that you have patients, and with our system, we have the hair token, and so it's a one token, one vote system. And so that actually enables patients to have a say in sort of the solutions that are funded, and it doesn't just there's not sort of these executives sitting in a dark room saying, oh, this doesn't really work, but we're going to manipulate the data to make it look like this is a more promising solution than it might otherwise be. And so, yeah, I think that's just important to sort of stay true to like what we are, and ultimately the goal is to solve hair loss. I think that will actually end up being a really profitable endeavor in itself, but that's sort of a secondary point that I think will make this organization sustainable long term, but it's not the goal in and of itself. So in terms of how we view ourselves, and I think the first thing we've sort of disrupted, and I'm going to talk about, so just last week we funded our first IP NFT for a study that we're actually conducting with Dr. Ralph Paus. So we're testing T3, T4 thyroid hormones on human scalp skin organ cultures. We minted an IP NFT, which is a really cool product by Molecule. And so I think what we saw just on that was the first thing we disrupted in sort of the early stage R&D process are the tech transfer offices at universities, which are effectively, they're effectively pushing papers around, keeping track of everything that's going on, and they're just incredibly inefficient, and they charge massive overhead expenses. So in some cases, if you're funding a research study that's 200 grand, 100 of that might actually end up just going to the TTO versus the researcher to do more research. We were actually able to fund this research study through Cutanian, which is Dr. Paus's private R&D lab. And as such, a study that would have cost in the traditional system 200 grand costs us 100 grand, which I think is a pretty big efficiency improvement just sort of in and of itself. Outside of that, I think there are several sort of areas of friction that sort of separate patients from researchers within hair loss. And I think we're sort of tackling those one by one. Like I mentioned, TTOs were the first to go. I think sort of the pay for access journals are another big area that we'll focus on going in the future. Distributors as well, the Hims and the Romans. But the one thing that we're actually sort of made good progress on and we're about to take out of beta, as Michael mentioned, was the patient portal. So with the help of DAO, who's been incredible, because I think particularly when you're talking about genomic data, people are really hesitant to sort of just dole that out where it goes sits on someone's centralized database. I know 23andMe and those guys have kind of done it, but I don't know if that's really going to be a sustainable approach long term, particularly as people become more and more aware of what's being done with their data in the shadows. But yeah, so those are kind of the areas I think we're looking to disrupt, and it's pretty broad ranging, but we're going to knock them down sort of one by one. And I think it all starts with funding research studies, disrupting the TTOs, and the patient portal, collecting new data. I think the one thing Michael didn't mention, which is really cool, is because hair loss is cosmetic, and because there are so many few solutions, there's really a massive online community of biohackers who are really trying things on themselves. And likewise, it's really easy to share, observational study data with the larger community, because it's just as easy as taking a picture of your scalp. Did this work? Did you feel any side effects? And so I think that really sort of lends itself to decentralized data collection in a way that other conditions might not, something that's more internal, for example. This is just our flywheel of how we make everything better. Kind of talked about all of this. Oh, so the last thing, so we're hair raising. We actually just hair raised. We did our initial token auction that closed yesterday. We wanted to just get the token live and in the hands of sort of our core community members. We did a fair launch using the Gnosis auction where we sold 100% of the token supply. None of the team members had any allocations beforehand. We all bought in at the same time as our community. The goal was just to raise $50,000 to get the token live, so to then sort of incentivize more formalized community contribution and community voting in a lot of the bigger decisions we made. Despite the $50,000 goal, we actually raised $285,000, which closed yesterday, so that was really awesome to see like some real support from the community. Thank you. Oh shoot, we got a really cool QR code, but I did get these slides in late. In terms of like how we could have help, researchers, people interested in media marketing, people interested in investments, operations of a company. There really is, the best way, the way we win is by attracting a multidisciplinary crowd. I don't want anyone to think that their skill set doesn't apply to what we're doing. And even if you want to get into the science but you have no science background, like I touched on, because there's so few hair loss researchers, the best hair loss researchers in the world are online native, self-taught. Our best guy, for example, is a full-time real estate professional who's just studied hair loss for the last 10 years. And Ralph Powell said he was the best he'd ever seen. So, I mean, it really is as simple as just getting involved, getting online, and joining the mission. Thank you.
That was great, Andrew. Thank you. So next up, we got a lot of slides. There you go. So next up, we're going to talk about a really important topic in the Web3 space. I think everybody here realizes that Web3 here is really meant to foster equity within the space. How can we reintroduce this concept and change the paradigm-scape of what we've had dealt with before? And I think this topic, this conversation here, is one that is very important. Women are highly underrepresented in science. They're one of the groups of participants that really need to be upheld and supported in the space, actively, not passively. And I really would like to put a hand together for ETHDenver for contributing very heavily to that, as well as Web3 Women in Science through Ariel, who you spoke with yesterday. So I'd like to invite Amy here to come and talk about what ETHDenver is working on.
Hello, everybody. My name's Amy, and just before I get into this, I want to share a crazy story about what happened. I actually joined ETHDenver last week, so this is crazy that I'm here speaking today on a 2-day notice, but bear with me today. It's a learning experience for me, and I'm so happy to be here to talk about onboarding women to DAOs through women's health innovation, and I'll share a lot about my personal story as well. So our vision is to lead decentralized global community-enabled platform to drive transformative women's research and education and funding. And that starts with R&D. The more investment we have in R&D, the more investment we'll have in clinical data, therapeutics, and eventually provide new treatments and options for women. Before I get into the problems of this space, I want to introduce myself more formally. I am not a professional in the science industry. I actually am a product designer at Magic, which is a Web3 wallet company. Previously worked at Meta. But I did start my, my background in science. I was always in love with science at an early age, and I studied biomedical engineering, biomedical engineering, and then transferred into a design in product design, or a career in product design. Over the years, I have always been passionate about bridging together science, design, and new technology so that we can better improve people's health and bring people closer together. So I'm really excited to have found out about ETHDenver last week and to be able to advance women's health. One of the biggest problems with women's health today is that out of $198 billion a year, only 1% of that is invested in women's-focused female conditions, such as fertility, maternal health, gynecology, menopause, and ovarian aging. This is crucial because the health investments and the needs are misaligned. They are not met. And this is a huge opportunity that is being missed in the healthcare industry. Also, given the fact that females contribute almost 80% in consumer making decisions in the healthcare industry. On top of that, only 26% of crypto holders are women. We need to change that. As part of ETHDenver and this new DAO model, as many of you know, we are bringing together researchers, community members like me, funders, all on blockchain network, and this creates a new paradigm for us to be able to work together towards a single mission. And we can now be able to fund traditionally overlooked areas of research. On top of that, we are looking into novel funding mechanisms, for example, government tokens that, community tokens that serve as governance tokens to help vote on projects that have been vetted through our ETHDenver. And this allows us to find novel ways to fund projects at very early stage and also biotech startups. On top of that, we are a female-led movement. That does not mean it's just for women and only for women, but we support everyone who supports women's health. And so we are focused on incentives that actually drive women's health. One of the things that ETHDenver had published last year was the Reproductive Health Report. And this is a public access health report. You can read it by scanning the QR code. And this report dives into a lot of myths about what we may know today or may not know today about female conditions. For example, ovarian aging, menopause, and the myth of IVF. And I want to talk more about the impact of this personally. Being able to search as someone who is not in the science and academic industry, I don't need to pay and go through this process to really read about what's going on in the research industry. I can read this, and this is open to the public. Anyone can read it and be able to understand what's going on at the state of reproductive health today. On top of that, all the money raised from this project went exclusively and directly paid back to the contributors, the researchers, and designers. So I wanted to share some of the next events that ETHDenver is hosting. We're hosting a Zoom event from research to action that is based off of that report. And ETHDenver will be hosting a seminar to really help build what the future of women's health is. So if you guys are interested, please sign up. It will be next week, I think next week, Thursday, March 9th. And a little bit more about accessibility. I know that as a woman in Web3, it was very, very hard for me to get into this space, and I find it still intimidating to be in this space. Many of us got into this space, and really it's hard to understand. It's a lot of barriers to get through to really understand why we need to think about this new model. And so I wanted to share some of the new tools that we're exploring that help onboarding easier, because onboarding is the very first step to get more women and more people into the Web3 space and get to be able to contribute to these communities. So example is from Magic, my company, we allow wallet creation from just email. So you can sign in through email, immediately create a wallet. You can use your social logins. And so we no longer need to think about creating wallets and having to memorize seed phrases. Another example is No Ramp, which is buying digital assets with your credit card. So totally abstracting away cryptocurrency. So I invite you all to join and be a part of this movement. If you guys are interested in contributing, please join ETHDenver. And also, if you are looking to get funding for your work, please reach out to us. Some of the key milestones that I wanted to highlight is we were selected for the first cohort as from Bio XYZ. We're the first abstract presentation at Acre, and that reproductive health report was funded by Gitcoin. Some of the future things that I'm really excited to share is we already have 10 high caliber pre-selected projects in ovarian aging that we get to start to fund. We have in ETHDenver 20 active contributors, 300 community members and growing, and a lot more exciting things to come. And those are sponsors. One last initiative that we are doing right now is IP NFT, our very first ETHDenver's IP NFT. We are able to now empower a new generation of researchers to really focus on research that is important to them. So an example is Lu Dong. She is a PhD student in Singapore, and she is studying ovarian aging. And we're now able to provide funding for her and to do this research, something that she, in the traditional system, would not be able to do at this stage in her career. So it's really exciting news for us. And yeah, I just wanted to close to just say that we will be launching a token in April, and this token will be part of community voting that will be part of the selecting out of the topics of those 10 pre-selected projects. The community will be able to get to vote on how those projects will be funded and which of those projects will be funded. So if you guys are interested, I invite you to please fill out this form and collect your POAP and follow more about ETHDenver. And I just wanted to thank Laura, who had helped me so much with this presentation in 2 days' notice. But yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, Laura, or Ariella. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. That was great. It's always good to see great science and great initiatives being pushed forward. So the next conversation that we're going to have, I think, speaks very dearly to scientists in this field. I think everybody, or I like to say to everybody, that everybody is essentially a scientist, whether you be formally trained or not. And I think what Web3 does, and especially DeSci, and particularly this project, among others, is providing a way for meritocratic acquisition of credentials. So whether you be a neuroimmunologist like myself or somebody at home who happens to be fascinated with some scientific methodology and you're able to contribute to DAO, well, you should be able to earn credentials that showcase this, that you can then operate and be determined to be qualified for these activities and these skill sets. And so in this conversation, we're going to be highlighting decentralized reputation in professional scientific societies, and Shadi, who is one of the main organizers of the DAODenver, is going to be presenting this. So Shadi, welcome, and thank you for coming up.
Thank you, Jelani. Thank you for the really great introduction. I am really excited to be here because I'm going to get the honor of presenting a project that was presented exactly almost 1 year and some change here at ETHDenver. You guys can hear me okay, right? Cool. Yeah, so last year, so a little bit of background on myself first. I'm a co-founder of Holonym, which is the Zero Knowledge Identity Protocol. I'll give you the backstory on that. And the founder of OpSci. I started OpSci with a particular mission, well, really at a decision point where I said, hey, I could either continue forward, do a postdoc, drive an MRI truck around North Carolina and collect data from rural populations, or I could try to create a lab in the cloud. And I think a bunch of other people were thinking similar things around this, and then I think it's been amazing to see DeSci come about around this shared idea or mission. So we were thinking, okay, we need some form of working together in digital systems. We already have things like digital IDs like ORCID, right, which allow us to prove or at least make claims about ourselves as scientists, and allow us to link our publications and our peer reviews and our different academic contributions and build like a really rich profile on ourselves. However, I think one of the really major issues is when you start building in DeSci, there's this concept of permissionlessness or autonomous systems, and it's really hard to combat fraud or impersonation or false claims. So for example, if you're just using ORCID to onboard your users, for example, to our decentralized data commons, where anybody can upload any sort of data set, we don't really know if that data set came with a particular provenance associated with it. So we put out a call here at ETHDenver last year, and we said, how do we transcend legacy academic credentials and build a web-native protocol that streamlines onboarding for all scientists anywhere, whether you have a credential like a PhD, or whether you have perhaps some other reputational aspects that could be used to establish credibility and trust in a professional society. So this talk I put together for DAODenver, but I think that for us to move forward as a movement into and break into institutions and academic organizations, we need to speak a language that they understand. So I'm moving away from the language of DAOs, and I'm calling it what it is, a framework for professional science societies. It could be a DAO on the back end, party in the back, business in the front. So yeah, I was supposed to give you guys the agenda actually, but I just had coffee for the first time in 3 days, so I kind of went off one. But so today we'll talk a little bit about why DeSci really quickly, and then we'll spend 5 minutes on a demo on how DeSci, and then we'll talk like why more DeSci, and more DeSci after that, right, after me. So I actually want to take a pause for a second and ask, why are you here? Jelani, why are you here? Got it. Let's see, who else looks, why are you here? I don't think I've met you yet.
Check. Let's run a mic, so.
Hey everyone, I'm Hamilton. I'm an ex-scientist. I actually dropped out of my PhD in chemistry to go into Web3, so DeSci is like a perfect overlap.
Oh, congratulations. I would love to ask all of you, but let's do that. Oh, Al, I want to know, why are you here? That's I've been meaning to ask you this thing.
So I am a scientist professional, whatever that means. I'm here to understand where the weaknesses are in DeSci, because these weaknesses need to be patched up before I can pitch it to other academic scientists.
And that's an ongoing theme for the rest of the event. So we'll have a debate in the Buidl Hub after this. I hope I can get my time back on this general programmatic announcement, but we'll be having a debate on this topic, and we really want to hone in on the rigor and whether really call DeSci out for the claims that it's making and see where we need to go forward as builders. Okay, well that's great. Now I know why you guys are here. So we also asked community of scientists, mostly neuroscientists, a few biologists and climate scientists, why were they here? Why were they entering our Discord and filling out an automated type form fed by a bot? It's 4 major things. First off was, hey, I heard there's money in Web3. I would love to get funding for my science. Second was, it seems that there's a collaborative environment for recognition and compensation for contribution. I want to port over my identity. And lastly, global community and collaboration. I think that's pretty self-evident. And the one thing that I thought was really interesting and I think is a really key for the space moving forward is being able to manage and work with massive data sets, because I think that's where the value and the opportunities are going to go for public open science and these decentralized communities. So, we've been pushed. I think, these are issues that have been around for a while, and we've been pushed, from the open source movement, making it easier, for example, to access these data sets and tools to work with them, with the open science movement, making contributions more readily available, and hopefully soon with things like open access and impact badges within traditional academic science communities, being able to recognize that sort of contribution. And now decentralized science, I think, is going to be tackling the funding issues and beyond. So yeah, my slide's a little bit funny here, but what we built was a solution that provides portable reputation, links off-chain demonstrable open science impact with on-chain funding through public goods mechanisms like Gitcoin, and provides interdisciplinary rails where you can kind of think of science as like a pluralistic framework where you can be in many different professional societies and take that reputation with you in different ways. And I think this is really also a great prelude to think about anonymity and pseudonymity in science. It's kind of a side note, and I would love to talk to anyone who would like to chat more about this later or debate about it. We know that science peer review is anonymous already, but there is a really rich tradition of anonymity and pseudonymity in science, and I think it's going to be really important in Web3 and these permissionless systems. We can go back to Nick Copernicus, right? He didn't actually come out and say heliocentrism was his idea until he found that it gained adoption and wasn't going to get his head chopped off. So we went from anonymity to hide from the state, anonymity to hide from men with Monsieur Antoine Auguste Leblanc. Sophie Germain was her real name. And she published foundational work on Fermat's theorem, was recommended by Frederick Gauss to receive like this great prize, but never got it and died from breast cancer. And so she had to make her career anonymously to basically hide from men. And lastly, you have folks like Neuroskeptic that are going out on Twitter and publicly calling out questionable forms of science. So I don't know if this is actually going to work, because I was trying to demo this earlier. It's not going to work, but that's all right. So basically we built, you guys can go check it out. I'll post a link also in the chat. Basically, we built out a decentralized science registry, so I encourage all DAOs out here that are trying to solve the onboarding problem. We incorporate things like single sign-on with Google or even ORCID accounts, where on the back end you're generating a public-private key pair, and we're associating those with cryptographic commitments for things like, say, your ORCID record, say, for example, your Open Science Framework account, and what basically we're building is a bidirectional bridge between on-chain systems for curating information about a particular identity. Part of the flow, we let people choose a public or a pseudonymous persona. With a pseudonymous persona, then they're routed through, and this isn't released yet, but they're routed through a ZK verification flow where they can do something like produce a credential such as a PhD and a government ID that's checked in a database, and then they're minted a ZK proof soul-bound token to a particular address that then gates them access to a professional society. So this is going to be a huge problem for DAOs. How do you actually really know that a DAO of medical providers or quote-unquote experts really have at least some base level of credibility? And so we built out this system to allow open science societies, or I'm sorry, rather any sort of decentralized science society to bootstrap its reputation from the credibility of its individual members that can be either public or anonymous. And I think this is also going to be really key for getting scientists that are locked up in IP agreements at universities, so just keep that in mind. So where are we going from here? I think the future of science is going to be pretty much open source, right? This is where we're going. I think definitely there's going to be interesting monetization models on that, but we need to stick true to that basic observations about the universe, its inhabitants, and its phenomenon should be open to the public, because that's where innovation comes from and relies on, not closed walled gardens. It needs to be pluralistic. We shouldn't be bunching people into one career trajectory or the other. You shouldn't just be a biochemist. You shouldn't just be metallo-organic protein chemist. You should be a scientist, and that means that you can apply the same patterns of thought. And this is coming from someone who's come out of a really niche field and started working in entrepreneurship and realizing how valuable scientific training is for generic problem solving. And so I encourage everyone to think about how you can use your skills as a critical thinker to participate in multiple scientific endeavors and really push forward interdisciplinary work, because that's where innovation comes from. And lastly, it's going to be impact driven. And I think that's going to really be related to decentralized web technology, where we're able to link multiple ways of demonstrating impact with funding sources. And decentralized web tech also is much more scalable than, for example, some of these walled gardens that we've seen. So I've tried to squeeze a lot into this short chat, but I also wanted to slow down and just give a call out to some of the amazing team that's behind this. So a lot of the UI, the UX was designed by this genius designer here, Arsad, who understands the flow and the pain points of scientists better than I do. So I've learned a lot from him in terms of how we can make things more intuitive for users and design the perfect onboarding flow for scientists. And if you think there's something wrong or missing and you want to improve it, or how we can adopt it, or help you guys with your own onboarding flows that are custom for your specific DAO or organization, professional science society, let us know. Definitely down to chat there. Brainstorm on that. Also, yeah, we have an amazing developer team. Shakta's our back-end dev. She's built out all the smart contracts that take commitments basically of credentials and puts them on chain. And so, and actually, you guys could build your own dApps on, because it's on chain. Any dApp can be built on these records once we do the hard work of going out, getting people to come on board, engage them with some nice UX and some perhaps Gitcoin funding potentially. Then any dApp can airdrop, say, a token to somebody and encourage them to engage in one flow or the other. They become open to incentivization mechanisms. Yeah, and then we also have Rashmi and Muzamil, who are a tag team duo. They do a lot of the DevOps work and front-end development. And have Lori as well here with us, co-founder or founder, CEO, founding CEO of Orchid. Learned a lot from her, thinking about how we can really make a break into and evolve beyond some of the technologies that have already been put forward trying to solve this problem. So yeah, this is really blurry, but I'll just post a link in the chat. Thank you very much, and happy to chat after the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adi. So next up, we're going to have a project that focuses on how you can leverage your medical data to help further scientific research and also, be incentivized to do so. So with that, I'd like to welcome Morgan back up on the stage. And if you remember Morgan from yesterday, he was a great panelist in our discussion. And so we'll be talking to you about MedDAO.
Thanks, July. So I think we were going to switch from PDF to PowerPoint because I do have a couple movies. So I'll just give a second for that. I think that the order of these talks is really nice to build on what Shadi talked about in regards to decentralized identity. How do we sort of interface with building reputation in online communities? But also what we're particularly interested in with MedDAO is how do we bring our real-life credentials, our professional credentials into this sort of decentralized world. Just for those of you who weren't here yesterday, my background, I'm a neurosurgeon, practicing for about 12 years now, seems like a million, and got involved with Web3 about 1.5 years ago, and really started to get interested in the intersection of Web3 and healthcare, and really the lack of sort of things being done in that space, and that has led to the creation of MedDAO, which is admittedly a newer project. We really formally launched in October after about 1 year in stealth mode. So basically what MedDAO is we're creating a decentralized community and protocol with a primary mission of enhancing and amplifying medical knowledge distribution and removing traditional boundaries and barriers and intermediaries that I think are very problematic in our current healthcare environment, not just in the US, but globally. Ultimately, we want to create a kind of Web3 baseplate layer in healthcare. And we think that there can be involvement from a variety of stakeholders, as you see here. Ultimately, this is a movement. This is decentralized healthcare. We've got DeFi. We've got obviously DeSci. You've got DSOC. All these things sound great. Unfortunately, DeHe does not sound very good. So we're calling it Healthcare 3.0, and then maybe at some point in its journey, it'll become Healthcare 3. So there's a lot to talk about here, and I know we're running kind of woefully behind, so I really wanted to focus this talk on 2 main kind of primitives that MedDAO is developing. The first is called MedCred, and essentially what this is a way to take your medical degree and create a ERC 721 verified NFT credential. And so what we've done is essentially just used a KYC solution to pair to the National Provider Identification Database in the United States to be able to use a smart contract to issue an NFT that is specific to your medical specialty. Admittedly, this is a very primitive product. It's been interesting here in the last couple weeks, really, to talk with a lot of you guys about what the next iteration and advancement of that might look like. But I think ultimately what we can do with that is really what's the most important concept to drive home here. And I'm just going to highlight one aspect of that. in this talk, and that is peer review. So I think we all have experienced our trials and tribulations with the current peer review system. And this is amazing that this article came out just literally, that's less than 2 weeks ago. And we've seen these kind of articles decrying the current state of peer review. But it is interesting to me that now you've got this in Nature, basically one of our top scientific journals. So just a couple points, the author starts off the article talking about this poor editor from this journal, Frontiers in Health Sciences, who sent out 150 peer review invitations, got essentially 4 responses, and 3 of them were so crappy that he couldn't even use them, and he ended up sort of DMing somebody on Twitter, I think is what ended up happening. And in spite of this, we've had an explosion of scientific journals. So in the 1990s, there was 1 million scientific journals, and by 2016, there were 3 million. So a 3x in that amount of time. There's a lot of, I think, nuanced debate to be had about compensation models and incentivization models for peer review. But the bottom line is you have scientists spending 15,000 years just in 2020 alone devoted toward peer review. I think, we've all probably here had experiences of having reviewers give feedback on a manuscript submission. Maybe you get one that's incredibly nuanced and incredibly detailed, and then you get one that is just the guy spent 5 minutes on it and it's not helpful in any single way. So, and then on top of that, you have to wait, I'm sure we've all had the same experience too, waiting months and months just to even get a response. And then you're sort of forced into this mode where you kind of just want to do whatever the reviewer suggests so you can get your paper published. So obviously a lot to disrupt here. And is this going to work? So this is, in beta right now, but essentially what we've developed is a open source, decentralized peer review system for medical journal peer review, where someone can upload a manuscript and choose the medical specialty or specialties that is relevant to the subject matter. And then obviously using our NFTs, we can permission and gate access to that journal to verified, credentialed medical specialists in that particular field. This data can be hashed and can be stored on chain. And so what's interesting about this model is that you can, as Shadi was alluding to, you can maintain pseudonymity, which I think is probably very important to the reviewer process. But you also have a mechanism to allow the submitter to give feedback on the quality of the reviews. So now you have a back and forth and a reputation system that can, kind of organically grow. And I think there's a lot of interesting things that can come from that. I won't spend too much time on this. This is kind of next generation kind of stuff, but it is interesting to think about when we have this data and we have this data hashed on chain, what kind of analytics we can apply to it, and what kind of sort of data marketplaces can develop. This is sort of an experimental fork of the Ocean protocol, but again, very, very primitive. And so, I think within MedDAO we have a lot of use cases, and I don't have time to go into all of them. I just bring this up to highlight that, again, I think really our main goal being here today is really to collaborate with you all, to say, hey, look, these are things that we're doing. We obviously have shared goals here in this space, and at the end of the day, I'm just a doctor. I'm not a developer. I don't have the background you guys have, but obviously there's a lot of great things that we can do together. So really looking forward to and have really enjoyed meeting all of you and sort of gotten into what will hopefully be a very rewarding collaborative environment. Just wanted to highlight the team here, and in particular Nassim Dahoush has been, we've been building the peer review protocol with him and his project, which is called High AI Labs. So I really wanted to give him a shout out. And you should definitely check out what they're doing over there. Also wanted to mention Richard Blytheman and Algovera AI, who just, well, the Algovera community just awarded us with a small grant that we found out about just before coming here. So big thanks to them. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, man. Good job. That was great. So, intermission computers change. The next conversation that we're going to have is going to be with Zenos from Valley DAO, talking about all the great things that Valley DAO is working on in the SynBio field. So come on up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okay. Okay, let's see this one. Okay. Is it up right now currently? Oh, okay. All right, guys, welcome. I kind of feel you, Amy. This is my first time doing this as well, so I might be a little jittery, but bear with me. So this is Valley DAO, and myself personally, I'm Zenos Thorson. I'm actually a biochemistry student right now, doing my undergraduate, but I'm really interested in synthetic biology, so that's why I'm here too. So with that, we're a decentralized synthetic biology innovation ecosystem. We're here to help people in the synthetic biology space to like research, get funding, and spin out their products. So with that, all right, so every year we start to run out of resources earlier and earlier. This is the Earth overshoot date. And if you look over here, you can see on 2022, our Earth overshoot day was July 28th. And that's basically when we use up the amount of resources that the Earth makes in a year. So with that, we're using more and more resources. And it's also pretty toxic for us as well. Like we've had a greater quality of living, but with that came a lot of problems. So with that, one of the solutions to that we wanted to highlight is synthetic biology. We're doing a lot of stuff right now in the lab, like editing microbes to create like oils and whey proteins, spider silk proteins, all kinds of different things, and using that for like, new therapies, DNA data storage, agriculture, and stuff like that. So synthetic biology is basically like programmable, editable biology. So we edit the genes to make different things. So with that, we were looking into it, and we're thinking about different problems that we have with that, or that academics have. My apologies. So 3 things that we noticed that we wanted to highlight here are like slow funding. Academics spend a lot of time getting funding, and they could use that time for research. So we wanted to help fix that. Our second one was expertise like commercialization or business itself. So like think about the time when you first got into Web3, like all the lingo, the different stuff you had to do, like the wallets, gas fees, and everything. So with that, we want to help academics or like researchers overcome that and spin out their products and create great businesses. And our third one is a safe place to share about or talk about the research and the IP. Researchers don't want to share their IP and have it get stolen and used for projects and not get credit for that. So with that, we want to create a safe space for academics to talk about the research and get help with it. And our 3 solutions to that are actually pretty similar to the other DAOs here. We have our diverse community of experts that can help vet the project, and our community then votes to decide whether we want to fund that project or not. And then with that, and we hope to raise funding with our Grow token that we're releasing pretty soon. And then our second one too, based on the business skills and stuff, our diverse community also helps with that. We have a lot of experts in the biotech industry. Other industries dealing with marketing, commercialization, and other things as well. So with that, we're willing to help you out to spin out your research into a company or license it out too. And then our third one is IP NFTs. We've already talked about that a bit here, but basically it's like simple way or easier ways to share your IP and license it. So I want to go over Valley DAO's funding ecosystem a little bit. So I'll talk about it a bit soon, but we're hoping to raise some funds. We're going to use those to help fund our researchers and help them license those projects or spin them out as companies. And with that, like as they do the research, we hope that they'll be successful, and then eventually with the equity we have in those startups, or like the licensing agreements, we're able to go back and fund those researchers some more and fund new projects. Again, this kind of shows that we can get in at the very early stage before like other VCs and such, so at the community sourcing stage, and eventually go all the way up to like licensing, spin out, and we want to be a part of that big multi-trillion-dollar industry that synthetic biology has the potential to create. Okay. With that IP NFTs, just a little summary, I guess. You can be able to upload and add information to them, just transfer it wallet to wallet. With that, we're open to have our whole community own IP from our research projects, and that also connects to the shared space where people can talk about their research without losing it because we all have the IP. Then our first 3 projects that we're working with, one is we're doing with licensing, and 2 are actually spin-outs. The first one is with Imperial College London. It's sustainable production of palm oil. So with that, we're engineering microbes to make different products. This one, palm oil right now is currently, it's a resource-intensive process to create. Uses up a lot of stuff. So with that, we hope to create a more sustainable way to make palm oil and other like oils to use. Then our second one is high-performance fluorinated biomaterials. Fluorinated materials themselves, they're used in a lot of things like medical devices, aerospace, a lot of different products, but they're pretty toxic for us as well. So with that, we're hoping to make new organisms that create biology versions of those that are more sustainable and healthier for us. And our third one is like a software for accelerating metabolic engineering. This one, it's like automation, other different products that you can use to help choose a target molecule, and then have the software generate a path to that, which speeds up the process a whole lot. And all of these are in like multi-billion-dollar industries. We hope to fund those. And with our token itself, our token will be called the Grow token, and everyone that owns Grow is able to participate in the voting process with our DAO and decide on different things. And those with a certain amount of tokens are able to get a Grow Pass, which is like discount pass for different things. We currently have CoLabs Melbourne in Australia that gives discounts on the lab space with the Grow Pass. Then other incentives, like for your work in the DAO, you're able to receive Grow tokens for that. And eventually, the third tier of Grow, a Grow Pass is our early investor access. We're able to get in early on those research projects that we fund. All right. Looks like it didn't format all the way. I missed that. But so this is our auction coming up. So April 5th or 12th, we'll be auctioning our token, and it'll be through the Gnosis auction, and none of it will be pre-allocated, so it's community-based at the start. We aim to raise 1.5 million, and yeah, the rest will be voted on by the general public. So with that, so right now, build with us. We do want you to join. This is our QR code right here. We have an upcoming event called Symbio times Network States in Montenegro. It's part of the Zuzalu events, I think. With that, so we have different speakers confirmed for that, or that we invited to, like Drew Endy, John Cumbers, Michael Levin, others in the Symbio space, and we also have others in the blockchain space like Buidl, Buidl. Then currently right now in our DAO, we're also working on different things to help you like upskill and do other things. We're working on creating Symbio landscape reports to help people kind of see the strengths and weaknesses in different areas of the world. So right now we're working on Latin America and Africa and seeing like the Symbio industry in those spaces to help people better see that. We're also going through a computational biology course right now. So if you want to join us and do that, I think we're just getting on into the biology side of computation or machine learning. So we meet every week for that, and feel free to join us in our DAO to like get in on that and do some projects. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Zenos. So next up, we have one of the heavy hitters in the space, one of the DAOs that has been around for a while, very active in the media. And so we're going to have a great talk on To Be or Not To Be Forever by our VitaDAO representative here, Benji.
Thank you so much. Cool, yeah, thank you to the organizers for having me. Thanks to VitaDAO for letting me speak. My name is Benji, I'm a product manager at Molecule, and I also LARP as a contributor at VitaDAO. So yeah, titled this talk To Be or Not To Be Forever, just because I think for such a short talk, it's so important to align on the mission, like why is VitaDAO a thing? You know, why is this an important project to be working on? And then I think another reason for the title is to address the valid concerns about working on longevity. Alfred was bringing them up earlier, but like, is this an important thing to be working on? Or, you know, are there reasons that we shouldn't be doing this? And so to justify the mission, thought it would be good to actually refute the counter arguments of why it's important. Oops. Okay. Cool. So the question of why should we not live forever? So most of the arguments against longevity or working on longevity fall into one of four categories. One is the environmentalist argument. You know, if people live longer, we'll logically have a larger population and will deplete the Earth's resources even faster. Another is leadership turnover, also known as the immortal dictatorship argument, which is that, you know, if people never die, we'll have dictators forever. The third is death is a natural part of life. Because we evolved to die, we should honor that. And the fourth one, and this is just like a subset of, you know, many of the arguments you could come up with, but one of the biggest ones is also there are, you know, more important problems than longevity to be working on. And this is kind of like a first world problem that, like, you know, doesn't really matter all that much. And so addressing the first problem, the environmentalist argument. So contrary to popular belief, the rate of population increase is actually decreasing. What does this actually mean? Before the end of the century, the population will start declining. And this is even though the life expectancy is actually increasing. So why is this actually happening? So the top right panel shows the birth rate, which, you know, maybe around 50 years ago, sorry, this text is so small. About 50 years ago, the average children per woman was around 4 or 5, and today it's right above the replacement rate of 2.1 at 2.3. So women are having fewer children, and so a lot of the population decrease is going to be attributed to that. So where are we headed? If you look at the bottom right-hand graph, there's 3 different facets. The left one is Japan in 1950. The middle one is Japan in 2005. And on the right side is Japan in 2055 that's forecasted. And what you're looking at is basically a distribution of the population with regard to age. So the y-axis is age going from youngest to oldest. And what you can see is in 1950, most of the population density is younger. In the middle, most of the population density is around the middle age, and what's projected in 2055 is a massive population density in older ages. So one way to reframe longevity is not like, wag me, let's live forever, but rather, let's reduce the burden on the medical system that we're going to cause, and we could potentially leave future generations holding the bag of our healthcare bills. So ideally, we could avoid that and not be guilt-tripped the same way we guilt-tripped older generations for creating an unsustainable environment. So the second argument is against the immortal dictatorship. If people never die, we'll just basically get dictators that live forever. And so I think it's important to take a step back here and think about what politicians are. Politicians are algorithms, right? They're generative algorithms that are trying to come up with proposals and governance proposals to decide, oh, this is the next best course of action that we should take. And they're also predictive algorithms trying to say, oh, this is the right course of action that will lead to the best utility. Well, if you think about politicians from that perspective, then older politicians actually have the most training data, right? And so shouldn't we be working toward helping them keep their mental faculties? Because, going back to Alfred's earlier question of like, why delay aging? Well, so that you can accumulate more training data and make better decisions for humanity. Regardless of what we think, the reality is the data speaks for itself and the people want older politicians. So yeah, it's probably in our best interest to make sure that, they keep it together. And so the next argument is that, look, death is natural. We shouldn't really touch this process because, if we evolve to die, it must be the right thing. And, here in the US, we have these inalienable rights that we, talk about in our Declaration of Independence to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you genuinely believe in life and the pursuit of happiness, then isn't living as long as biotechnology enables you to just an extension of these inalienable rights? And another question is like, to whom do we owe the debt of living? Like if we were supposed to die, like to whom do we owe that debt? And so I think anyone who really studies biology just appreciates the absolute like masterpiece that we are, that this works, so often, with such high precision and robustness. But like any design or art piece, the human body is an iterative design, right? And there's no evolutionary pressure to push our longevity out. So if this is really something that we want, we are going to have to apply that evolutionary pressure. And so the last argument is that this is not an important problem to work on. And so to kind of refute this argument, you have to bring up the longevity escape velocity. And so this is a term that was coined by Aubrey de Grey. He's a very prominent longevity researcher in 2004. And one of the things he said is that there is some finite age at which, if you are below that, you will basically live long enough to basically be cured of aging forever. Right? And so we don't know what this age is. You know, we can speculate, but the longer we speculate, the lower the number, or the higher the number gets. So, you know, we should work toward improving that number. But with this in mind, you know, Lawrence Ion, who's one of the core stewards at VitaDAO, said, you know, can't your side project wait until we cure aging? And, you know, as easy as it is to like get into cognitive dissonance about this, the reality is it's an important question to just chew on. So with that in mind, you know, there's like the important question of like, isn't longevity just medicine? Like, shouldn't we just look at the causes of mortality and just break them down one by one and solve each one top to bottom? And I would agree if you are within the confines of the existing medical system, but you know, the data actually shows that this is the wrong approach. So there was a paper, it's paywalled, classic, that was published in Science in like the 90s, and this guy's name is Jay Olshansky, who's at UChicago, and he actually tried to answer this question. If we go disease by disease and we try and cure mortality by cause from top to bottom, what is the actual effect on lifespan? And the reality is it's really not that much. So if we cured every single cancer, we would increase life expectancy by 3 years. If we cured every single heart disease, we would increase the life expectancy by 3 years. So, you know, if you cure both of those, then okay, you've increased the life expectancy of the average person by 7 to 8 years. It's really not that much. I think we can do better than that. And so what is the right approach? Well, it's looking at these what are called hallmarks of aging. And so these are basically the individual knobs that can be turned that all impact the rate at which we age. And so what VitaDAO is trying to work on and fund is research that tries to better understand each of these hallmarks of aging. And so we don't really know where the breakthroughs are going to come. And you know, we're hedging our bets by funding researchers that are trying to break down each one of these. And so, yeah, why is this the right approach and the existing medical system potentially the wrong approach? Well, think about your life as, you know, you're in a car, you're in the driver's seat, and you're headed toward the edge of a cliff. Okay, there's two things you can do to not go off the cliff. One is let your foot off the gas, the other is to stomp on the brake, right? And if you think about the existing system, the system is slamming on the gas for you right up until you get to the edge, and then it's slamming on the brake for you. And so what I actually mean by this, like, you know, hitting the accelerator, meaning giving you and addicting you to very unhealthy products. And then once you get to the very end of your life, curing whatever disease managed to come up at that time and profiting handsomely off of it. 80% of medical expenses happen in the last year of life. And clearly we have an inelastic demand for time that is being exploited. And so to really solve this problem, you need to solve the incentive problem. And what better tool to potentially experiment with incentives than crypto. So what is VitaDAO doing? We're trying to create this flywheel of longevity research that's fueled by IP NFTs. And so the goal is to fund research, get the intellectual property rights into the hands of the DAO, develop that research, and then any proceeds flow back into the DAO's treasury, something similar to a university endowment. And so this may seem super simple, and it is. It honestly is very simple. But this can kind of free us from the profit-seeking, you know, sick care system that we all, you know, experience today. And so, yeah, we've hit a ton of really cool milestones. You know, we've started the flywheel. There's a lot of work, obviously, left to be done to prove out the model. But, yeah, could not do it without the community, couldn't do it without our strategic contributors. Massive, massive shout-out to them. We're making moves. And, yeah, if you know any longevity scientists, kind of like some of the earlier groups we're talking about, we really need a very, very diverse set of people to just help us, you know, from researchers to physicians to, you know, biotech developers. It's a hard problem we're obviously trying to solve and need all the help we can get. Find us on Discord or Twitter or whatever. And yeah, if you're building DAO tooling, I wouldn't say DAOs are you know, the North Star of efficiency, so we need all the help we can get there too. And yeah, thanks a ton.
Thanks, Benji. That was great. So next up, we're going to be talking with Jonathan Kung from the Science Publishing DAO on intellectual mycelium networks. Jonathan? Hey, man.
Hey all. My name is Jonathan Kung. I am the co-founder of Science Publishing DAO. I too am a graduate student that dropped out to start a Web3 company, so here I am. So, intellectual mycelial networks. Basically, how am I trying to use this metaphor basically to talk about how we can build a healthy intellectual network of the future. So the idea of mycelium is it is basically mushroom roots, and they are the great recyclers of nature. So they effectively decompose about 80 to 90% of the wood biomass in any ecosystem that they're in. And what they do is they basically create the soil, and they also, underneath the ground, they create this large network where they are able to, they are able to transport nutrients and help with communication between the plants as well. So now, if I'm going to talk about our current intellectual mycelial networks, it's basically what academia is trying to do, right? So all of everything that pretty much gets created basically grows and dies, and it's basically gets decomposed and reprocessed and repurposed for any new structures to be built on top. So also using this metaphor, I'm trying to elicit the idea that ideas themselves are alive. They're not static, and they also work against this general aesthetic of truth that we understand or seek, which is something that's a lot more structural, so something that's more like what we have on the left here versus, for example, anyone in research, we generally feel like we're throwing a bunch of sticks on water, trying to support anything that we can. So this is a graph just to kind of continue the conversation about how, hard to kind of talk about the process of how we're navigating the idea infrastructure. This is my take on how everyday life kind of also affects the research that we do. So for example, we have maybe theoretical research, and then we have applied research, and then on top of that, that creates more engineering kind of products, which ultimately creates products themselves that affect the material circumstances that people use, that create the new stories and metaphors, and then that basically changes the phenomenology of how we actually start to think about things, which continues to fuel how we continue the conversation of trying to grapple with as much, with our theories that basically try to encapsulate as much of the phenomenology that we are currently seeing. And then, this diagram is basically just showing that if you're an individual at any given point in time, if this is considered truth at the time, and we try to create a scientific record that basically just tries to capture this particular shape because it fits well in that time, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to always fit, especially when we're talking about longer time frames. And this is basically what my system is trying to, or not mine, but like the Science Publishing DAO is trying to accomplish, is just how do we also work with these different evolutions of truth aesthetic, because it's not, truth finding is actually a very messy process. So this takes us to where open science is, and I only wanted to, there's obviously a lot that's going on with open science and a lot of problems that it has been facing. So it's very philosophically sound in terms of, but it has been operationally very hard to properly execute. So at the moment, it has been very beneficial for people in developing countries or anyone that is trying to do research for that don't have the access the mount the paywalls to access these papers. However, it has been hurting a lot of the non-profit professional societies and journals, which are the decentralized, the natural decentralized knowledge communities that are generative of the kind of knowledge that we end up using. So the open access movement has actually hurt these journals because the funding mechanism for these professional societies has been cut in half effectively, and these publishers have had to make deals with much larger publishers just because they are much better at negotiating large deals so that the libraries can foot the entire bill. But now the idea is like where we have the knowledge generators, and then we also have libraries, which are mainly the knowledge disseminators, and they're also the main funders. How can we basically reconnect the nonprofit journals and the libraries in such a way that it cuts out a lot of the clout infrastructure, third-party clout infrastructure that is costing us a lot of money and not really adding to the current health of the knowledge ecosystem? So yeah, how do we improve, make professional societies a sustainably independent open access journals as opposed to just journals that are struggling under, even though this is, the open science movement is philosophically good, it is not, those are some complications that we have to overcome. So Science Publishing DAO, we are basically we're a nonprofit, and we are trying to act as a marriage counselor between and creating the strong reputation infrastructure that is connected with funding that we think will make for a much healthier knowledge ecosystem of the future. So the main concepts that we're working with at the moment are a hyperinflationary, non-tradable reputation NFT with a stablecoin, and the forum, and then we have two other pillars, which is basically we're recreating different forum technologies with unique voting mechanisms. So the forum, for example, is going to be a weighted DAG that is appendable or that you can layer. But also you can very easily recreate or create any kind of weighted DAG structure that you want. And then with the voting mechanism, we are trying to better manage Arrow's impossibility theorem, which basically states that there's no single voting mechanism that consistently elicits the wisdom of the crowd and its experts. So here we just have 4 different forum technologies, so different types of discourse, so anywhere from IMing and Twitter all the way to textbooks or publishing. And so the idea is each type of discourse adds a different type of, adds something to the conversation, but with different time frames and different reputation stakes. So the idea is with what we're developing is basically where, let's just say within a journal, you can spawn a chat or something that's more forum-like. And then within that forum, you can call upon a number of different types of voting topologies. And then within that voting topology, if it needs more conversation, you can elicit any number of other forms. So it's basically this very tight link of what you can spawn within a forum and within a voting mechanism. So an example of what we are kind of talking about is, so for example, if this is a paper, just say, like what we're more used to, or this could be a Jupyter notebook or whatever it is, but any sort of post that you want where you have scripts code and the interpretation of it. We've also, the idea is anytime you post a paper, you're minting reputation. And then half of that, just say, will be staked to your paper, and then half of that will be staked to your works cited. And then the idea is we also have annotated bibliographies now to limit the amount, to better communicate what the most important papers were to your paper. And then that will be also reviewed by the authors that you cited in your annotated bibliography so that they can much more clearly understand how you're using their ideas and being able to review those ideas. And then also the idea is because you are allocating reputation to your works cited by a percentage, that means that reputation will percolate throughout the entire system. And then the idea is like because everyone is staking their reputation on a specific paper, the idea is you can have replicators and peer reviewers come in, and they would be incentivized, naturally incentivized, to review the paper so that, especially if a paper has a very high reputation, because if they are able to prove that the results are a false positive or its converse, then they would be able to earn a portion of the total reputation in that paper. So that's like an idea of how we've thought about that. But again, this is just one layer. So the idea is we can stack a bunch of layers on top of each other. And also, everything can be voted on. And there can just be lots of different discourse that can be summoned at various different stages. So this is, kind of to repeat myself a little bit, but we've created there's one voting. These are the 4 voting topologies that were distinguished by the United Nations, and we've basically made hyperparameterized everything so you can choose them discretely, but also kind of like more fluidly navigate through it so that you can move contentious posts to something that's less contentious. And then also with the non-binding, we've sequenced non-binding with binding votes so that within a non-binding vote, which just basically means that you can share your opinion and vote on something without having to lose anything. With binding, that means that you'd stake your reputation and you could lose your reputation. So with a non-binding vote, you can summon or spawn a forum of different kinds to basically get to the bottom of things. And then that leads us to this idea of seasonal governance, where we can have, with these primitives, we can now have review and innovation seasons. So yeah, that basically just means that if, for example, you have over time, there are more negative reviews and negative replications and it passes a certain threshold, that means the incentive structures will basically shift like a predator-prey model to something like a review season. So you will get more points for reviewing and replicating than you will from just publishing new papers. So this is just like, there's the individual desires, but at the same time, we also need to think more holistically. And as from that platform, as the health of the whole ecosystem, this can be a good marker for that. And then finally, that's just, all those 3 basically kind of cover the basic, like, I guess, spore. And then now, if we actually want to build out the entire network, kind of talking about building a healthy soil and such, and this extended network, we can basically stack everything together and then not just evaluate things using our reputation system. We can both evaluate impact within, but also as an entire layer or stack, just like how when people measure the health of soil, soil tension is something that's like really important. So we are looking into ways to basically, be able to measure soil tension of an entire community. So finally, science basically needs to solve the funding and reputation problem. This has been our take on it. and DeSci needs its own mutualistic mycelial networks to survive. And this is basically the focus of my talk on Thursday at Jelling Point. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. So a few projects have highlighted, Benji in particular, Morgan, that running a DAO, starting a DAO is in and of itself a difficult process. And we've seen the resurgence of these DAO launchpads and this concept of DAOs creeping up in the space. And so here we have an example of one of these type of organizations operating in the DeSci space to help individuals who want to launch their DAO do so. So with that, I'd like to invite Johannes here from BioXYZ to talk about what they're up to.
Yeah, we'll keep it short and concise. Yeah, hi guys, my name is Johannes Weniger. I'm doing ecosystem intelligence at BioXYZ, which is a fancy job title, and in reality it means like putting out a lot of fires going on and really making the DAOs basically support each other and share knowledge and best practices. Yeah, so what is BioXYZ? BioXYZ is an accelerator program for biotech DAOs, and it basically massively speeds up a DAO to achieve its goals, and we share best practices and technology learnings. Basically, a new BioDAO will receive a 100K grant and a massive network of builders and developers and scientists and frameworks to launch a BioDAO and fund research or do other interesting scientific work in the DeSci space. So we have a milestone program. So the first milestone is a multisig, obviously, like Web3 from the beginning, from the core. We have a research funnel. So basically we're creating, together with the DAOs, we develop design language, messaging, we define the target researcher audience, and a research area where we focus on underfunded research that could benefit from additional funding. And the milestone 3 is the first IP NFT. The DAO basically funds research and now governs the IP as a community together. Yeah, and then we have the fundraise. HairDAO just crushed it. Again, big congratulations to the Gnosis auction. HairDAO just deployed, and that's the fundraise and the DAO launch. And also we have a demo day. I will share a QR code later. So the first cohort is, like, you need to exclude VitaDAO a little bit. They launched before BioXYZ, but PsyDAO, psychedelics research and psychedelics in mental health. A HairDAO solving hair loss. ValleyDAO, synthetic biology. AthenaDAO, women's reproductive health. And CryoDAO, the cryopreservation technology. And all of them had presented here, so if you were here today, you should get an overview. But also, I highly recommend joining Demo Day to learn more about the DAOs. Yeah, so the services, building a biotech DAO, branding and design, legal engineering, super important, governance and operations, community building, deal flow process implementation, super important. In practical, this means, for example, standardizing the data, the project application data, so that we can have a reliable data set everyone can rely on. And tokenomics, fundraising, technical IP, NFT integrations. So it would be nice if you scan this QR code. You can you can join our demo day, and you will get much more in-depth knowledge about the biotech DAOs. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, and give me 2 more minutes. I quickly want to share that this presentation is also really useful for you. I want to share a life hack for Discord that is very simple but makes your life a lot easier if you use Discord at all. So basically, you can go to the channel settings, you click on the little cogwheel, you click on integrations, then you set up a new webhook, super simple, takes 2 minutes. You copy the URL. And then you send a post request over the internet. If that sounds like a bunch of nonsense, maybe tell your developer about it. And this post requests allow that you connect web services to Discord and send push notifications to your channels. It's super easy. Many tools offer it. And then for example, you get a message like this: ETHDenver, you are rocking. Or let's imagine you have a project submission, someone submits a form on the internet and your community gets notified. Super simple, very effective. That's it, thank you. And if you haven't scanned the QR code, again, the opportunity. Thank you.
Now, last but not least, we are going to have Josh McMenny from LabDAO coming to talk about the great things that they're working on. So please join me in welcoming Josh to come up on stage.
Hey everybody. So to end the talk, we're going to do a really light topic on computational biology. And science jokes. All right. So this is a slightly old deck, but I'm going to roll with it. So to make it more concrete, I'm going to start with a project that our community has been running at LabDAO. And I guess just to give a quick background, before I'm working at LabDAO as a computational biologist right now. Before that, I was at Synthigo, working in bioinformatics. And basically what made me want to make the switch is I was writing a lot of code internally that would never be shared outside the company. So I really wanted to contribute to public goods and writing code that everybody could use and contribute to projects that are public goods. All right, so back to our community project. This is ran by Kelvin and Stanley. And their idea was to look at influenza A virus. This is a virus that infects people by binding to cell receptors, sialic acid 2,3 in avian flu, and sialic acid 2,6 in humans. And the reason it's hard for avian flu to infect humans is because these cell receptors are different. It's 2,6 in humans and 2,3 in avians. So this is the one mistake in this slide, just ignore the text. This is the experimental structure of, from the influenza protein. And you can see in the corner, wherever there's that black circle, that's where it's actually binding to the sialic acid. And this is the avian version. So this is sialic acid 2,3. And so to kind of do some due diligence on this project, first we wanted to see if we could predict this protein structure. So we just passed in the amino acid sequence to AlphaFold. And you can see from this it aligned very well. And this is impressive because this is a 2-chain protein. So green's the predicted, and orange was the original experimental structure from the last slide. And then from there, we wanted to see if we were interested in the ligand binding. So we wanted to see if we could also predict that ligand binding. So this is a machine learning program called DiffDoc that uses stable diffusion. And you can see here it predicts tons of different poses. You can see there's a lot kind of at the foot of the protein, some in the middle, and some at the top. And if you have a good memory, remember from the first slide, the ones at the top are what we're interested in. And so what's cool about DiffDoc, it actually already ranks the predictions. So this is the ranked 1 prediction. This is the same protein. I just tilted it so we could look at the head to get a closer view. And you can see the number 1 prediction does align very well. It's in that top part of the protein where we wanted. Kind of the transparent part is the experimental structure, and the highlighted part is what we predicted. And so that was the due diligence kind of part, and this kind of steps into kind of the bigger picture we're trying to build at LabDAO with our CompBio. So we just kind of covered one workflow, going from an amino acid sequence to a structure to prediction in DiffDoc, small molecule binding. But for this project, we're kind of interested in mutation pathways of how the avian flu can mutate to infect humans. So for that, you might need even more tools. You might want to first like doxylic acid 2,6 to see where it binds, and then you want to mutate around that to see if you can get tighter affinity. There's other tools you can like connect into that should give you infinity predictions. Besides protein engineering, you can do totally different workflows. So for you could like metagenomic sequencing, you sequence some random stuff in the ocean, you want to align it to databases, anything that's novel, then you kind of run through this flow of protein prediction, seeing what it binds to. All right, so you might be thinking, I thought this was a Web3 talk. This sounds like a bunch of science. So we are actually doing both in this presentation. So we're building a client called Plex. This is in Go, so we hope that anybody can download it on their computer. It's open source. And our stack is using IPFS, Buidl, and Docker. And why this actually, for most people, may not get excited, but why I'm really excited about this is IPFS, for people who don't know. You can run one node, and you can post data on it, and any node that connects to you can then copy that data to their node. And the cool thing about IPFS is all data on the network, it's a unique SID, and that SID is deterministic. So if the same data is uploaded to 2 different nodes, it has the same exact SID. So then people know they're working on the same data. And Buidl is a system where you can send a Docker container to it, and you send it an IPFS input, and it can run that code against that input. So just kind of to rehash that, you can see the parts in bold. Whenever you submit a job to Buidl, this is the information you get back. So you can see we get our output SID at the bottom, so someone can confirm exactly what that output was. You get the exact inputs of the Docker container, and the input data is ran on. So we're really interested in working on benchmarking at LabDAO. So for like small molecule docking, if you're developing a new small molecule docking tool, we want to make it really easy for you just to send your Docker container to our network, and you can run it against the same benchmarks verified on IPFS that everybody else is. And then we hope this will help biologists choose the best tools so they can see these benchmarks and connect their tools together. And this is also, some of these benchmark data can get very large. So now you just have to send your code to the data versus trying to download all the data to your computer. Sweet, so made it to the end. This is the Technocrat. That's my website for all my socials. You can go to labdao.xyz. You can join us on Discord to do science. And this is our GitHub repo. And the last thing is we also want to connect to Wet Labs. Our Chief Operating Officer, Eleanor D., has given us partnerships with Chromatics and the Scientific Exchange. So we're hoping from some of these like computation results that then you can have a network of labs to actually further explore anything that's interesting. All right, you made it through DSci.
Thanks, Josh. Wait, can I get the thank you? Indeed, we have made it through DSci, so I hope you guys have all enjoyed these 13 projects that have highlighted a very small portion of what is going on in the DSci space. At this point, there are probably 100 projects that are actively working in this space, and I know this talk has been very much focused on the biomedical sphere, but DSci is inclusive to all scientific realm. We have our space DAO representatives, or our D-space representatives in the back with Moon DAO, and there are a lot of different niche criteria that need to be addressed and that DSci can help address. So if you are part of the scientific community and you think that DAOs can help you, or the DSci Substack or any of this technology can support your endeavors, please come to the space. There are a lot of participants waiting here to help you, and create your own DAOs, create your own versions of scientific societies. DAOs are not the ultimate form of that. And so yeah, you're welcome. It's a very welcoming space. So just a reminder, we do have DSci quests going on. So fill out these, scan these QR codes, fill out the surveys, and you'll get cool swag. Was a swag table at the back. I think it has moved to our next venue. And to that point, we are going to have a slew of different conversations happening at the Buidl Hub. And I don't actually know where that is, but I'm assuming you do. So please head there soon to continue this great talk on the DSci space. So with that, guys, thank you very much. And our next panels will be coming in soon.
Thank you, thank you. DSci. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Now that they're hijacking our audience. But we'll fill up this room again. Let's everybody come find a seat now that we have spaces opening up. And special announcement before I introduce our next speaker. We will be having an after party here. It'll be the DAODenver.bit happy hour. Not happy hour, it'll be a full-blown party with live music, Ivan Lin, other special guests, starting here 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that's the .bit DAODenver happy hour. No, I keep saying happy hour. Bash. Okay, now I want to introduce a good friend, Nicholas Weber, also another great party promoter and producer, especially if you're down in Bogota. So Nicholas is from Metagame Hub, and I want to introduce him to talk to us about standardizing and democratizing the metaverse.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. My name is Nicholas, founder of Metagame DAO, and today I'll talk to you a bit about how we are actually, addressing a much-needed issue in the metaverse that has been very much hyped in the past, year plus, right? And that's about standards in the metaverse, really, for builders. In terms of metaverse standards, right? Like, I would like to begin by just saying one thing, that in general, I think when we've been talking about the metaverse, there was often a misconception between users and builders, right? Because at the end of the day, users just care about fun, utility-focused applications that help them navigate through a more immersive experience within the internet. Whereas on the other hand, builders really need to have proper education, proper onboarding, and the proper tool sets and infrastructure in place to really navigate through that space, to establish themselves, whether they're a Web3 builder, whether they're coming from the traditional space, right? We need to have these standards in place. And in the past, 1+ years, when the term metaverse was very much typed, I think people were kind of jumping ahead and before even addressing what is needed for builders to establish themselves, starting directly with, okay, now when are we going to have mass adoption, and where are we going to have hundreds of thousands of users concurrently in one location, one domain, one infrastructure pillar, the lands, right? However, we don't even have any standards in terms of the data layers, whether it's from the back end, whether it's from the front end, right, for the builders in place. And this is something that with Metagame DAO we are addressing. Before I jump into generally the standards and the issues, just a quick overview. Metagame is a platform for investing and building in the metaverse. We are governed as a DAO, right? We have a very strong focus on also operations. So I would say we are not the traditional DAO in that sense, right? We started around 2 years ago, right? And we kind of see us as you can see us as a multi-sided platform, a one-stop shop really for the metaverse. We have a diverse team with over 40+ contributors from the core team from all over the world. We have strong partnerships on the educational side, so anyone that's in the educational domain, happy to reach out. We do a lot of initiatives on that side. We have a strong network of advisors and are embedded in a strong ecosystem of Web3 partners, as well as also from the additional industries, as we really see us and want to be a bridge, right? Whether it's from the esports side with Fitchin, that works a lot with esports communities in Latin America, or also traditional companies like EY, AWS, or let's say PwC, right? Where we really position ourselves in the middle between these two sides and really want to push the adoption of the metaverse economy. In general, the metaverse term has been widely abused, right? So when we really look at the metaverse itself, it's something that at the end of the day, a user will not even necessarily have to talk about, okay, I'm using the metaverse, I'm in the metaverse, as maybe we have been hyping it in the media and also in the space, especially during the hype cycle, right? We are not talking, I'm about 100 times about, I'm using the internet, every day, right? we just intuitively use it. Maybe as a builder, as a company, it's a different story, right? And that brings me back to what I was also mentioning about, there needs to be differentiation between those two pillars. In general, the way we see the metaverse is kind of the convergence of three key industries, right? Web3, the creator economy, and gaming. Of course, there's a lot of other factors that come into play there, but to simplify, we kind of narrowed it down to these three industries, right? And at the end of the day, we all know that this is going to be a huge economy, but at the same time, we need to push the adoption forward in the right way and start first building the infrastructure pillars before we can really address the huge mass adoption that we have, for instance, in, let's say, the Web2 worlds, right? And just to clarify, when I speak about the metaverse, I'm not talking about one world, right? Like, let's say in the Web 2 space, Roblox, in the Web 3 space, Decentraland. I'm actually speaking about the bigger pie, right? As others call it, the open metaverse. Generally, as we all probably know, right, the metaverse has a huge problem with adoption, especially from the Web3 angle, right? So that's something where you know, there has been a lot of promises, a lot of big names and brands entering the space, and it's helped kind of, I think, you know, really onboarding a lot of traditional companies to the space. I remember back like in 2018, I was also doing some security token stuff, right? And there was much harder to onboard also people that are not familiar with this topic from the traditional industries. The metaverse and the NFT terms have brought a lot of bigger brands, right? Which you can like it or not, but at the end of the day, they bring users, right, to the space, and I think that's good for all. And however, you know, we all know the issues, right? The lands in the metaverse are the key infrastructure domain, right? So we're not always going to spend our time moving from one website to the other or one app to the other, but in general, at least the way that lands are currently positioned, they serve as that key infrastructure domain. However, there's an overwhelmingly large amount of lands already out there, right? So lands is not something that, you know, like should be overwhelming. It should be intuitive to access. It should be, you know, there should be an aggregated overview, and it should be easy to navigate and not overwhelming, right? Where amongst alone the top 10 worlds, you have over 600,000 lands, right? And probably less than one user on average per single land, right? So it's a huge issue. At the same time, building on top of these lands is very inefficient, right? So there's zero standards when it comes to the different worlds, right? So basically, as a creator, as a builder, you have to build in each world kind of individually. Other worlds, I'm not going to mention the names. They don't even let you kind of, you know, host and own, so to say, the scenes you're building. They're on their own servers, right? However, they call themselves an open metaverse. And at the same time, it generally is just very inefficient, right? Within these spaces, there's no tool sets out there. There's no standards again, right? And it takes around about 300 plus hours in general to build on top of one land, right? Then there's, as we all know, probably, right, a huge lack of engagement. There's roughly 260,000 monthly active users among the top tier metaverses currently out there, or worlds currently out there, right? Which, of course, is you can see it, I mean, in general, if for an early industry, as a large amount, but at the same time, if you compare it to, the real internet users, it's obviously very limited and small, right? And one of the key issues is that that kind of, you know, connects to the previous points, is that most of these lands are worlds in general, right, are very siloed, right? They're on top of different blockchains. They're on top of, you know, they have different metadata infrastructure layers. They generally do not connect with each other. Of course, there's some theoretical initiatives already out there that work on these data standards, but it's still more theoretical, right, than practical. And as of now, you know, as a user moving from, let's say, one world to the other, let's say Decentraland to Sandbox or vice versa, as a blue chip worlds out there, for instance, it's just like, you know, completely different ecosystems, worlds, logins, and identities that you have as a user. This is why with MetaGameUp DAO, you know, we've kind of, let's say, approached it in a way where we have separated it into three pillars, right? From the user journey's perspective, the first pillar is investing, right? So anyone that enters the space kind of starts making a purchase and investment. Here we actually just 2 weeks ago launched the V2 of our heat map, which you can kind of envision as a search engine because it provides you an aggregated overview of different worlds, right? With complementary AI-based analytics around appraisals of lands. You can find clusters of undervalued lands, overvalued lands, and more. And yeah, like from a logic perspective, we kind of see it as currently when you start your Web 2 journey, you go to a web browser, right? And eventually we see this heat map kind of as that aggregated, let's say, domain app, right, in a sense, right, that allows you to access these different lands, these different worlds, and the, of course, respective utilities within. And as I mentioned, right, we have complementary analytics around that help you kind of navigate through that a bit more. The second pillar is the building part, right? This is something that, you know, eventually will serve as a key onboarding mechanism, so to say, in terms of, you know, onboarding the masses, because anyone is a creator in some way or another, right? And a key issue right now is that often you have to actually also be a developer, right? And of course, development is amazing. However, you know, most people are not developers, so therefore there need to be intuitive tools for creators and non-developers as well, right, to enter the space. And that's where we with MetaGameUp are currently developing actually a universal builder that allows you to develop and deploy scenes, assets, and further utilities across these different worlds. We started with Decentralized, right, where we also soon releasing actually a V3 of our current editor, which around 80% of Decentraland more or less use already, that has no code functions, right? So for instance, if you're not a developer, but you want to actually start building in the space, I invite you to join us. Already test the previous versions if you can, and definitely be waiting for the new version. We generally, on top of that, also define different building standards for businesses, right? So we also work a bit from the B2B side to really onboard from, you know, the masses through this domain, and then we are plugging in these building standards that we set with these businesses and the demands that they have into the different worlds, right? And respectively our builder. And the last pillar is basically the experience part, right? Because at the end of the day, the entire journey is an experience in a sense, right? Where we co-create different experiences based on the standards that we've set, right, from pillar 1 and 2, from the investing and building part in the different worlds. One feature, for instance, or focus is the sustainability part, where soon there will be a nice panel coming also with my partner Amir here. He's also an advisor at MetaGameUp. Then we also are soon launching a loyalty system that allows and addresses that retentiveness issue, and we release different digital standards, right, in terms of creations that you can plug and play into the different worlds. In general, the last point is what lays ahead, right? So as I mentioned, in general, the concept of the metaverse has been widely misunderstood. Worlds have been siloed and onboarding has been done in the wrong way, right? By kind of, not separating builders and users and just kind of mixing it up totally, right? Expecting billions of people almost already to enter the worlds while we don't even have any tool sets, standards, or infrastructure for builders. So the next key points that will happen in terms of our prediction from the metaverse economy is specifically tools and applications and infrastructure for builders, right? So the standards that need to be set that then allow you to push respectively or subsequently the adoption, right? Because to wrap it up with a little meme, at the end of the day, a user does not care, right? Which world they're in, what blockchain they use, right? We in the Web3 space, and me included, sometimes like to have a lot of, let's say, emotional attachment to the different chains and ecosystems, but at the end of the day, a user and the masses do not care about such things often. That you can find it sad or not, but it's just how it is, right? And therefore, that's kind of the overview from that side. And I invite you to join us. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And thanks so much, Stephen and the entire DAODenver team for the great organization. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Next up, we have Alex Wise with an amazing presentation for you guys.
Good day. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much, Denver DAO, for giving me an opportunity to speak and share some wisdom. As we all know that we are, as humanity, are facing a threat of survival because of industrial pollution, soil degradation, deforestation, habitat loss, climate disasters, wars, and other major issues. More than ever, people from west to east, from north to south, need to unite and correct the mistakes that we and our ancestors made by living unsustainably in all aspects of our lives. Our planet is only one home that we have, and it is threatened. The planet is a living organism with its own intelligence. And if we humans will continue causing damages, she will lose her patience. we see what is happening right now in the world with many natural disasters. The recent ones in Turkey, in Syria, big catastrophes. The planet is warning us. And right now we need to make a choice. Either we want to transition to the next stage of human evolution or fail. Yes, we see right now more and more conscious entrepreneurs, great solutions. We see people who care. We see people who is living sustainably, people who is trying to improve things. And there's a big hope that we will transition to the new era. It is time to think beyond smart. At this moment, we live in smart era. We still live in smart era. Smart technologies, smartphones, smart watches, smart TVs, smart homes. It has been a great deal of energy put into developing technologically advanced systems. But does it really make life on Earth better? The smart era is about extracting resources without the consideration of the overall effect of on the health of the world. This is anything but intelligent. We have been developing technology without wisdom that could guide us to the proper direction of advancement. The next stage of human evolution is the wise era, the era where technology, sustainability, and spirituality merge. We harness the power of creativity to develop technology for real-day solutions that can globally enhance the quality of life for all of us. And we can learn how to restore balance and biodiversity of ecosystems. In this era, we will learn and how to have relationships with the planet. We will heal relationships and build. Also, we will build relationship with the elements. Sacred earth. We give thanks when we nourished by food. Sacred water. We give thanks when we are drinking or taking shower. Water is life. Sacred fire. We give thanks when we cook our food, warm our homes, or just sit in front of the fire. Sacred air. We give thanks for every breath and celebrating being alive. The reason I'm saying sacred is because if even one of those elements were to be missing, there is no life, especially for us humans. Life is sacred itself and has nothing to do with religion or beliefs. These sacred elements shape and create all life forms, and even Earth herself. These living powers of nature has been honored by cultures from every corner of the world. For millennia as deities, angels, emanations from the divine. Their influence on our health and well-being have been pillars of ancient healing practices found in Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, shamanism, and other healing methods. I invite you to hold the relationships with these elements sacredly and allow them to teach you how they act within yourself. When we hold the energy of sacredness, gratitude, and honor, we are able to have a direct communication with the spirit of that element. When we are one with nature, when we are connected with nature, we are able to enter the state of harmony that in return renews everything around us and keeping us in sacred reciprocity with life herself. I want to talk about sustainability and regenerative culture. So sustainability is the wisdom and knowledge about how to use resources in balance and how our action affect the planet and create a regenerative effect. To live once again sustainably, we seek to create a culture that concerns itself of how every action affects plants, insects, animals, humans, bodies of water, air, and soil. People once knew themselves as an integral part of their ecosystems and lived in harmony. And there is nothing to do, and it is not just an indigenous perspective, but is meant for all of us to embrace once more. Resources can be shared abundantly with those who is able to live meaningful life and make conscious choices in how they use what Mother Earth provides. It is not how we do. It is not what we do. It is how we do. We need to consider how we make our clothes, how we grow our food, how we build our businesses. Are they sustainable? What businesses we support? How we build our homes? How we construct cities and generate the energy? Sustainability must be implemented in day-to-day life. Everything surrounding the intention of not harming and negatively impacting the environment. Conscious business. Business can uplift the consciousness of humanity and be rooted in service, love, and kindness. When people are acting from their spirits, it is natural to deeply tune and connect with nature and cosmos. So business is no longer void to be in deep purpose and mission that fills our lives. This is what we call conscious business. We are redefining what business means. It is no longer to be about survival, keeping yourself busy, or make as much money as possible. It is about making this world a better place. It is about to work with people who care about one another. It is about to be in service for the greater good and just do what is dearest to your heart and developing and sharing your gifts with the world and stay true to who you are. I invite you to contribute and make our world better with our businesses and DAOs, all our projects, and focus our energy around the love for our beautiful planet and be grateful for everything that she provides to us. Sustainability is becoming a new narrative of the new era. We will see a lot of changes in industries like supply chain, entertainment, gaming, Web3, healthcare. Everything will become more sustainable and people more and more thinking about how we can restore what was damaged. I believe that humans, by analyzing past mistakes and integrating centuries of wisdom, will learn how to live consciously, use resources wisely, how to take care of each other, how to take care of the planet, how to take care of our bodies. We will explore space consciously. We will facilitate conscious experiences. We will develop our abilities and grow together. And we will see the value of creating and living in communities. We will learn how to use resources of the planet sustainably. And I want to invite you to imagine the world where we all live in harmony with one another, where we generate sustainable free energy for the entire planet, where we survive catastrophic natural disasters and work with elements of nature instead of against, where we have access to safe food and water free from toxins, where land, ocean, rivers, and lakes are free from pollution, where the educational system is based on authentic expression and deep sense of purpose, where we all provided with equal opportunity and treated equally, where all members of society is using resources with love and gratitude and reciprocate with Mother Earth. This is not a fantasy. This is something that we all can build together. Thank you.
Alex, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
While I'm trying to swallow a muffin here, a whole muffin. When come on back up, I just want to, I think what Alex is doing is really important, and maybe we can invite you onto some of the refi panels that are coming up, because it's an area that you're touching on. So once again, we're going to be putting up QR codes. Please scan these QR codes. We're doing a very special partnership with ThriveCoin, and this is your proof of attendance for each of the sessions and also your mechanism for rewards. And we'll be making a big announcement on Wednesday night, tomorrow night, around 5:30. So come on then. We also have, I see Chorus over there in the house, and they've got a really amazing presentation and panel with some very special guests. So I want to just highlight that. And now, without further ado, I want to bring up Amir, who's organized a special block of conversation all about refi with some also amazing guests for panels and conversations, and also helping us to offset our carbon footprint. So I'll just hand over the mic now, and he'll let you know how to get involved.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Stephen. And thanks a lot for giving refi the opportunity here at DAODenver. We are very excited about this opportunity. Also, thanks, Nicholas, for facilitating this over here. Refi. Oh, sorry. Yes. Awesome, awesome. So maybe for the we'll have 2 slots of refi panels starting now, and I'd love to invite our first panelists over here. So Darren, if you would like to step up, looking forward to have you over here. We've got Marcus from KlimaDAO, please come up. Nicholas from MG8, from Metagame Hub. And yeah, so Nikhil, if you want to join, you can join this one. If not, we'll be happy. Okay, so awesome. Yes, sure. Alex, we're also happy to have you up here. So very inspiring talk you had beforehand, and I think it fits very well into the ethos of regenerative finance. Awesome. So maybe before starting talking about regenerative finance, also different other application fields, DeFi, Metaverse, we've got a Metagame up here, and how they actually work all together. I'd love to very shortly give a shout out to DAOPlanet. Thanks for organizing this. This is very amazing. We're looking forward to see more and more refi events at the different Web3 and non-Web3 events taking place, and we're very excited about that. One topic of regenerative finance is accounting for your own responsibility. So we all have non-avoidable carbon footprint which we're creating, and we know that the global climate crisis is there, and oopala. So thanks for underlining this very important point. So we actually have, with events.mentalprotocol.com, a website where you can go and actually offset your carbon footprint for the DAODenver event. It's not only about having central top-down decisions on regenerative actions, we have to live that all together. So please feel free to go on events.mentalprotocol.com. One funny, interesting thing is that we've also got a metaverse event. So you'll find that in our Twitter feed. You can join the metaverse event, from which you can also access the donation possibilities for this DAODenver event. So thanks a lot for that. I would love to actually go over and give a small introduction of the people before driving into the topic over here, and dear friends and builders in this very exciting field. So maybe I'll just start over here with you, Nicolas, as you're to my left side. Great having you over here. And would you give a small introduction on how you see Metaverse and ReFi in a short instance, and how that's interesting for you, maybe from a utility perspective? And after that short intros, we'll start and delve more into the topic. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Amir, for organizing this panel. So yeah, probably you heard I'm Nicholas, founder of MetaGameUp and DAC. And basically for us at MetaGameUp specifically, which is my builder hat, so to say, you know, the topic of sustainability is something that, you know, basically has always been relevant. I think it's something that in general, you know, people kind of from the Web3 space, I mean, there's a lot of projects that are focusing on it and you know, providing value, but at the same time, when it comes to really the understanding of Web3 beyond, let's say, you know, the main pillars of DeFi NFTs, there has not been enough focus yet on this topic. And therefore, you know, from our side, we want to be kind of a leader, right, from the metaverse space specifically, where, of course, there's also a lot of computational power and other energy-consuming resources that, you know, of course, need to be offset, or in the best case, even become climate positive. And also, apart from that, I think, you know, in general, what I find quite interesting is that, you know, the metaverse itself can provide a more maybe gamified and fun engagement with the topic, right? Where I think sometimes it can be a bit abstract, or people are like, okay, what are carbon credits really? You know, they're not that tangible maybe to outsiders. And therefore, I think that's where the metaverse can provide a lot of value. And I see the convergence as a strong driver for adoption, which with MetaGameUp DAO we really want to push forward with other amazing partners.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Very interesting take. So we've also got Darren from Nori over here. Nori is like since 2017 one of the very early members of ReFi. Very happy to have you over here, Darren.
Thank you.
Please give us a few words.
Sure.
We're happy to delve into the topics.
Thank you, Amir, for organizing this panel. My name is Darren McKelvey. I'm the head of crypto partnerships at Nori. So we are a blockchain-based carbon removal marketplace on a mission to reverse climate change. That's a very hefty lift there. So yeah, we started with, I'd say before ReFi was like a marketing sort of term, as like one of the early carbon removal marketplaces, because there's too many greenhouse gases trapped in the atmosphere. So we started with regenerative agriculture. We pay farmers, or we incentivize them to sequester carbon in their soil for a minimum of 10 years. That definitely fits into the ReFi definition there. And then we have third-party verification, measurement, and we take that on and put it on a certificate that proves that somebody, let's say it's a metaverse company or any type of company, has taken that climate action. We mint that on the blockchain, and you cannot trade that. Where we see things going in general is that, like you had mentioned before, is that we don't think about our carbon footprint on a daily basis because there's a lot of eco-anxiety around that, and we tend to want to blame
larger corporations for that. But we can do things with Web3. There's more incentivization in the metaverse. You can make more impact. You can do more, or not even worry about what your carbon footprint is because you're incentivized to do more than you possibly can. So I think creating solutions that are outside of what our normal activities are, that are gamified, are really important to push us beyond sustainability, beyond like what we think is like the baseline of what we're going to do in starting to remove carbon and reduce our emissions.
Awesome, thanks a lot, Darren. And yeah, looking forward to KlimaDAO over here. So like KlimaDAO has been creating a lot of awareness and a very radical, aggressive approach of using Web3. And given the times over here, this has been like a good inspiration for many other refi projects. Happy to hand over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Marcus. I'm a core contributor at KlimaDAO. Basically, at Klima, we're trying to bring the traditional carbon market, which has existed for decades off-chain, and bring that market infrastructure into the 21st century. Right now, the way people source carbon credits is over the phone. They go back and forth over email. Maybe 6 weeks later, someone sends an invoice and a wire transfer. So we think that DeFi infrastructure can provide a much more robust, liquid, and transparent market for this important asset class. And so where Nori is focused on building sort of the next generation of carbon asset, specifically around removals, we're really trying to build a robust liquid market that will facilitate access to both Nori tokens as well as traditional carbon credits issued by the likes of Vera and Gold Standard, plus the dozens of other new and exciting carbon credit methodologies that are emerging these days. So yeah, happy to dig more into that later.
Awesome, thanks a lot. We just had the pleasure of listening to your presentation, but please give us a small intro. Thanks.
Yes, hi again, everyone. My name is Alex, and I was born in Ukraine. I moved here when I was 20 years old, and I founded the transportation company, which is called DVL Express. And I did a revolution in this industry because my company is like completely different from any other companies. People are saying this is Google in trucking, because I created the beautiful culture where we give back, where we care about our employees. We created different tools and also information for people to how to maintain their mind, body, and spirit. We have gym, kitchen with healthy food, meditation room. We allocate portion of our profit to plant trees and plant every year trees. So we do we know that our industry is harming a lot the environment, so we trying to be an example for others and yeah, just give something back. And we've been nominated as the best workplace in Chicago by Chicago Tribune, by the way. And then I decided to move from Chicago to California and start the Wise Castle. This is the crypto castle and crypto community, conscious crypto community, that it's called Wise Tribe. And it's a group of leaders, conscious entrepreneurs, that is creating different solutions to make this world a better place. Some of them are the Wise Logistics. We create an ecosystem of hardware, software solutions on the blockchain. It's decentralized, and yeah, we're using best technologies. Also, we're building our own blockchain, as well as we started the nonprofit organization WisePlanet, and pretty much from all our projects, we allocate portion of the profits to the nonprofit, and then doing some good things. And right now, we are working on a project as well, the NFT marketplace for conscious art. And the intention of this project is how we can make this world a better place with NFTs. So artists going to be able to allocate portion of the profits towards the different foundations. Yeah, so I believe that Web3 is the movement that will do the big shift.
Awesome, thanks a lot, thanks a lot. I think one thing to contemplate on is like hearing those lovely regenerative approaches. That's something I learned at RefiDAO's first event. John, shout out over here. So we have to understand regeneration across the ecological, economic, and social dimension. So very interesting to hear different aspects covering this over here. We've got the climate crisis. Against this background, I want to explain regenerative finance a little bit more. The two-step solution for the climate crisis is reducing the carbon footprint, measuring it. And the second important step to accelerate climate action is accounting for the non-avoidable carbon footprint and compensating for it. The climate crisis is an issue which we have because of huge coordination issues, growing amount of stakeholders from investors, regulators, brokers, carbon credit providers, environmental projects, then also the demand side, as well as verifiers, if I haven't mentioned them, bring complexity. And Web3 is at core a technology allowing stakeholders to redesign and incentivize different stakeholders towards an aim. So this intersection of Web3 and climate, this is something how I would define regenerative finance in a specific way. Looking at the differences between regenerative finance and traditional finance, it's about not accumulating wealth, and rather it's about creating circular systems. It's not about, concentrating on short-term value, but rather, again, linked to the aim of accumulating wealth, but actually create circular systems, including Mother Earth, into this ecosystem. So many different, let's say, solutions are important for that, and very happy to hear the different approaches over here. If we want to understand ReFi a little bit more, maybe on a product level, I think that's also an interesting way of looking at it. We see tokenized ecosystem services, and if we take a subcategory of that, we would have tokenized carbon credits, for example. I'm very excited about social impact tokens and what we can do over there. So besides this product, where I would, from a sales perspective, Mental Protocol is an access tool to those ReFi assets, we'll go to CMOs and would like to have them include that into their product revenue and attach in their product bundle offering also verified environmental projects. So that's one product line, impact tokens, donations basically to past verified actions. And a second product to understand also the angle of DeFi and ReFi over here are future funds of environmental projects, leveraging DeFi, so providing early access to those environmental projects. And those are different, let's say, product levels we can talk about. And I think KlimaDAO has a very interesting way of how they launched and actually bridging DeFi, ReFi, a community, and very exciting to see innovations stemming in different directions. So in our next talk, we'll also have a centrifuge there, starting at 12:40. They will dive, in actually 6 minutes. They will delve a little bit into that. Maybe I would love to cover 2-3 points over here, DeFi and ReFi. So for that, Marcus, I would love to give you the word and explain the context you've experienced here and build.
So as I mentioned earlier, the current state of the traditional carbon market off-chain is pretty woefully outdated. So there's some low-hanging fruit there around just bringing the existing carbon credits into the, out of the shadows into the light, creating a liquid asset that can be traded on a DEX like Polygon, like SushiSwap rather, on Polygon. And that was the first phase of what Klima was doing, just trying to bring the existing market on-chain, have greater transparency and liquidity, and allow people like you and I to access it with a crypto wallet the way we'd access any other asset. The next phase was to try to drive retirements, to drive the underlying use of these credits for their originally intended purpose. And there we see things like we developed a pledge app, which lets you make a commitment to offset a certain amount and then show the on-chain activity that matches that commitment. Menthol Protocol is developing similar user-facing tooling to make it easier to access these credits on top of the infrastructure that Klima is building. The next phase, the phase we're entering now, is a process of bootstrapping new liquidity pools, new types of credits that will represent new methodologies or additional methodologies that aren't currently available in the liquidity pools that exist today. In particular, right now we have the baseline credits. BCT is the most liquid asset. Base carbon ton is designed to be the floor of the carbon markets. It has a broad range of products from large-scale renewable energy to waste management to industrial process change. but they're also the cheapest credits. The next sort of rung above the baseline is what are called nature-based avoidance credits. And there's existing pools like NCT that model that is nature-based avoidance. The idea there is you're going to protect an existing forest, like the Amazon rainforest, from being deforested in an area that's otherwise under threat of being logged or deforested. But those are only 2 of the credit classes that exist in the market, and there's really like dozens of different methodologies out there, of which there's like 3 or 4 that we already have in mind. We would like to launch liquidity pools for those new credit classes. In particular, we just funded our first DAO-funded carbon project in Bangladesh. We're going to be helping refugees get access to clean cook stoves. And then the idea is that we'll use the credits that are produced from that project to create a new liquidity pool. And then all of us will be able to access those credits and support those projects the same way we've enabled access for base carbon ton and nature-based avoidance.
Awesome, thanks a lot. We just have like a couple of minutes left, but I think this was a great knowledge fill of how DeFi and ReFi can come together. Like metaverse, I would love to touch that. Actually, we were planning on doing that, but I think we'll do this in the next panel. I'm very interested in like discussing the digital IDs which are created and matching that with digital carbon IDs, actually showing the carbon footprint and the positive climate action in the metaverse. But as we have a little bit time left, I would love to bring up one very important topic, which is regenerative farming. You already like touched, Darren, this topic of regenerative farming and how that can be understood, like when looking at ReFi, as a subcategory of great importance. It has to do with the food supply, right, as well as with right incentives. So maybe you could like share us how Nori is like helping the farmers over here.
Yeah. So I recommend, there's a bunch of documentaries on regenerative agriculture, regenerative farming that I recommend. I would say Kiss the Ground on Netflix is great. There's some other ones.
That's the one that comes to
That's the one, yeah. I mean, I was working at Nori at the time, but I think to really understand things on a human level is like, what is the day-to-day of the farmer? What are the anxieties? What are the business threats that they're having because of the negative effects of climate change? So they don't know if their harvest is going to be complete for the next season. They don't know about, they can't really tell when there's going to be like terrible weather that's going to wipe something out. So they're looking for new revenue streams. So being able to be incentivized to change their practices from like old school, more industrial farming practices to regenerative practices is really important for them because it represents an ability to make more money. Example of a regenerative agriculture practices is cover crops. So that's a process of where they will grow crops on top of their crops. Like could be alfalfa mixed with corn, and maybe they're growing soy and wheat underneath that. The idea is that when you're taking better care of the soil, you're able to absorb more carbon in the soil, and then they can get paid for that as long as we can keep the measurements as close as possible, because it's very difficult for nature-based carbon offsets to be measured over time. So it's really inspiring to see how this changes the lives of farmers. Having a new revenue stream allows them to expand upon what they're working on, but also there's other co-benefits where there's better water retention, there's better quality soil means better quality crops, and better yields over time. So there are some farmers that we've worked with that have maybe questioned climate change, like whether this is real or not. But when you incentivize somebody to try something new, and our farmers, we have 20 right now, they have taken that bold step of paying for verification, paying to change over to these practices. They're really taking that risk, and they're seeing the benefits. Being able to scale that is really important. We have a partnership with Bayer. It's their foreground side, which they have millions of acres where they're having their farmers adopt regenerative practice. So it's really great to see that there's more incentives to actually change practices, which is helpful for our food ecosystem, for biodiversity in general.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for sharing, and I think this shows again the different aspects which come into place, right? From DeFi to refi, like let's say very abstract topics, to actually farming and the farming practices and how they work with their soil. So yeah, very amazing to hear. Like we're actually over time. I wanted to talk just 1 minute very shortly because you were mentioning your involvement also in Ukraine. We had like a discussion on how like a future fund, let's say for Ukraine farmers, we have some business partners who provide verification services and let's say optimization services for farmers specifically. And they had like they, as well as their Ukraine base, have a very hard time now over here. So the interesting idea of like melting social impact tokens and like carbon credit impact tokens by having a future fund specifically for areas where there's like catastrophes or wars happening is something, yeah, a very interesting angle over here. Maybe you have some thing to share on this point. I'd love to give you the closing word over here for this panel, and we'll continue then very shortly with the next panel. Sorry, Nicolas, for cutting short on Metaverse over here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this idea of creating the funds for those areas where the catastrophes or wars. And yeah, and hopefully in my country the war is going to be ended soon, and we will need to do a lot of work to rebuild it and take care of the people who is struggling and you know, who was going through this hell. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, instead of really focusing on fixing the problems of humanity, we have wars still on the planet, which is, I mean, it's ridiculous. I pray and I hope that it's going to be over and we're never going to have wars again, and we're going to have harmony and peace.
Thanks a lot for those lovely words. So I think we can break it up and actually start the second refi panel. Thanks a lot for sharing your knowledge over here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hey, everybody. Can I encourage everyone here to just stand up real quick? Everyone in the audience, can you just stand up for me? There's so much excitement here. Okay, you're already there. Now come forward. Let's fill these front 2 rows and be present here together and have a little experience, because there are some of the most brilliant minds across Web3 and impact here today. And I just want to invite you really to be here, to be fully present in this conversation. So come on through. We got some sitters in the back rowers here. There's actually an NFT for the people in the front row, so you got to get access. Let's go.
So thanks a lot, John, for giving here some good energy over here. We're looking forward to the second refi panel over here. Hello, Philip, by the way. Lovely seeing you over here. Yeah, I was very excited, like on a short notice, to have this amazing panel over here as well with amazing partners of ours, hoping also to work together in future jointly on the regenerative tomorrow. So we just had the pleasure of discussing with a few other refi partners what regenerative finance is. Maybe I would start with a small ask into the question, and start with John over here, as I learned a lot about through refi DAO about regenerative finance. What is your definition of regenerative finance? To mirror that, what in respect of the discussions we had just like earlier, and then I'd love to walk you through the agenda and through the speakers. So thanks a lot to everyone, and John, happy to.
Yeah, so I think my short take on what is refi is the pursuit of how to redesign money and heal the earth. So that's kind of a short piece. It is obviously the combination of decentralized finance on one hand and regenerative economics on the other. And you get this beautiful, slightly, uncanny symphony that most people don't really expect, but is really powerful together. So that's my short definition. Hope that helps.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for this reopen of the regenerative finance. Awesome. Thanks a lot. Like a small introduction of the panelists over here, let's get that started. We have founder of DAC incubator and investor, as well as Meta Game Hub, a one-stop solution for investing and building into metaverses over here. Nicolas will delve more into the metaverse aspect of it. We've got Philip over here, co-founder of Centrifuge, but also shedding light on a VC focusing on climate tech and Web3. Very much looking forward to that. John from ReFi DAO, he brings the whole ReFi community together, together with Daryl, who's also over here. Lovely seeing you for the first time over here. And yeah, we've got Phil from Flow Carbon, who basically, for me personally, showed that there's severe interest in ReFi, also from an institutional level, having like a landmark raise and vision, bridging the liquidity gap, and yeah, bringing ReFi to the next level, together with Cello on the next side. So Nikhil, lovely to have you over here, and very much looking forward to understand the perspective of L1s on ReFi and how that ties into a strategy. So for this panel over here, we divided it in two different blocks. So in the first block, we'll actually want to touch together with Philip from Centrifuge and VC's climate tech VC perspective, as well as Phil from Flow Carbon, as well as Cello from a L1 perspective, what ReFi is. And then in the second step, actually take a look at some applications around ReFi. So we'll cover the metaverse perspective a bit more in depth. We'll also talk about how DAOs can utilize ReFi. So a ReFi DAO is one example for their having it already in the name. And then, of course, I'd love to talk shortly about Mental Protocol and how we basically see regenerative finance in our tech solution ecosystem.
Come in, y'all. If you came in, come sit. Come join us. Come on.
So, Philip, I would love to start with you, and I would love to understand, now having covered in the previous session, I'm not sure if you were there already, we touched a few ReFi topics, like what basically the investment perspective is on that. I think that's a good perspective to start on, and yeah, I would love to hand over to you.
Sweet. Hi. Quick disclaimer, when I'm wearing my VC hat, I'm also wearing my builder hat, having built in DeFi, like just when the term DeFi became a thing, starting 2017. And what we are looking at when we're saying we're investing in ReFi these days is that there's a chance to bring an ecosystem that doesn't really exist yet. I think somebody on the panel before said it, like if you talk about carbon markets, people are doing OTC calls and sending around invoices months later. So this whole marketplace idea with transparency and verifiability and retiring credits, all that stuff doesn't exist at all. So I think this is a chance for us to go from 0 to 1 with a lot of these technologies. So for us, investing in this is that there's a whole new generation of technology that enables us to have regenerative finance, regenerative, you said it, circular economies. And there's just so much possibility when we talk about supply chains, like not the old IBM blockchain stuff, but like really tracking supply chains in public ledgers and so on. So there's a bunch of pockets that we are excited in investing. Carbon markets is really one big thing today, but there's just much more coming after that.
Awesome, thanks a lot, Philip. So with that, I'd like to give over to Phil from Flow Carbon and understanding the supply side over here. Like Flow Carbon being a tokenizer and also having different financial tools around that. Looking forward to this perspective.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so one of the really interesting things about regenerative economics and regenerative finance is it's all about actually being in opposition to extractive finance, where current financial systems and current economic systems are largely built about how much money can I extract from the system. And so you would think carbon markets, which is this beautiful capitalistic system that was designed to address climate change, right? How can we basically take projects that otherwise are unaffordable and bring capital to them to make them restore forests, conserve forests, assist in energy transition, is actually relatively extractive. Right now, because it's this large OTC market without liquidity and without price discovery, brokers and middlemen oftentimes take in excess of 30% of the value directly for themselves. And so by bringing this market on chain, we actually have the opportunity to take that margin that, I don't know if this one works either. So take that margin that exists there and that extraction and actually reduce that down to a minimal amount, and over time to actually reduce it down to a very, very, very tiny amount. And what's really interesting about the space is there are over 100 companies, protocols, entities that are building carbon bridges right now, thinking about ways. I'm not kidding, there's over 100. Someone recently made a map of this, and there are over 100, I think it's actually closer to 200 right now, entities that are working on this problem. And it's a problem of how do we take an existing market that has no infrastructure, right? There is no settlement layer. There is sort of this very old infrastructure. It's not even Web 1. And bring it on chain and sort of bypass all of the other normal infrastructure that gets built in financial markets. And to me, that's really interesting. And that's sort of, in some ways, the low-hanging fruit of this market is these carbon bridges. Ultimately, where you want to see is what Nori's doing and what other entities are doing, like Regen Protocol, where we have native issuance of carbon credits on chain. And so if you fast forward a few years, the market is already looking there. The standards bodies who today issue carbon credits, they're already thinking about, well, blockchain makes sense here. All these entities want to tokenize our carbon credits. Why don't we just tokenize them as primitives? Yes, that is the right answer. That is what should happen, and that it's going to take some time for that to happen. But ultimately, what we end up seeing is a carbon market where the carbon assets, the carbon credits, are actually produced on chain. They're traded on chain. There's liquidity on chain. There's standardization on chain. So what happens next? What we need to do is unlock the next big bottleneck, which is financing and quality. And so the financing bottleneck is actually this sort of really elegant progression of this, because what you can do is take carbon forwards, forward contracts on carbon credits. So going to a project developer, KlimaDAO was talking about how they financed a forward contract already. And so you basically go and do forward financing with projects, where you give projects money in order to do the work they need to do in order to capture carbon or avoid carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. And you take that and you create an NFT out of it. That's the contract. And now that contract can be fulfilled by the delivery of carbon credits to it in tokenized form, right? So you create this trustless product. And now what you have the ability to do is to create an entire financial system, an entire product suite on top of that, that is self-executing and trustless across there. So what we did at Flow Carbon, along with Centrifuge, is we actually did the first financing of a forward contract on chain in Q3 of last year. And we put that into a Centrifuge product where we tranched the risk. So we basically created a junior tranche and a senior tranche. And what that did was it allowed investors to come in at different risk profiles, getting different rates of return, having different risk-reward profiles that allowed them to actually use this the way that financial instruments are used in every other asset class around the world. And so now you think about scaling that up and taking this to large pools of contracts with large pools of capital, large pools of underwriters who are actually building this up across an entirely trustless self-executing system that can then have massive derivatives on it. And that's what's necessary to sort of get to the trillion-dollar scale that we need in order to actually address climate change.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Philip. Philip, that's a very interesting and important take, and also understanding that the entire value chain in so many different facets can move on chain is, like, I think, a perfect introduction to hand over to Nikhil, Celo L1, a mobile-first blockchain application, actually, yeah, doing a lot of great work over here. So being this intersection of all of what we've heard before, from actually future funds to carbon credits, and basically having the responsibility, right, of building together a new financial system. Would love to hear about Celo's take on refi over here.
Yeah, sure. So I would say, from the way we think about our approaches, we view the world as a multi-chain type of world. And really, when it comes down to a layer one type of situation, it's a combination of what is your tech stack as well as what is your ecosystem. Those are the two kind of core facets as we think of what everyone else has talked here on the panel about refi. And so from a tech stack standpoint, it's first, like, how do you essentially, we see kind of global adoption down the line really happening from a mobile standpoint. So having a blockchain that's really designed for that. And then the second component is your ecosystem. So who is building on your platform? What is that mission? What is the ethos of your ecosystem as a whole? And how are you bringing in kind of relevant projects and partners together to solve what is a broader challenge, right? And what everyone else here has talked about in terms of the need for a more regenerative economy. And so, yeah, in that case, it's actually like building out that infra. And so that is, things such as like working with Flow Carbon, for example, or I was earlier at the Axelar Interoperability Summit, and it's thinking about cross-chain mechanisms, like making sure that you have robust cross-chain tooling so that you're not actually thinking about liquidity on any one blockchain or any one protocol, but that capital can actually move seamlessly. If you don't, you basically recreated what's the existing problem, right, in the traditional financial system, in which capital actually doesn't flow smoothly. So how do you think about the actual movement of assets itself? And then it's from there thinking about, like, how can you leverage that to scale, right? So as you're building out and you're bringing in more and more partners into an ecosystem, how can you coalesce that into a larger kind of scaling standpoint where you continue using that to bring in new partners who actually may not be Web3 savvy, who really may not be interested initially in carbon credits or even forward marketplaces or anything like that at the moment. And so how do you kind of think about that narrative? And then the last piece for us as well is thinking about, you know, core components like on and off ramps, where we can talk all we want about the financing of kind of different things for a regenerative economy, which a lot of it is actually going to predicate in other parts of the world, right? And a core component to that is actually making sure that you're designing a blockchain and you're designing infrastructure so that people there can actually reach it. If we're just designing a system in which it still predicates upon people who now have to be fully Web3 native, and you basically recreated the same problem. And so in that case, it's like, how do you have on and off ramp partners? How do you again tie that to a mobile interface? So building out that entire type of ecosystem is something that we've thought a lot about and have been spending a lot of time working with different partners and then really trying to figure out how they connect. Because one challenge in a decentralized world is actually that things aren't always seamlessly connected. And for an end user, that actually can be really challenging. So how do we build those together?
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Nikhil. And I think one very important aspect coming over here, besides the technological solutions over here, like harmonizing product and payment flow, enriching it with other service providers, the community aspect of L1s and of like the Web3 ecosystem is also a very crucial part over here. So before jumping to the next part of the session, where we take a look at the use cases and also applications built on that. So Mental Protocol will also be happily building on Cello and hoping to bring value over there for the demand side and for the ecosystem itself. Maybe Philip, I would love to like give you the closing word on the first block. Is there like a specific point you'd like to highlight? We've listened to the financing part, we've listened to the tokenization and supply part, and about the tech layer. So is there like a remark you would like to place here before we go over?
Yeah, thanks, absolutely. Actually, what we're doing with Refi is we're building regen building blocks, like regen Legos, right? So like tying in local community or carbon credits and forwards and financing, then how to include DAOs, and all of this can only work if we also develop some standards across the ecosystem. And I also want to highlight the fact that you said for Cello, you're going towards the community like mobile first, but on the other side, we have a whole other bubble to pop, and that is how to get into like industry, like the folks who are having all the huge emissions today. How do we get them to use this, what we believe, much better infrastructure and markets in the future without kind of shying them away that they have to deal with what blockchain and crypto and wallets are. So I think there's a huge opportunity to pop the bubbles on many directions and really have flow of information, flow of capital, and baking that all into a regenerative cycle.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Like this like actually brings me right away to a thought of Mental Protocol, so I'll actually take it from there. So thank you for this handover. So we see two different target segments in our market entry strategy, which is the non-Web3 B2B to C space, where we think it should be much more easy to turn this industry into a climate positive industry compared to others, which are actually the much more important industries, the non-Web3 B2B companies, which you are like actually explaining, who have a few good things to like do for their past emissions and also for their current actions. So Mental Protocol understands itself as a multi-sided platform building on top of layer ones, so an application layer on top. On the one side, aggregating the supply side of different products we heard, so through a cool pool, that's a user account on Mental, we want to give access in a very easy way. You just set up an account, say a copy paste for Web3 projects, the smart contract into it. We calculate your carbon footprint on a continuous base. For non-Web3 customers, we also want to integrate with existing calculators, and basically creating those user profiles where companies can show their carbon footprint and their positive climate action while engaging their community. So there are like different things coming here together, and we are very excited on like working on this demand-sided automation tool. We'll have on the 21st of April our soft launch. We've started our closed beta in the beginning of the year. So this will be together at the event in Munich, actually in live, but we'll also have a metaverse event over here. Our community engagement and engaging the communities of the different Web3 B2B projects to start off with will happen through a metaverse, like a community which we want to build up, where the community can vote on what kind of environmental projects to support. Mental Protocol will start in a permissioned way, where also the community can vote on which next cool pools to actually to launch. And we've got like different marketing strategies over here. This is because we need a sustainable growth of our young product. We are very much eager to launch our token and turn into a permissionless system. So I think the interesting aspect over here, which we saw at Mental Protocol for the Web3 world, was creating or leveraging the metaverse over here, because we have a new cultural space which is created, which is basically a front end for Web3 to a certain degree, where different like from digital ID over to different loyalty programs and different experiences which can be created. We believe that that's an amazing intersection with climate action and climate engaged communities. So Nicholas, would love to hear your take on metaverse and how we can build in let's say, refi stack into that. So maybe you can take us on a journey of the different avatars and like a meta game hub as such, and I'd love to explain then our launch very shortly on that. And thanks a lot, Nicholas.
No, amazing. Thanks, Amir. And yeah, I would say before I jump into detail, I would say that in general, refi is a much, it's a super important topic, right? And the metaverse is, I see it more as complementary to pushing the adoption, right? I just want to say that, and shout out to everyone here for all the amazing work, right? So I'm here kind of the novice when it comes to refi. So basically, I would say from these complementary support pillars, I would divide it into product, community, and go-to-market, right? From the product side itself, the metaverse can, as you mentioned also before, kind of serve in a way as a front end, so to say. It's maybe not technically correct, but of the Web3 adoption, right? Because at the end of the day, when it comes to mass adoption and also the adoption of traditional businesses, right, that was mentioned before as well, the current user journeys in Web3, as we all know, are still not really intuitive and fun, right? So therefore, I think specifically from that pillar, eventually, let's say these virtual worlds, right? And when I say metaverse, I'm not talking about one world, right? Like I talk about the entire, let's say, pie of these different ecosystems, also Web2 worlds even, right? So therefore, I think in just making it accessible, right, through gamifying, having these virtual spaces, making it accessible in these ecosystems, and you mentioned also the avatar economies around it, right? So if you, for instance, see the avatar as your digital representation in these virtual worlds, right, and as your identity thereof, there's a lot of interesting pillars in terms of further incentivizing, right, via loyalty systems attached to that avatar that you utilize in these different worlds, right? The let's say adoption and the let's say engagement even with the topic. In terms of other use cases from the product side, I would say something interesting is also just you mentioned metaverse events, right? So it's quite easy, right, to offset a metaverse event. It's not much to offset, obviously, but you can, for instance, have token-gated access to that event, where, of course, your NFT that grants you that access is your proof, right, of that offsetting. So there's a lot of very simple use cases, I think, that you can start with, but that kind of make it more tangible for people and also for newcomers entering, let's say, the metaverse, Web3, or even the refi space, right? From the community part specifically, I think it can just kind of further complement refi communities that evolve and build, right, through a bit more immersive environments, through community gatherings, weekly meetups. Again, the tangibility of that you can actually see, right? What we're talking about with regards to carbon offsetting and other topics, right? And from the go-to-market strategy, I think yeah, it really revolves around the gamification, right? That actually, so to say, also for the masses, refi can become something that, you know, is fun, can maybe become a game, right? And at the end of the day, when people have fun, when they're incentivized, they always tend to, you know, have more motivation. It maybe with a super important topic like refi shouldn't be this way, right? People should just, from a default perspective, deal with that topic, but sadly, it's how it is, right? And therefore, I think the metaverse can provide, specifically with targeted worlds that address also refi needs, really these topics down the road.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Like I love this aspect of basically rewarding real-world actions and linking that to the metaverse. So this is like a very general concept, but I'm looking forward. Like I'm just excited about exploring this together with Meta Game Hub and Menthol. So one important point over here when looking at the application side is also the community, as mentioned over here. So this is like a handover to refi DAO, who's been doing amazing work of like real-world connections and knowledge exchange over here. So countless Telegram groups all over the world and connecting the refi people together. So had a lot of value from that. Thanks a lot. And love to understand from a DAO, like a refi DAO specifically, like how refi plays an important role or can be built into a more important role.
Yeah, so I think I would actually step back and just anchor the opportunity here. So, you know, the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015 was ratified by all the nations of the world, finally agreeing on something, that we need to reach a net zero economy by 2050 and get a 50% global emission reduction by 2030. And this really anchors a massive capital flow over the next few decades that is hundreds of trillions of dollars worth. And I think, you know, framing the opportunity of refi as the key technology and cultural evolution that allows for that capital to flow in a system that people actually trust is going to a place that's having an impact is really the key framing for me. And so I think the metaverse framing is interesting, but I also don't have the personal experience of like actually engaging that. And so I think for me, what we're doing at refi DAO is the first foundation of DAOification, is rooting this global network in local startup communities of physical people meeting regularly and forming partnerships between public and private and third sector, and really becoming an on-ramp for talent and capital into this new regenerative economy that has to be in order for us to reach net zero by 2050. And so you'll hear an announcement on Saturday about this, really an invitation basically to all of the founders and all of the startup communities all over the world who want to become a core foundation of this movement and to, tell the rest of the world and all the other talent and all the capital that there's this incredible economic opportunity, but also really a cultural one of a new way for people who are looking to make a difference and make money to finally belong. And I think Web3 plays a really important role in making this something that people trust. So that's a little framing and anchor for us. More news on that coming soon. Thanks, Amir.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, John. Very happy for this lovely 2 sessions of refi talk over here. I think we covered amazing topics and hopefully contributed to a more holistic understanding of refi. Are there any questions over here? We've still got a minute left, so if there are any questions, we'd love to actually take that. If not, yeah, awesome.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm Eli. If you don't know me, how can we get involved in refi?
Awesome. I think we've got a group of people here to answer that. One amazing place to go to, I would say, is refi DAO. That's where I personally learned a lot, and that's a great source of different knowledge streams around that. I'm personally involved, for example, in the NFT project of Flow Carbon. So you can get involved through NFTs, which are carbon backed. That's I never bought NFTs because I'm just not the art guy, although I'm in Web3. But that was one interesting way of getting engaged with it. And also joining amazing L1s who are focusing on refi is a good intersection. We at Menthol Protocol would of course warmly welcome you over here. So we'd love to have you as an early user and explore the different refi products over here, and also jointly in the metaverse. So I hope this was helpful. Reach out, come to our
You can also download Valora. All the call-outs.
I was also going to say, we do have hackathons as well. So if you're looking to participate in a hackathon, or we have an accelerator program, And so in addition to Refi DAO, which I think has provided a lot of resources, then there are other tooling and developer documents and things like that for new developers.
Yeah, SelloCamp is phenomenal. And can't recommend SelloCamp enough if you're like new to the space and new to trying to get involved and need to understand the base level of resources that are available out there. It's really a way to jumpstart everything. But from a personal level, you can go and do offsetting on chain. You can buy, there are a couple different NFT projects. Echo Sapiens launched this week. There's the Flowers NFT project. There's go join Refi DAO. You can go join a cool pool when they launch. There's a lot of opportunities for individual impact that can just take place. And then if you want to build and grow the ecosystem, there's a ton of opportunity. And I think it's one of the warmest, inside of Web3, one of the warmest ecosystems there are.
Probably just message any one of us. I think everyone here is super responsive.
Or just talk to us after.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amir and friends. So many amazing people on that panel. Love that we can actually use this community and use these technologies to improve the world, regenerative finance, and new ways to measure and reward for positive impact on the planet. Going to set this up for our next I believe this is Gennaro. Are you next, Gennaro? Okay. Just sorry, I got pulled away taking care of some business because now we're announcing the .bit DAODenver after party. Got to make sure I get this all cleared by marketing and I'm using the right terminology. Right here tomorrow night, starting at 6 p.m. So don't miss it. We're going to be putting out the big word and start to spread the word. Without further ado, Gennaro DAOurso, checking the screen for presenting, and then we do not have Israel Mirsky, but standing in for Israel Mirsky this afternoon we have
Matty Mo. Is that on? Is that on?
Matty Mo.
Matty Mo.
As a nice little segue from Refi, we're going to talk about some DeSci, Refi, the medical field.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's give it a second to have people settle.
I guess nobody wants to cry.
So, hi, DAODenver. We're here talking about democratizing pharma, a fireside chat with Dr. DAOurso, who I had the pleasure of meeting last night. A brief overview of Dr. DAOurso. He founded Genetic Networks. He's leading development on the GeneScape platform, which is commercializing concepts of modular biology, yeast genetics, and cellular intelligence. He's got a cash flow positive business. He's an expert in yeast genetics and molecular biology, trained at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle and the Imperial Cancer Research Fund in London. He's a professor of pharmacology at the University of Miami. Dr. DAOurso leads a successful lab and is widely recognized as a leader in the application of biological networks to advance and accelerate the discovery of new disease treatments. Welcome, Dr. DAOurso.
Thank you for having me here.
Did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That's quite a lot.
Okay, so I'm trying to do my best here, so please bear with me. Maybe you could give us a bit of a background on the history of Genetic Networks, which is a company you founded with a Nobel Prize winning scientist, Lee Hartwell.
That is correct. So for those of you who are probably not familiar with Genetic Networks, it's a small company out of Miami. We started it about 8 years ago, and it was based on a principle that we followed from the work of Lee Hartwell from many, many years ago, where he sold the company to Merck for about $600 million. And it was based on an idea of studying drug-gene interactions in a simple cell called yeast, stuff that makes your beer. That led to a Nobel Prize, as you've heard, and it's led actually to 4 Nobel Prizes since Lee won the first one using yeast. But we really were committed to following up that idea because, to be quite frank, Merck destroyed it once they bought the company. So 10 years later, I started this new company called Genetic Networks, following in the footsteps of Lee Hartwell, and he joined the company as well. And since then, we have done something I think that is, our team is quite remarkable in the fact that we did this without venture help. We did it brute force. We went out on the street and sold, and we were able to raise sufficient sales as well as a small investment to grow into a profitable business by 2018 or so. So that's the story of Genetic Networks, and now the question is, can we get to the next step?
Got it. And so you're really tackling the pharmaceutical industry, and there's clearly some problems going on. We've seen headlines related to perhaps nefarious activities by big pharma. We're starting to have questions about what types of drugs should be used to provide certain treatments. Maybe you could give us an overview of what's wrong with pharma, what needs to change, and why we need to democratize it.
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and I think after spending 8 years working for Big Pharma in some capacity, I have a perspective on this, which is, I think, quite simple. First of all, Big Pharma's not broken. They're like perfect. Like they're making more money than they've ever made before. This year was obviously, or last year was amazing for Pfizer, as we all know. But the issue is, you have to ask the question, how did they actually go about making drugs? And that I saw firsthand. And it really kind of depressed me because the work we were doing was not actually being used, although they were paying for it, wasn't being used to make drugs. So the very simple analogy is that Big Pharma has painted itself into a box where the way they make drugs is they don't make them, they buy them. And that's the simple truth. So they go out and they look for the best opportunities in phase 2 or phase 3, and they buy them just before they go to market, and that gives them less risk, but it costs them a fortune to do that. So they're very inefficient. But that just gets factored into the price they can charge for those drugs after they make it to market. And it doesn't matter how many failures they have, they just factor that in. So that is why we have seen the price of drugs continually rise, and the cost of making drugs, according to pharma, rise to somewhere in the neighborhood of anywhere from $2 to $5 billion per drug. That's just not sustainable for us, not for pharma. They can keep going, but something's going to break. And most likely it'll be our treasury that breaks.
And it leaves a lot of good research on the table that could provide possible solutions. Is that right? It seems like the long tail of drug making is being ignored as a result of the business model that Big Pharma is engaging in.
Yeah, so I like to try to make a distinction between making a drug and discovering a target. Research, which I've been part of for, well, not much anymore, but 3 decades, I spent basically on a lab bench or running a lab. And that research is pivotal to understanding what genes should be targeted by a drug, no question. But it's funded by about $40 billion a year from our treasury already. So that's quite a bit of money. And the problem is that there's no return to any of the academics that do that work because there's no way to patent any of the genes. And that was done 25 years ago. That's when really the first light bulb went on for me. So research is one element that's extremely important. But I really want to emphasize that making a drug is equally important. And the other factor that people miss is that we have now made 10,000 drugs in the world. And those drugs are safe and in many cases affordable, but but we don't know their uses beyond the initial use that was marketed. And that's where genetic networks has come in to say, we have a technology to do that, to find those other uses for those drugs. And we might be able to bring those to market for 100-fold less than the current rate of a new drug cost. But if you can imagine, if you're out there listening, and pharma's not going to be interested in that, because they've already gotten to a point where they have to make at least $1 billion revenue on a drug before it's of any interest to them. So people suffering from rare disease, like friends I spoke to yesterday, you really need to think about how we can make drugs from what we already have that could do the job. And that's where we kind of stepped in and said maybe the people could be part of this solution.
So let's talk about how you're technically doing that. That was really fascinating to me last night. You've effectively created a way to test alternative uses for drugs on various genes known for causing disease at a much more affordable rate, which allows those drugs to be validated as solving those problems, and you could potentially bring the generic versions of those to market. Is that the idea?
Yeah, so without going too much into the details of the technology.
Well, let's get into the details. The technology's cool.
All right, the technology is cool, so you heard it from Matt, so we're going to go into the technology. What we, in essence, I'll start from a simple statement. What we are actually doing is QR coding a drug or a gene. That put it in a practical sense. So what do I mean by that? I mean that it's very important as a scientist to accurately measure a functional profile of a drug or gene. And that's not easy. You have to do that in a reproducible way, otherwise the data is meaningless. So that's why we use yeast, because yeast is the most stable cell system known to man. Like I said, it won 4 Nobel Prizes, so it must be doing something right. The yeast didn't win the Nobel Prize, but in a sense it did. So we basically measure how genes and drugs interact with the yeast genome, how it affects the growth of that cell, but under conditions where we manipulated the cell so that every single gene has been lost from that cell. And we do it individually, of course, and we grow them all in parallel. So in essence, we have 6,000 mutants sitting in a flask, which we perturb by a gene or drug. And we ask how each one of those strains that have all been individually knocked out for a gene adapt to that perturbation. That's measurable. And like Lord Kelvin said, you have to measure something to begin to understand it. So if you think about that, if we could get a QR code for a drug, and then we can try to look at the genes that cause disease and see how that code looks. This is the crazy idea I had at one time in my life. Would a drug that had a similar profile to a gene that caused the disease have efficacy potentially in treating that disease? And the answer to that question was yes. And that's what gave me the insight to build a company.
And you shared some anecdotes with me last night of tests you were running during the pandemic that found efficacy for alternative drugs to treat COVID, which you brought to Big Pharma. Can you share that anecdote and go into detail on that? Because that was quite alarming to me, but also a testament to kind of what you're building here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense in many ways. I actually worked for pharma, or did. I'm kind of cutting the ties now, but for obvious reasons. But I worked for Merck, Pfizer, Gilead, these people for years. And my biggest client was Gilead at the time. So when the pandemic happened, I realized there was a drug in China that was offering some survivability to patients that were on it compared to those that were not. Retrospective study, not the best. But it was interesting because it was a 60% reduction in mortality, which was kind of striking. So it happened to be in our profiles of drugs that we have done over the years. We put about 25 million into screening, so we have about 3,000 drugs. So that drug was there, and we used the profile to fish out other drugs with a similar profile. Within one day, we had a list of 10 drugs that we believed had a common mechanism important for reducing inflammation in patients infected by COVID-19. So we went to all our clients to test those drugs in an antiviral assay, which is not the best assay, but it was the only one available to us. BL3, very expensive, we didn't have access, but the big pharmas did, of course. And I convinced 3 of the major pharmas to do it, Merck, Pfizer, and Gilead. And all 3 came back where 7 of the 10 drugs were active against the virus. And then you would ask, well, didn't they jump on it? Of course not, because most of those drugs were generic or off patent. And in one case, 2 cases actually, a Pfizer drug and a Gilead drug, they were on patent, but they still didn't want to move. So that was really the moment when I kind of looked at myself and said, wow, people are dying. We have drugs with a mechanism of action that we think could help reduce inflammation. Well, long story short, 2.5 years later, with a colleague of mine in Brazil, we ran a trial, phase 3, on one of those drugs, and we had a reduction of 51% in hospitalizations. That just came out a few weeks ago. So that's, kind of amazing story, but it made me even more determined to try to build a community to repurpose drugs.
So we are at DAODenver, ETHDenver, a lot of crypto blockchain folks here. Let's talk about how you see decentralizing technology being applied to the pharmaceutical industry and how it can benefit patients.
Absolutely. My favorite topic as of the last 1.5 years. So obviously I'm new to crypto. I'm a scientist. And that's all I did for many years. And then I ran this company for 8 years. When I was exposed to crypto, it was back in Miami over 1 year ago at the first DC Central conference I had been to, whatever it was called. And I met people like yourselves and was blown away by the whole technology. I didn't care about the trading, and I didn't care about coins going up and down or tokens, whatever. I cared about blockchain because I saw it as a government. I saw it as an alternative government. And everyone kind of chuckled at the time and said, oh, it's not a government. It is a government. It's a way of making a new type of government with a purpose, where we can be transparent, accountable. So the way I'm envisioning this, and we still have to work out details, because this is your DAO, not my DAO. It's about how does a community in a village provide a treasury to repurpose medications to solve big problems, big diseases, no matter how rare they are. And the way that could be done, in my opinion, is that a treasury can be built that has very little governance. It's just a treasury. And I termed this in New York, I termed it a verge. To take a for-profit company that's really good, profitable, doing well, and have them make drugs for that community, and the community sponsors that drug. Now, you might think that kind of wild, but it's actually happened before, but not in blockchain. It happened with Cystic Fibrosis Foundation that raised $250 million from donors, used that money with Vertex Pharmaceuticals to build a drug for cystic fibrosis that made it to market, and they had a return to a non-for-profit of $3.5 billion. That's a fact. And when I saw that, I knew the person that ran that company. There were problems with it because the drug became $300,000 per patient, because that was controlled by the company. So there's things that we need to fix with that model. But I think blockchain offers a fix, because right now that, if you look it up, cystic fibrosis has about $5 billion in their treasury, and I have no idea what they're doing with that money other than investing it. And that means 10 people on a board control $5 billion. And I would rather see a community of millions of people controlling that money and applying it to the next disease or the next drug we need.
And how do you incentivize small investors to participate? You're solving for patient needs. Those patients can then lobby within their community to solve the challenges that they're personally facing. How do you raise capital in this model?
Well, I believe that Genetic Networks is a for-profit company, and maybe someday that would be available for people to invest in at some level, which is fine. I mean, that could be worked out. And I don't want to go public. That's not one of my dreams, because I think going public is just part of the problem. But how do you fund the DAO is a question we're still working on, but I don't think it's that difficult, because I think there are enough people out there that want to have an alternative to Big Pharma. And let's be honest, guys, we're all paying for Big Pharma's hotel rooms at JP Morgan. We just are. I know you don't notice it because we don't notice any of the spending that goes on in treasuries of the government. But believe me, we are covering their costs. So all I'm saying is let's form another type of government that's transparent and you can vote on where the money goes. But instead of giving 30% of your paycheck to the government, you give a small bit to a DAO, which is focused on producing drugs that you're going to need as you get older and as the next pandemic hits. And we have to take control of that narrative because Big Pharma will not do it. They'll make vaccines, but they will not make drugs. And believe me, a vaccine takes a year after the virus comes along. So you cannot really count on that as an immediate thing. So I think people will be willing to be part of that club, if you will. And I'm now not quite clear on where we're going to go with incentives, but I think we're talking about NFT projects as an incentive because if this does really well, the NFTs become somehow maybe a valuable thing to own to show your support for something like this. That's one idea. But the other idea is that you might be in a position that you can now invest, if we're successful, in genetic networks pre-IPO. And there are companies that are coming along that I work with that are allowing shares to be purchased, secondary markets, online if you're accredited. So there's ways to imagine incentives be built in that people that participate in PharmaDAO get the drugs they need as a value impact, but then also have an opportunity to invest in the for-profit companies that verge with the DAO. Because I imagine it'll be more than just genetic networks at some point. I would love to see more manufacturers, more drug companies, small ones, come to our rescue and make the drugs we need.
So it sounds like this is a bit of a call to arms. We've got some intelligent folks here. You've kind of articulated your vision, and hopefully some folks here could help you kind of construct the DAO best. So just to recap, $40 billion worth of government spending goes into researching and making drugs.
Not making drugs,
just researching drugs. Those drugs usually cost a few $1 billion for Big Pharma to buy, meaning at break even, there's maybe 10 drugs that get researched each year that are...
Yeah, so this is really, I'm glad you raised the question because research, when I did research for 3 decades, I cared about finding the enzyme that turned on DNA replication in a human cell, and I found it. That has zero to do with drug discovery. That's just cool. And when I found that gene, it became a patent, and drugs are made to it now that save lives in cancer. But do you think the people that found that gene are making any money from those drugs? No. We made zero. We got a paper. I got a science article. You can go read it, 1990. Great paper. I got a lot of acclaim for it. But I never made a penny for that discovery. So they're two separate things, and pharma has it all. Now that we cannot patent genes in the academic sectors, you say you can, but you can't. The only thing that's patentable and defensible is a drug. And the only people that make drugs are pharma. And that's why they buy up small manufacturing facilities and get the best chemists into their big pharma so they could break patents against each other. Why do you think there's like 7 PD-1 inhibitors for cancer? I know you don't know what PD-1 is. That's one target, and we have every big pharma in the world making a drug to PD-1. Do we need 7 versions of it? Or is one enough? And what if I find a repurposed drug that does just as good a job as PD-1, but it's generic? That would be an interesting idea. And that's what I believe a DAO can do. We could put it to the man, so to speak. But let's prove that we can do that. And if I don't prove it, don't give me a contract. You know, like I'm just a business. If I don't do what I'm saying I can do, well, then you don't give me any money. I fail as a company. But I won't, because I've already successfully done this for the pandemic. And we want to make that drug now. We're working with Brazil, we're working with Africa. We want to run trials, but we're doing it all on our own. And we're tiny. We're not big pharma.
Well, Dr. D'Urso, pharma for the people, decentralized pharma. I'm glad to know you exist in the world. I think more people need to know about you. I'm glad that everyone was here to listen, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Matt, for stepping in.
Thank you, Gennaro. Always a pleasure to have you.
Could you take a picture of us?
Absolutely, and I apologize. We doxed Matty Moe here at DAODenver this year.
All right.
We got him up on the screen.
I shouldn't be that close to him.
The artist formerly known as Israel Mirsky.
We got to get that.
Yeah.
This is a big social media moment for me.
Then I'll stay here all day.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks for obliging.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, up next we have another special fireside chat. Last year, if folks were here, we were having this event over at ETHDenver, and we had a very special, not only sponsor, but friend and conversation, which was a fireside chat then, which we don't do too many of those. So if it's a fireside chat, you know it's special here at DAODenver. So I want to welcome up Pablo from MoonDAO. A year ago, MoonDAO was just kicking off. People thought it was a meme DAO. But I can assure you, hanging out... Oh, I'm sorry. You have to wait 10 minutes for... I want to invite up Marcus Aurelius. Do we have Marcus's info up? And thank you very much, and yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Marcus. I'm from KlimaDAO. I was on one of the Refi panels earlier. Thanks for coming to my talk. I'm going to be giving a little more of a deep dive into how carbon markets work. One question I do have is how to... Oh, there we go. Okay. So as I mentioned in the Refi panel, if you weren't there, basically KlimaDAO is trying to modernize a pretty antiquated, slow-moving, but very important market that exists today in the off-chain world, known as the voluntary carbon market. You may have heard of these in terms of carbon credits or carbon offsets. They're all referring to the same underlying asset. And I'm going to give a little bit of context about why this asset is so important and how we think it can play a critical role in fighting the climate crisis. So first I just want to set the scale of the problem that we're dealing with. This is a study from McKinsey a few years back, and basically what you're seeing here, I want to draw your attention to the red and blue bars over on the side there. Basically, the blue bars represent the projected emissions into the future based on a model, and the red bar represents negative emissions. And the idea behind negative emissions is that there are certain activities in our lives that are going to emit carbon kind of no matter what we do. We all love in-person events. I imagine we're not going to stop traveling to in-person events anytime soon, and even if we can get rid of airplanes and replace them with like blimps or sailboats or whatever, there's still going to be some non-zero amount of emissions associated with human life. And so the idea is more around balancing the emissions that are ongoing with activities that remove carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere or otherwise mitigate the climate crisis. And what you can see here basically is removals right now are very small. Negative emissions are barely anything today. But over time, if we're going to meet the goals and keep global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, negative emissions are an unavoidable part of that solution. In fact, this is where the carbon markets come in. Those red bars I showed you, the main mechanism we have right now for funding negative emissions, for removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, is through what are known as carbon credits. And the basic idea behind carbon credits is pretty simple. On one side, you have people who want to fund climate action, and they have money. On the other hand, you have people who are going to go implement climate action, and they need money. So it's just a mechanism for people to fund climate action in a verifiable way. That verification is really critical, as we'll talk about in a minute. But first I want to address the elephant in the room, which is that for most people, carbon credits mean one thing: greenwashing. That companies are using this as a license to pollute, they're consuming carbon credits and then continuing the status quo operations. I think this is an overly simplistic argument. There's a grain of truth, which is that an unscrupulous consumer of carbon credits might be using them in a way that's nefarious or sort of justifying a status quo operating model. But most large corporations that are using these credits as part of their sustainability strategy are following what's called a mitigation hierarchy. The idea being that you first reduce emissions wherever possible, and then only consume carbon credits to mitigate your unavoidable emissions. So that's what I was talking about earlier. You're going to travel to an event. There aren't really any ways to travel right now that have zero emissions. So we're all going to be emitting as we travel around, as we engage in our everyday lives. But the key is to compensate for any emissions we can't avoid by changing our lifestyles or changing our business practices. And in particular, the UN IPCC, which is sort of the leading research body on the climate crisis, has been very clear that there is no pathway to below 2 degrees C that doesn't involve large-scale carbon dioxide removals. And the only mechanism we have right now for funding large-scale carbon dioxide removals are voluntary carbon credits. So That stage being said, I want to drill into a little bit about what this asset class actually is, like what are the activities that people are doing. So on the big divide is between avoidance and removal. So avoidance is you're going to change your activity so that you don't emit in the future. Removal is you're going to actually draw down carbon that's already been emitted from the into the atmosphere through something like planting trees or using a technological process like direct air capture, where you have like a chemical that sucks the carbon dioxide out of the air. On the removal side. On the avoidances, it's more things like renewable energy, switching to more efficient cook stoves, as well as protecting existing natural ecosystems like forests from being destroyed through deforestation. The key here is that avoidances have a fundamental limit. There's only so many forests to protect, there's only so much renewable energy to install, and so there's a natural theoretical limit to how many avoidances you're going to be able to get. On the other hand, removals are theoretically unbounded, right? The only limit is like the matter that makes up the planet, but the technology for doing them and the practices for monitoring of removals is still pretty nascent. And so what this diagram is trying to communicate is that right now the market is dominated by avoidance credits, but over time the expectation, really the requirement, is that we will shift from avoidances, which will tap out at some point, to removals, which are scaling up right now. And the key is that in the steady state, at the end, there's a balance between the amount of removals we're doing and the amount of ongoing emissions that's left after we've reduced as much as we can. So just reiterating, in order to avoid catastrophic climate change, this voluntary carbon market that I've been talking about needs to grow about 15x, according to the Task Force on Scaling the Voluntary Carbon Market, a research group that put out a report a few years ago. And that's a pretty big business opportunity if you are in the business of scaling carbon markets. And that's sort of what we are trying to do. Basically take this really pressing problem and turn it into a business model for people all around the world to take action and be rewarded for taking that action. Okay, so how does the VCM actually work? This is a diagram. It's pretty simplified, but it should give you a good overview of the different players in the space. On the top side of the diagram is the supply side of the market. This is where the credits are actually generated, and the activities that we're talking about, like planting trees or whatever, that's where the activities take place and are verified. And in particular, there's 3 key roles on the supply side. There's a project developer who goes and does the activity, plants the trees, installs the solar panels. There's a verifier, known as a validation and verification body, who comes in and checks the work of that project developer to make sure they did what they said they were going to do and followed the methodology appropriately. And then there's a registry, and the registry is sort of like the standards body that sets out what a good methodology looks like, and they also issue the credits. So like in the Web 2 world, these registries are literally like SQL databases operated by nonprofit corporations, and those SQL databases are like the system of record where the carbon credits sit. And if you want to buy carbon credits or use them, you need to go and interact with that registry system, at least in the Web 2 traditional market. Then on the demand side, we have brokers, traders, dealers who are going to circulate the credits in the market and get them to end users. And then the end user will do what's called retirement. And this is sort of like if you have an ear of corn, you can buy that ear of corn at a store, but and maybe even sell it to your friend if he wants some corn. But once you eat the corn, nobody wants to buy the corn, right? That's the notion of retirement. You're consuming the credit, so no one else can ever claim that particular benefit. And so KlimaDAO in particular, we're focused like on this bottom right-hand corner, trying to disintermediate and remove some of the inefficiency and friction in that space so that more people like you and I, smaller organizations, can be involved, and ultimately more of the capital flows back to the project developers instead of being captured by financial intermediaries. Finally, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the sort of opportunity here, what we're trying to do, and why we think it's important. So the World Bank has identified blockchain as a very relevant technology for this market, this asset class, mainly because transparency and trust are like the key features of carbon credits. If you don't trust that the credit actually represents what it says on the tin, and if you don't have transparency into where that credit came from, how much people paid for it, where it's traded before, your faith in the integrity of that asset goes down. So hence blockchain serving a really important role, and I think we all are aware of the unique advantages that public blockchains bring in terms of transparency. So just some of the benefits of the on-chain market compared to the off-chain market. You're talking about settlement times off-chain ranging from like 4 to 6 weeks, where you like call somebody on the phone, go back and forth over email, send a wire transfer. That's the way things work in the traditional market. On-chain, we're talking about a sushi swap transaction on Polygon, settles in a few seconds, costs a few pennies. The other key thing is that liquidity in the off-chain market is very fragmented. There are lots of different players holding little bits of carbon credits here and there, and so you don't have good pricing. It's hard to know what a given credit is actually worth. You have to call around to different brokers and like get comparable quotes, right? And then like figure out what you think the price actually is. On-chain, we have liquid markets, real-time pricing, so it really brings another level of transparency and price discovery. Okay, so how does the on-chain market work? Basically, the left side and the verified carbon standard stuff, that's what I showed you on the previous slide. That's how the credits get verified and issued. And then there's a bridge. You may have heard of groups like Toucan Protocol or Moss, and they basically take the off-chain asset and create an on-chain representation, a tokenized representation. Finally, we at KlimaDAO are focused on providing protocol-owned liquidity. So we have liquidity pools that we maintain as a protocol through governance and hold in our treasury, as well as providing like software and tooling to make it really easy for people to access these credits and integrate them into their systems. Okay, I'm just about done here. One exciting thing that we've been working on recently is we had a governance proposal to fund a carbon credit project in Bangladesh. We're going to be providing $250,000 in USDC to basically generate carbon credits by distributing improved cook stoves to refugees in a refugee camp in Bangladesh. And the basic idea here is these are mostly women and girls cooking food for their families, and they have to spend long hours gathering firewood, long hours over the cook stove cooking, because the traditional cook stoves they use are very inefficient. They take a lot of fuel, they take a lot of time. So the idea is that by distributing these improved cook stoves that are more efficient, you use less fuel, which means less emissions. It cooks faster, so you have more time to educate yourself, work, whatever these women and girls could do to improve their own lives other than toiling for their families. Plus the health benefits of not having to cook over an open flame for as long in your home reduce things like black lung and other negative health outcomes. So it's really a win-win-win, addresses a bunch of different SDG goals, and we're going to use the carbon credits we get from this forward funding to bootstrap a new liquidity pool. So then you and I can support projects like this in the future, using our own money to retire carbon credits. That's about it. If you have any questions about carbon credits, want to dig into any of the aspects I talked about further, please let me know.
Any questions? Want to answer questions? Sure, I'm happy to. Here, let's keep the mics.
Are there any questions?
Could you give a little bit of detail on some of the technologies that are coming out now where you can capture and store carbon?
Sure. So on that methodology slide I had earlier on, I showed it was like half a dozen, maybe a dozen different methodologies. Constantly new methodologies being developed. One of the mainstays that people talk about a lot is planting trees, afforestation, reforestation. It's interesting. It has some issues. Honestly, it's not appropriate in all geographies. One of the areas that I'm particularly excited about is something called enhanced mineral weathering. The idea is that you take minerals that will absorb carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere as they erode, like as rain falls on them, and you basically spread them out over a field. The rain falls, carbon dioxide gets trapped in those minerals, and it is incorporated into the soil. So it's a really interesting methodology that is potentially very scalable because the only input really is this minerals. It's basically limestone, like crushed up limestone, and that's pretty abundant and easily accessible and cheap. So I can imagine that methodology scaling really well. Yeah, that's one that comes to mind.
So for people who are doing something to capture carbon, could they apply to your DAO and receive credits through your system?
So today, not really. The reason is that the verification process is a really important factor here. And right now, the mechanisms by which these credits are verified and issued is mostly off-chain. So with this forward funding we did with the Cook Stove project, we're basically providing capital upfront to the project developer, who's then going to go to a traditional registry, in this case Gold Standard, and go through like a 6-month process of filling out paperwork and doing the verification and all that. And then the credits will be issued through the traditional off-chain infrastructure. The vision we have, like long-term, is that that slow, clunky off-chain infrastructure for issuing credits will move on-chain eventually and be much faster, support smaller project developers, and be able to move and adopt new methodologies much more quickly than the processes in place right now. But we're sort of trying to decompose the problem because the demand side problems are like very straightforwardly solvable, and the like status quo of like calling people on the phone is so antiquated and slow. It's very low-hanging fruit to address those issues. The harder problem of like how do we move the whole verification issuance system on chain and have a more robust and scalable mechanism for that is still kind of unsolved. It's a much tougher nut to crack. There are groups working on it. Like Nori was here earlier. Regen Network is around. There's lots of groups working on it, but I'd say we're still pretty early days in that on-chain issuance part, whereas the on-chain transactions and settlement is like very much here today. You can go and retire carbon right now on ClaimADAO.finance in seconds.
So how can people get involved in your system, specifically if they have a carbon capture technology that they would like to
So I
bring
would say,
into regenerative crypto economics?
Identify either an existing registry or a new registry that has a methodology that is applicable to your project. Because that's really, methodology development is like a whole other can of worms that takes a long time and a lot of resources. So ideally identifying a methodology like enhanced mineral weathering or regenerative agriculture that already is being issued in some registry somewhere, whether that's Regen or Gold Standard or Vera or whatever, identify that methodology and try to implement that, because unless you're issuing credits under an accepted standard, it's kind of hard for us to be involved, because basically we're taking a big risk that you're doing what you said you were going to do. And in my view, that's actually the fundamental insight behind, like, if you've heard of hypercerts or impact certificates, is a very hot idea in the refi space right now. But the whole premise is that it's not a two-sided market, it's a three-sided market. And so while we're basically a demand aggregator, right, we're buying on behalf of the market so that we can provide liquidity, the supply side, the producer, has there's an incentive to cheat, basically. If there's no verification, the incentive is for the supplier to just lie and print credits that don't mean anything. So the verification process is very important, and if you're not working with an existing registry, it's hard for us to know that you're actually being verified appropriately. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you. Marcus, pleasure.
Thanks so much.
Great to meet you. Thank you. You might notice there are some QR codes up on the screens behind me. And we've mentioned before, don't want to take a lot of time right now, but this is a very special partnership that we have with ThriveCoin. If you scan these, this is your proof of attendance, and then we have a lot of prizes and raffles that will be weighted based upon your attendance and other aspects of your Web3 activities, even your tweets and other information. So it's actually a really interesting platform and a way to reward people that are contributors to DAOs. So without further ado, I started to introduce this before, but I think we have an incredible story that you're about to hear about, both past, present, and future. So we have Pablo from MoonDAO, and Pablo was introduced himself to the DAODenver community last year with a fireside chat, and a lot has happened. So MoonDAO going from potentially, maybe admittedly, a meme, sort of a meme DAO, to a very active participant in decentralized space exploration and decentralized science. And along with Pablo, we have Kenny from Studio DAO, and that's part of the storytelling element, and I'll let them take the stage. And maybe we have, okay, we have MoonDAO QR code, so somebody's getting credit for new members. And really engaged community. So as a member of both DAOPlanet and MoonDAO, I can say there's a lot of activity at MoonDAO, and encourage people to get involved and check in on what's going on there. But without further ado, Pablo from MoonDAO and Kenny from Studio DAO. You're supposed to drop the mic after the talk.
We're going to start by dropping the mic.
Cool. Hey, everyone.
Okay, so I think we're going to start by talking about MoonDAO and just sort of getting the lay of the land, everything that's happening at MoonDAO over the last year, which is a huge sort of set of partnerships. So why don't we just jump into that, and then we'll transition into a conversation around one of the projects that MoonDAO is doing, which is a documentary called Ticket to Space, which is a partnership between Studio DAO and MoonDAO. So, Papa, I'll let you kick it off.
Totally, yeah. So I'll just give a quick overview of what MoonDAO is and what we're trying to do. So up there is our mission, which sounds a bit crazy, admittedly. We want to create a settlement on the moon. So this is something that's on the roadmap for pretty much every major space agency in the world. And at MoonDAO, we're trying to be basically like the internet's space agency, the internet space program. And yeah, we find it very like motivating to create a lunar settlement for a number of reasons. It's basically, I think, like the most exciting thing that we could be doing right now here on Earth. And we're living in this incredibly special time where it's becoming possible. And there's a ton of enthusiasm from people from all over the world to make this happen. But the issue really, or the central question is how should we create a lunar settlement? And so in my mind, there's sort of like two paths. There's the current path, which is sort of this ITAR-regulated, nation-state first, DOD kind of like settlement. So you have maybe China and the United States competing over the moon, or maybe there's a way that a DAO or a group of people from all over the world could get together and collaborate on making this possible. So there's no physics reason for why this shouldn't be possible, why people all over the world can't just start coordinating and working on plans for a lunar settlement. And so it's kind of like one of those, fuck around and find out memes. Like, can we do this? Is this actually possible?
Is it possible? Because I think when you first tell someone that that's what you're all about, I mean, there's a range of reactions, right? So some people want to get involved. Just what's the craziest reaction that you've ever gotten? Like anybody get up and run out of the room?
That's a good question. The craziest well, I feel like the craziest reaction was maybe from my parents. They were like, "Why don't you do something serious?" I was like, "Mom." No. Well, I think like when we first brought up MoonDAO, so I was part of a Constitution DAO, and that was like a crazy like moment in history and for DAOs. And then I think we were like kind of trying to pattern match and go, okay, well, this was a crazy amount of capital formation in like the span of like a week. There's all this excitement around DAOs. What are other things that it could be applied to? And yeah, then we started out just wanting to buy the largest lunar asteroid, and the joke was like, hey, we're a nation agnostic group of friends that own the biggest chunk of the moon, and we're governing the moon. And the 1969 Outer Space Treaty, I don't know if I have the year right, but there's an Outer Space Treaty that claims that there can be no national appropriation of the moon. And so the joke was like, hey, well, we're not a nation, we're just people. So we own the moon.
So claiming the moon for the citizenry of Earth or any other planet that wants to participate.
Basically, yeah. But then we got the idea of, okay, well, what if we try to send people up into space? And then we started picking up the phone and calling all kinds of, Blue Origin, SpaceX, all of that. Yeah.
Did they take you seriously?
At first, well, I think at first not so much, but then we could just link over to our NASA safe and go, yeah, there's millions of dollars here and we're serious. Like just sending over the link. I remember like at one point at the height of the bull market, we had a $220 million market cap, which is absolutely bananas, by the way, for an organization that had started maybe like a couple months before that. And then I was talking to a space company and showing them that, and they're like, "Oh my God!" Like it's just
right.
insane.
It's real, right? I mean, I think the experience that we all had, sort of, can DAOs work? is this a thing? I think there's a lot of people who experienced this is real. Like, it happens, there's capital formation, capital can get pushed into different projects and things can get done. And I think, something that's interesting to me about MoonDAO is now it isn't just can we do something, but what are we going to do with that? And I think that's the, that's in that curve of like, there's the exuberance, then there's like the trough of despair when it's like, okay, now we're really trying to do it. And this is like all meaningful things, substantial and difficult. So how do you see sort of MoonDAO like stepping into, getting into the real world and affecting people's lives in the way that you think it can?
Totally, yeah. So I think what we're, like the overarching theme is like direct access into the space economy. So I feel like DAOs in general, it's sort of like getting rid of like a priest class, of like people who gatekeep direct access into certain experiences or certain things. And so, yeah, we're trying to give people the opportunity to directly interface with the cutting edge of what's going on in space. And the way we do that is through projects. So you can think of MoonDAO as like a capital allocator that is governed by its token holders, and it allocates money into different projects and things that benefit the collective, so benefit all of the token holders. So we have a bunch of different projects that we're working on, and maybe, yeah.
I wonder if I click on this, if it was.
Oh, okay. So here's one project, for example. So one thing that we're doing is we are chartering a whole zero-G experience with 2 NASA astronauts. So this is in collaboration with Space for a Better World. And we're raffling off some of the tickets. We're voting on some of the people that get them. And then we're also just selling them directly. And so this is an example of something that I think that is really cool for a DAO to do, because you can incentivize the members of a DAO to become kind of like your Salesforce team and sell a bunch of cool things that are thematic towards the DAO, like going on a zero-G experience with astronauts. So yeah, we're going in June, and if you're interested, definitely check out, you can just go to our website, moondao.com, and make a reservation.
Check that out. That is super cool. So how many people are going to be going up on this experience?
So about 30, yeah.
30 people. Mm-hmm. So, and then there's astronauts going.
Yeah.
So what else is a part of the experience, right? Because it's like even the trip. We'll talk about Blue Origin in a second, but it's like 12 minutes. Like they're short.
Well, this one's actually pretty long. Yeah, this one's a parabolic flight, and it's a couple hours. And so we're not just doing the zero-G experience. We're also doing a tour of Kennedy Space Center, and there's also a space gala that is kind of also happening around the same time. So yeah, it's like an opportunity to mingle with other space enthusiasts and astronauts and get involved in the community. Yeah.
That sounds super fun. So the astronauts, how did you find them?
Yeah, good question.
I mean, they're
yeah. Well, we let projects come to us, so we just kind of like the way MoonDAO works is we have basically like a protocol for people to come to us and then go, hey, we want to do this cool thing. And then we have it's basically like a pitch, and you pitch to MoonDAO. And so this group, Space for a Better World, came to us and said, hey, we can do this awesome experience with MoonDAO, and we have all these connections to all these cool astronauts. And so it's really cool. I feel like MoonDAO in general has a life of its own. It's really pushed forward by the community. And so I didn't know any astronauts going into MoonDAO, but now it's like they're joining our community, and they're pitching projects, and it's wild. It's very cool.
So how many astronauts do you think are in the Moondao community right now? I mean, well, let's ask a different question. How many astronauts have there ever been? Like, it's a small population.
Yeah, so there've been a little over 600 people that have gone past the Kármán line, which is everyone agrees that space past that one line. And yeah, Moondao has sent one person up there already. So we sent a YouTuber, Kobe Cotton from Dude Perfect. Our community voted with our governance token on who to send up, and yeah, they won. They have I think over 50 million subscribers on YouTube. They're one of the largest YouTube channels, and yeah, that was with one of the tickets. And but what we wanted to do is we didn't want to make it a popularity contest. We really wanted to make it so that anyone had the opportunity of being selected. So we bought 2 tickets, not one, and then with the other ticket, we just did a sweepstakes. And that's
it's a very degen move to just buy 2 and not buy 1, because you might want to sell 1 and get your money back. But so there's 2, right? And Jan is the second one. And we're going to get into this. Well,
oh yeah, we'll get into
what happens with the second ticket ties into Studio DAO and the documentary they're making. So we'll tell you that story in a couple of minutes. But so there's 600 people that have been outside the Kármán line, which is basically when you go outside the Kármán line, that's where you can see the curvature. Like, that's the blue marble, right? Like, you sort of see you're in space. Over the course of the next 5 years, how many more people? Like, we're going to go from 600 to 6,000. Like, how frequently and how commonly will people start to go to space, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to get really wild really fast. So I think we're going to see kind of an exponential takeoff in the amount of people that will be living and working in outer space within our lifetimes. So, I mean, I think probably the biggest change will be with Starship, with SpaceX, and you know, the amount of people that can get on one of those rockets. Like, they're really intending to create a settlement, not on the moon, but on Mars.
It's
but
like
I think they're going to start with the moon too. So
right, but it's like on that ship, it's going to be like 100 people. Like, I heard someone say that, right? That like 100 people could go to Mars on SpaceX.
Yeah, well, they're starting out small with the Dear Moon project, and they're just sending people around the moon, and that's happening. And then I think as they develop the technology, yeah, they're aiming for 100+ people on each of these things. So, yeah.
Okay, so I guess we will all fit in there. So, hang in there. Join Moondao, and we will all go together. Should we go to the next?
Yeah.
Let's see what's on the next slide.
Yeah, so this is another Moondao project that we're doing in partnership with a group called LifeShip. And what we're doing is we are creating a biobank on the moon. So basically like a backup of life that sits there on the moon. Think kind of like Jurassic Park, like it's physical DNA sitting in amber. And but it's not only that, it's also digital files, so you can literally send your NFTs to the moon. You can put whatever you want on there. You can put images, you can put videos, anything that's meaningful to you. And what we want to do is basically create a snapshot of humanity today, and have that live on the moon for thousands and thousands of years. So, yeah. Yeah, so this QR code is likely broken because we just updated the site. So just go to moondao.com and you'll see how you can participate on this. So this will be going to the moon on a SpaceX rocket, and yeah, we're super excited for this. So it's a great way to get involved in the community. Yeah, if you go to moondao.com, you should be able to find more.
Yeah, and this is also something that we're going to be tying into. We'll talk about it when we get to the documentary part. But yeah, I mean, sending stuff to the moon is pretty amazing. So, ticket to space. This is the main event. So tell us a little bit about how this is coming together, and I will add some color commentary as you do it.
Totally, yeah. So this is another MoonDAO project. So we're sending our second astronaut into space, and this is someone who bought our Ticket to Space NFT, and they're from China. They're a father of 3, and they've never been to the United States before, and so we're documenting his journey from living in Beijing in China to coming to the United States for the first time, to being trained as an astronaut with Blue Origin, and then going into outer space. And we think it's an opportunity to not only tell the story of like where we are right now in terms of like space exploration and what is sort of like the status of like people going like I think people don't often wrap their heads around how weird of a moment in time we are right now. Like going to Mars or going to the moon, not just to like touch it and put on a flag and come back, but like creating a long-term lunar settlement. I think this is one of the greatest advancements of humanity ever. So if you like zoom out on like the time scale of like humans, like going to another planet like that and living there is just mind-blowing. And so we're on the cusp of this. And so the things that are happening right now, like in our lifetimes, will set the precedent for what humanity is going to look like on other planets. And so we're living at this inflection point, and I think telling that story is really interesting. And I think also this might be the first feature-length film about DAOs too. So telling that story is going to be very interesting too.
It is. I mean, I think when I heard about this film and the work that was starting on it, there's so many layers to the story in terms of how MoonDAO became the sponsor of this and got it kicked off, but also the human story of when someone who is a normal person is presented with the potential to actually go to space. It's very different than you're an astronaut, you've been training for it, you're working for it. It's like you're expecting to do it and it happens. But going to space accidentally in some way is got to be a first. So I think that just we're at this moment where only 600 people have been outside the carbon line. This MoonDAO member who ends up going outside will be one of the first really regular people to go. But even the story of a DAO reaching across national borders, creating, really executing in that space of network state that has only respect for humanity, not necessarily sort of an alliance to one or the other of the countries that we live in. So I think the story has got a lot of layers, and then the DAO that's sponsoring it, and then the way that Studio DAO is getting involved in terms of let's now crowdfund this film and turn it into another example, another tangible asset that comes out of this collective action that, in the bull market had a certain kind of execution. And I think what we're seeing now is the harder work of digging in and really making these things have an effect on people outside of the crypto ecosystem. Because everyone inside, it was like, okay, MoonDAO, Juicebox, Constitution, those were like, okay, you got it, that was cool, but how do we do something that affects 100,000 people? How do we get those things to really scale? And there's very few platforms, I think, in the crypto space that are sort of making that jump from niche to mass. So should we go a little deep? Like what?
Yeah, let's jump into it. Let's do it.
Let's see. Okay. So we're going to shift a little bit now, and we're going to start talking about the ticket to space and what we're doing to bring that to market and how we're going to fund that project. And also talk a little bit about Studio DAO and how we're building a decentralized entertainment company. And this is the first project, and so it's the very first step in terms of how you go and kick that off. So we're Studio DAO. Studio DAO is a collective that is dedicated to the idea that really all content is crowdfunded. It comes from people, and that we think that there's a vast inefficiency in the way that entertainment is created, in the way that content is funded, and that it's actually kind of the perfect use case for a very different kind of DAO, right? Like the DAOs that we've all seen so far, governance is difficult. Maybe before we go into this, maybe we should just have the governance conversation and set it all up, because we've experienced, I don't know if anyone here knows what Shark DAO is or was. You know, the origin of these things and the way that they start and then the way that they're governed. Can we just talk about that for a second in terms of like, how does MoonDAO govern itself?
For sure, yeah. I mean, this is something that we've been really focused on, because this is very core to our mission. Is like, okay, how do we actually want to have bottom-up governance and do this in a way that actually creates good outcomes? And we passed a constitution that was, I think it passed like with 99% yes. So the community was happy about it, but it's quite involved because we had to solve many issues with DAO governance in general, and so there was actually a study done on DAOs with more than 1,000 members. So MoonDAO is I think a little under 12,000 members at the moment, and we had the highest voter participation rate out of any DAO, which felt great, but it's an incredible test bed for governance ideas, and so we've done a few things. We started out with just one token, one vote, capped up to 4% of the total amount of voting power. So you can't influence it more than 4%. We've actually switched it now, so now we use voting escrow. So it's staking, and the longer you stake, we forked some curve contracts. And the longer you stake, the more of a say you have inside of our community. And the reason we did this was because what we noticed is, you know, there's quite a lot of degen energy in the crypto space, and so, you know, degens they serve a purpose. I'm not trying to say that, you know, that's you know, market forces are bad. However, I don't think that you want your DAO to be controlled by the short-term fluctuations and people that are more mercenary capital coming in and trying to get a return and then leaving. What you really want to incentivize is more long-term thinking, and so we borrowed some contracts from Curve. They're also being used by another group called Nation 3, and we felt like that was an effective way of sort of quelling a bit of that more short-term mindset. And then on top of that, then we take the square root of the total amount of voting power that you get from the tokens that you've put into our voting escrow, and then that determines your total amount of say inside of the community. But that's just like one element. That's one house of governance inside of MoonDAO. We have a whole other house, which is our Senate, and so that is composed of all of the project leaders. So all of the projects that have been up here, including this project that we're doing with Studio DAO, has a stewardship team. So they are the leaders of that project, and they have a special vote in what we call the Senate. And the Senate is a more sense-making group that reviews incoming proposals and does basically like a peer review on the proposal. So they'll review it, they'll give their thoughts, and just try to integrate that project into the broader like MoonDAO. And then they vote on it, and then that then goes to the rest of our token holders, and they can either approve of that project or reject it. So that, in a nutshell, that's our governance. It's a bit complex, but it's serving us so far.
Right. I mean, it's complex. It's you know, and I think it falls into the challenge that a lot of DAOs fall into, which is the complexity is one thing, the speed is another, right? Just in terms of being able to move. I mean, you want to get to the moon by 2030.
Yes.
So speed is important. So how do you handle that in terms of giving whoever is running the project, like, you know, like there's governance, but then there also needs to be trust, right? Without trust, it's impossible, right? Like you can't do it. So how do you deal with that?
Totally, yeah. I mean, I think that this is a common struggle for all DAOs, which is like, okay, you're living in on-chain land, and all of that is enforced through smart contracts, but then eventually there's a handoff into the real world, and you have to be able to trust someone to execute on an objective or whatever. And so how do you actually do that handoff in a way that minimizes trust, I suppose, or that incentivizes the person to actually follow through and do it? And so that's a whole other component to this that we've been working on a lot, yeah.
Right, I mean, because you end up, you know, I follow closely and was there at the beginning of Nouns DAO, and you know, and I'm deeply involved in Juicebox DAO, and it seems like, you know, breaking things off into digestible pieces and letting the world work the way the world works today is more effective. Like, there's a certain granularity that just like DAOs have to sort of empower teams and let things happen. The whole governance, I was reading something the other day that was about governance and game design, and just that really resonated with me in terms of you know, instead of trying to govern everything broadly, to define a protocol that lets you that govern a very specific set of things more dynamically, faster. And so I think just in the same way that the last year was a big mush of capital formation and then trying to do things with like capital, like the next step is figuring out both how to put that capital to work, but also at the same time make that governance. I don't know if I would shoot for entertaining, right? Because I think if it's like these are optional activities for people, and we want it to be something that feels game-like, feels rewarding, feels lightweight, and you know, and I think that there's a lot of work and a lot of interesting work that's happening now, and that's like the next frontier in terms of DAOs that do very specific kinds of things. I was in the DeSci conversation earlier this morning. Those DAOs are very different, right? There's like it's a portfolio of projects as opposed to teams that are doing those projects, which I think is like more like the Moon DAO model. Okay, let's see. So I'm just wondering, like, if there are any questions or any thoughts, we're gonna keep going, but we're also here live. We're not in Discord. We're not sort of like missing each other in messages. So if there's something that's coming up that you want us to go deeper on, feel free to raise your hands. Okay, so let's we'll go into Ticket to Space and Studio DAO for a moment, and then we can come around on it. So so Studio DAO, as we sort of got into a second ago, you know, our thought, my background, just on me, is I've worked in entertainment companies in a lot of different capacities, doing everything. I was the first. This is terrifying. The first digital employee at Viacom. I built their video game group. I built video television networks, all kinds of content. And all through it, but I was like the best moments of working in a media company are when great, interesting people come in and they want you to buy their project. They want you to make stuff. So I was there when Beavis and Butthead was getting pitched, and that was like, oh my God, this is incredible. Like this guy, Mike Judge is insane, and this is going to be beautiful. And just like, and there were people inside those companies. That was at MTV. There was this guy, Abby Triculi, that was just like, the way that we're going to do this and make this incredible is we're going to do the projects that no one else is going to do. And that was like, the era of media was very corporate then, and MTV was like, nah, we're just going to do crazy shit and let like wild things happen. And that really, I got that vibe, and that worked for a while. Fast forward 2 years ago, I get red pilled by a friend, and I start looking at this, and I became really, really interested in the idea of user-owned networks, token-driven networks, where the people that were using the network were going to own it, and what would come out of that kind of structure, that kind of coordination. So we came up with this idea, like, could we build an entertainment network? Could we build a movie studio that was actually owned by the filmmakers and the fans, and actually get rid of all the rest of the garbage? Can we have like a much more efficient model where consumer dollars turn into content through this protocol, through this system? So that's a big dream in terms of how you actually, what you need to do to make that work, how do you scale it, how do you get it going? And then I met Django, which is how I met you. And Django, our friend Django, who's built a platform called Juicebox. Juicebox is the platform that raised, it did Constitution DAO, Assange DAO, Spice DAO, Moon DAO, Shark DAO. So about $180 million of projects got funded through Juicebox over its first year in the bull. That platform is really interesting because basically people can join and you tokenize their contributions, and then that is basically generates the DAO. And it started off with ERC20s, and now they've advanced it to NFTs. The structure of that is obviously the core piece of what you would use to try to build a user-owned network. But we needed another thing. We needed a project that we could go and tokenize as a part of that transaction. So when we started talking about Ticket to Space, it solved a whole bunch of problems in terms of, topically, it's about what we all care about, this collective action and advancing our capabilities as a group. But also, it was separate from the rest of the entertainment industry, right? Because as we've been studying this and getting into how do we get it done, you know, a year ago, crypto was a fountain of money. Anybody could show up. This isn't really true. Like, but it was easier to get things done. As it's gotten more difficult, people are concerned about the reputational aspects of crypto. So, and everyone wants to see someone else do it. No one wants to go first in terms of how do we take this risk. So working together with Moon DAO and the Ticket to Space filmmakers, we're doing this thing, which is very experimental in terms of how we're going to get this done and how we're going to build this community and kickstart this new user-owned network in partnership. So back to the entertainment piece of it, as the entertainment industry has become more successful and grown over the last 10, 15 years, one of the things that smart business people do with those big businesses, they're like, how do we take the risk away from the stuff that we're doing, which is the exact opposite of what you want to do in terms of finding interesting projects. Like, it's about risk. It's about finding new ways to take risk. And we found this quote from Martin Scorsese that was all about, like, this is the biggest problem. It's corporate, and corporate people don't want to take risk because it's not their company. They're just trying to make their bonus. And so we want to find a way to build a studio that leans into it, that wants to take that risk. And so we've been studying risk and thinking about how that works. And it's very, very different, right? If one person puts $1 million into a project, that's a high risk for them. If 1 million people put $1 into a project, that's not a lot of risk at all. So the complexion, the nature of the kinds of projects that can get made with this system, I think, as it grows, will be very, very different than what we see right now in the ecosystem. Like, it's like, television's great, movies great. There's more to be explored in terms of what we're going to be making at Studio DAO.
So our first project here, Ticket to Space, I just want to be clear on like what is the value prop? Why do you fund something with Studio DAO? Well, first of all, you get credit. You get on-screen credit. So it's like everyone who contributes will be memorialized in the movie. Then we're building a screening room. So we're building this movie in public. The filmmakers are going to be publishing their dailies. They're going to be interacting. They're going to be bringing their stuff back for people to consume, think about, participate in, because we think Ticket to Space actually isn't a normal movie. It isn't just about sending a person, a regular person, into space. It's about thinking about what does Ticket to Space mean. When we start talking to people about it, people have a reaction. Some people are like, I want a ticket to space. Other people want to know, what does a ticket to space mean? Other people are like, that's terrible. Why would you, like, why do I want to leave this planet? And so one of the beautiful things about this project is Fernando, who is the director, has an intense love for humanity and the planet and nature. And so part of the story is like, you go to space and you realize what you've left. Like, there's nothing like coming home. And so we think it's like the Ruby Slipper effect, right? Like part of the value of exploring space is also appreciating coming home and understanding like, yeah, there's no place like home, and this is a great thing. So in our screening room, you will hear that, see those works in progress, and be a part of the process of creating the film. Then, of course, there's got to be some merch. There's got to be some stuff. And so we're doing something really interesting. We're doing a contest where the art that is created is going to be sent up into space, both in the Blue Origin, so there will be flight patches and things like that that have been to space that will be a part of, if you fund the film, you will have access to those. And then we're going to take the originals and put them in the space capsule project and actually put them on the moon. So we think finding artists who want actually to put their art on the moon will be one fun part of engaging the community and building this project out. This next step, redeeming the NFT for the contribution amount, is really, I buried the lead. Like, people ask the question, like, why don't we do this on Kickstarter? Why don't you do this on Patreon? You know, there are other, you can do Indiegogo. There's lots of ways to do crowdfunding. But none of those projects actually build a network or a community, and you don't have any tangible connection to the project. So so when you contribute to Ticket to Space, when that movie makes money, you will be able to get your contribution back, as well as retain your tokens that give you your governance over the DAO itself. So that rebate, getting your money back, is the difference. And I think that's just the beginning of, in a way, like in the regulatory environment, all the rest of the stuff, we're doing contracts with filmmakers. We can't be anons. We can't just be like, we're just a Gnosis safe. There's no way to do a contract with a filmmaker for back end from a Gnosis safe. I mean, we're building the pieces, but it's there.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in to say that like doing this is huge and extremely difficult, and Kenny's a legend for like being able to like do all of the legal engineering to make all of this possible in a compliant way. Like it's big, it's big.
Yeah, it's thank you. It's yeah, I mean, usually I've been a software developer, a content executive, all kinds of stuff. I've never done more meetings and conversations with lawyers where like we're inventing things as we go through it. And what we've done is we've set this up. It's US based. It's like we can, anyone who wants a deeper dive on the legal, I'm happy to give it to you at another time, like, because it's going to take more than the 15 minutes that we have left. And then Greenlight Power is the other thing that you get for participating, and that's basically your governance power over the DAO and over the other projects that will be the second project. The third project will be projects that are voted in by the community. So, right, like these are just sort of a quick look at some of the NFTs. We are leaning heavily into the AI Meta on all of this, and I think that's, I'm sure lots of you have tried it already, but super powerful. And as we've been building this, and as we sort of look at the power that's coming with AI, we actually think that there's two curves happening for Studio DAO. One is empowering small teams to go out and get stuff done, but also helping them navigate and find these hyper tools that let people do in minutes what used to take weeks. So we kind of envision a world where we want to figure out how to fund a team, I'm making this up, a team of 5 people for 2 months for $200,000. Can they make a movie that would have cost $1 million or $2 million or $3 million using these tools? And I think, every day we see something else come together, and there's a lot of interest in terms of both empowering teams with budget, and then also making their output 10x from what they normally could do, and that will make us super dangerous in terms of finding the heart of those two curves. So this, I don't know if you can see this. So this is, as we've been getting into this, and looking at the real scale of what's going on in crypto and how big are the biggest NFT collections and how many people are really engaging, it's thousands. If you're lucky, it's tens of thousands. And we need more, right? We need hundreds of thousands of people to come in to really make this work. So we've been digging into other platforms where we can start to engage and connect. And we found this platform called ETHDenver that is the back end for film festivals around the world. Sundance uses it, Slamdance uses it, Toronto. Like there's hundreds and hundreds of smaller film festivals and huge ones that use this, and it's just a great platform. So this is how we're building our screening rooms, and what this will let us do is actually give a Web 2 entry point to Studio DAO. So you can come in and buy a membership to Studio DAO with your credit card, with your email. You don't need a wallet. And then we send you an email, and we basically get you to go through the onboarding piece later. And that opens us up to hundreds of thousands of film fans who are not yet and may never have a crypto wallet, right? I think we're all imagining a world where those wallets get buried into user experiences and become like, it's plumbing, it's infrastructure, it's not the user experience, right? Vitalik wrote something yesterday or the other day about how bad the user experience is, just like trying to buy tea, trying to do all this stuff, and all like, so it's like, it's tough and it's small, but after the experience of Constitution DAO and all the rest of these, it's still real. We just need to figure out how to get people into it in steps so that we can create scale for these projects and make things that are meaningful outside of the ecosystem.
Yeah, and I just also want to say, like, when Kenny showed me this, I was like, this is awesome. Like, I feel like so much of the difficulty of DAOs is in onboarding people and onboarding new people. And you really need to meet them where they're at right now. Majority of people don't have, a MetaMask wallet or something like that. So actually just letting them purchase with a credit card and then following up with them through, say, a drip campaign with like emails and going like, this is how you get a wallet, this is how you onboard into our community, and then bringing them in slowly. Like this is huge. Yeah.
It's funny, we were on in the Juicebox town hall, and we were talking about onboarding, and there was someone just threw out the like, oh, this isn't easy like normal e-commerce. I'm like, normal e-commerce is not easy. Like, that's not like, this is harder, but still, like, getting people through those funnels and getting them to actually buy is a massive effort. So I think, like, figuring out how we get through it, because for the crypto native DAOs that were pure DAOs, you didn't need to explain what crypto was. You came to it with this. But if we come to you and say, here's this movie, this is an important movie, this is an interesting movie, wouldn't you like to be a producer of this movie for $20, for $50, for $100? Even if we get you to say yes, if we then need to say, okay, do you have a MetaMask wallet? Do you know how to install this? Like, do you like, there was someone measured it, And there were something like 47 steps for a new person to go from, like, I'm just interested in this, and now I've executed it, and I've done the transaction, I've done it. And there was, in that conversation, they were like, wow, we need a lot more money for education. And I'm like, there is not enough money in the world to educate people to take 47 steps to buy something for $20. It's like, it's not gonna happen. So we're really excited about finding other pathways in getting the proposition out there. And at the same time, the crypto infrastructure is going to improve, and we'll get to the place where when you buy a pass on this, we're not then going to have to onboard you. It'll all happen on the back end, and then you will have a wallet and those tokens, but associated with your account, right? So that's the path that we're taking. Oh, here, let me, and just sort of, in the screening room, we're going to be doing a bunch of interesting things. There's going to be the work in process movie, so you'll be able to see the rough cuts as it comes in. And then we're also going to be working with other filmmakers who are related to the project, other films that were made by the people who are working on this film, but also other films that have to do with the topic of Ticket to Space. Like, there's an incredible film called The High Frontier that is about some efforts that were made to explore the idea of living in space in the 60s and the 70s. Like, this has been a dream for a while, but now it's tangible. And so I think it's interesting to look at the history of it, it's interesting to look at the philosophy of it, and it's interesting to look at the process of it. So that'll all be available in the screening room. And so this is the contest that we're going to be running. And so the way that we look at this is, because the project has its initial seed funding, most of the time you wouldn't start the production until you had most of the money together. But in this case, we're starting off with about 20% of the budget, and we're using that money to both start the shoot and to create content that then can be used to bring more interest around the project and complete the funding. So we're going to teach filmmakers to essentially be startup employees where they have a little bit of seed money, and then you've got to go show that this thing is worth getting the rest of the money and getting it there. So I think that kind of incremental funding is something that entrepreneurial creatives are very interested in, but traditional creatives who are used to, like, no, I signed the piece of paper, you give me $1 million, and then, like, if it's good, that's good for both of us, and if it's bad, that's bad for you, but I still got my $1 million. So we're gonna solve that problem by figuring out how to seed fund projects and move them along. We're also gonna have a speaker series with other people who are interested in the topic, and maybe if any of you would like to be a part of that, let us know.
It's like a Y Combinator for filmmakers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Even in the cross ownership, right? Because every filmmaker on Studio DAO is a member of Studio DAO, and that's something like Susie and Fernando, who are the leads on the project, are very into this. And it's not just about this project. They're all like, every time they talk about it, they're like, oh, my friend so-and-so also has a project that they want to put onto it. So we're very interested in getting this going because we think it's going to create a ripple of more projects coming in. So, so this idea came from the environment that we find ourselves in. But a question we've been asking ourselves at Studio DAO is, like, where do new projects come from? If we're not in a world where, if you've been a producer of The Simpsons, you're like, I don't need to do this. This sounds hard. This sounds more difficult than the world that I'm in, and I'll just kind of take my chances with Netflix. But there's many more people that don't have that access, that are creative and that can do incredible things. Where is the next Mike Judge coming from? Where are those people? I saw them come up through MTV and Nickelodeon, and the world, that's part of the beauty of DAOs. The world is a huge place, and humanity is endlessly creative, and how do we unlock that with these tools? So this is, I kind of said, like, on this, it's like, funding ideas should be fast, cheap, and plentiful. We should embrace risk and give a lot of people a small amount of money to get started to bring things into the ecosystem, and then let the community either take it or not, because, like, we need to be able to be honest about what's a good idea or a bad idea, or what the community thinks is a good idea or a bad idea. But when we force creatives to go develop it in private and then bring it to you later, that's a very emotional moment. It would be better to be like, here's enough money for 2 weeks. Like, go make a bunch of things, bring them back, and that like it can be more fluid and less emotional. I think that'll lead to better stuff. At the bottom here, this is kind of like what we're working on. The low budgets are better than high budgets, but both of them are better than no budget, right? Like in the current like AI creative world, there's people who think you're just going to be able to ask for a piece of content and the AI is going to generate that 100% for you and you're going to love it. I think that eliminates humanity from the creative process, which is a mistake. But then when you have high budgets, there's a lot of risk and there's a lot of people involved, and there's accountants and there's MBAs and there's all kinds of people telling you smart ways to spend that high budget. We think the sweet spot is low budgets in terms of enough money to do it, but not so much money that people need to freak out about the risk that you're taking. And we think that's where like AI-enabled filmmakers and new sort of high-risk, low-budget projects is going to be a hot spot that we want to occupy. It's also an homage to, there's this great roboticist, Rodney Brooks, from the Media Lab, and he has a theory that's called fast, cheap, and out of control. So he was asked to pitch on like sending robots to Mars, I think. Maybe it was the moon, Mars, I should know that. But the thing about it was everyone else who was pitching was like, we're gonna build one giant robot. It's gonna be a $20 million robot. It's gonna have eyes, it's gonna have all this stuff. And he was like, I wanna make 1,000 tiny little throwaway robots and we're just gonna let them loose. And if some end up in the bottom of a ditch, that's fine, that's great. Like that, so I think like fast, cheap, and out of control is where we wanna be. And then where we're going with this as this evolves, at first, it's manual, right? We're LARPing our way through the first projects. Like, we don't need protocols to do all of these things. But we do want this to evolve into a protocol. So what this is, and I'm happy to go in deeper with anyone who wants to go in this later, is a structure for a fork of Juicebox that will actually be a non-profit, token-driven environment that lets projects come in and be a part of that. Because we do believe that this can become a decentralized protocol, but we need to get it through those first steps. And that's kind of the Studio DAO pitch side of the coin. You know, that's a lot. It said a lot of crazy things. I don't know. Do you still want to be in business? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I alluded to this before, but you know, Kenny is a legend for making all of this like work. I think in general, you know, it's difficult to it's very difficult to give money back or give money away in the current legal environment. So like being able to actually, you know, reduce the risk for the people that are putting money into projects and actually having them participate in the community and get something out of it, like that's huge. And that's something that I think that many DAOs should look into applying this sort of model. Because I think that's what will really give sticking power to these DAOs. You know, you can't just give away money like and not have anything coming in, or you're going to die. And I think that a lot of DAOs are kind of facing this mortality right now, where yeah, maybe you raised a bunch of money in the bull market, but now you know things are quieting down and you have a bunch of money that you're giving out, but not a lot of income streams coming in. So through a model like this, you can fund projects a little bit and then see what actually resonates with people, what actually resonates with you know the broader world, and then they can come in and help fund that project, and then the revenues goes back into the community and back into the hands of the people that are helping support the project. So it's a really, really clever model, and I think it's really cool.
Thanks. Well, we're gonna find out. Okay, time for a couple of questions, or are we getting the hook?
I would love to hear some questions. I think I love what I've heard so far, and let's go deeper.
Okay.
And I know we have a Hollywood person here, so.
Yeah, I'm in the movie business and music business. I wanted to ask you two questions. One is that what's the name of the network that you can onboard, you mentioned, and without the wallet or something?
We're going to be, so Studio DAO is the name of the DAO that you would be joining, and the platform we will be launching, the platform that we're using is something called Eventive. So if you go to Eventive.
How do you spell that? I didn't.
EV, how do you spell Eventive? Yes, Eventive.
Right. And then I was looking quickly through all the stuff you wrote on the internet, and you mentioned that you will have an LLC, and somehow another the LLC, I didn't understand, will take over a project. So if you could explain that.
Right. So, right, you're in the business. So when a filmmaker makes a film, they start an LLC, right? Like they are then essentially raising money and selling securities in that content. We've created a structure, we've created an LLC that can do the deal with the filmmaker LLC, and so that is called Studio DAO Backlot. And Studio DAO Backlot is a services company that works along with the DAO. So in the same way, and this is, Uniswap works this way, right? There's like the Uniswap DAO, there's the Uniswap Foundation, and then there's a regular company that actually builds the software and does this in service to the greater token holders that are doing that. So yeah, so we have basically three structures. There's a unincorporated nonprofit association that is in Nevada. That's when you join the DAO, you join that Nevada organization. That's the community. And then there's this for-profit services company that can do the deals with the filmmakers and services the DAO and sort of has to bring the money back into the ecosystem.
How's it going? I'm Max.
Hey, Max.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting tokenomics within the NFT sales and repaying the minter per se. I just had a question. Do you repay the minter wallet address, or does that individual have to hold the token until you guys are profitable?
Yes, that's a great question. You have to hold the token. Like you have to, only the original minter can rebate for the money. That's like an AML, to write. Like you could, if Ticket to Space goes out and, becomes a massive hit, the NFT might be more valuable as a collectible than getting your $20 back for the project. But yeah, it is soul bound, but our friend Django, as a part of the NFT contract, it's not like a normal soul bound NFT. You buy it, and then the first time it's transferred, it burns the address into the NFT at that point. So we basically have sort of done it in a way where it's like, you get it, it's as simple, as cheap as possible, and you can move it around. You just will know, and we won't rebate that money.
Yeah, that's good for definitely building a community and locking them in there pretty much, and as well as with the custodial wallets y'all are providing with the credit cards. I just have a question regarding oh, sorry. So you don't want degens trading your NFT clearly, but is there any, how are you gonna sustain royalty sales or, starting projects with 20% funding is a good start, but again, in the space, a lot of things get going when you issue tokens for creation, and then, it's just an easy way out for a creator, essentially, if they don't raise 100% of the liquidity needed for the project,
Yeah.
So I just
It's a great question. We're going to aggressively go into what are the different kinds of game theory and game mechanics that we can do with NFTs that will be compliant within the system. I don't know if anyone has been a part of any of the open edition, burn, redeem mechanics, but I've been in the Kevin Abosh one for the last couple of weeks, and it's fun. It's amazing. And so I think we're looking at the development of Studio DAO in two main tracks, right? One track is projects like Ticket to Space, big scaled projects that need to be done in a certain way. And then What are the on-chain game mechanics that we can develop that will be fun, that will develop, like, I think getting your money back, whether, if you put $10 into something, is it that meaningful to get that $10 back? I don't know. Like, it might be more meaningful to have a fun experience with that NFT and the community as you go through the production. So we kind of see it as like, there's a funding track, and then there's a game mechanic track that's about engagement and growing the scale. But we just know that, like, those things, even if we leaned into it hard, like, the most successful projects there are still like a half a movie. Like, it's, you know, it's still just kind of small. So we want to explore it and figure out how to make that work. But I think even if you make it work, it still doesn't solve your basic problem of being able to reach out to normies and bring them into the ecosystem. But I'm not sure that that's a great answer, but that's where we are.
One more right here. Is there a difference from a low budget, from a high budget projects of what rate each project will be, depending on what they want to direct or what type of different direction of into the space they want to create video and projects in?
I'm not sure. Are you asking, like
a project rate from, like, this is what this particular project we're doing, and you might get a return of this type of rate from this particular project, might be different from another one?
It's a great question, and you know, we think the sweet spot, it's like, we're gonna have to grow into this. Like, the budget for Ticket to Space is like $500,000, which is a low budget film. We think the sweet spot is actually under $5 million. Like, the big guys, like if you're Netflix or you're Disney, at $5 million, you can have talent in it. You can get someone, you can pay someone $1 million, and then the marketing people are like, it's great, you have Adam Sandler, and it's like, that's like, I don't need to do any work because it's just gonna sell itself. And they're trying to cover their ass. So what that does is it forces certain kinds of projects get cut because they doesn't meet the marketing requirements of those budgets. So under $5 million, we think that there's lots of opportunity, and that some of those movies, that's where the La La Lands come from. That's where, like, a lot of the Blumhouse horror movies, like, at that budget level, you can make a movie that will make $100 million for, like, and every year that happens. So in the sort of like, and that isn't even low budget from our perspective. I think if we can make, you know, using some of the tools that are coming out, if for $250,000 you can make a movie that looked like $5 million, and we can figure out how to raise $10 million and make 40 of those movies, that's it. Then we're in business. Like, that's the whole thing. And $10 million is not, like, it's a lot, but it's not crazy. Like, that can happen. So I think that's where we're shooting. But when we talk about, like, where will the new ideas come from, we want the protocol to scale all the way down. Like, basically, we think someone should be able to come in and raise $500 so that they can go do something for a week and bring it back. And that when that works, it can then scale up through that. So that's, I think, part of the beauty of the crypto thing is we can make a really scalable protocol that works for $500 and $500,000 and, you know, knock on wood, $500 million, and we get into that. Okay?
And one last question.
Hey, Kenny. I'm in the crowdfunding industry, and I just want to say I really appreciate all the thought and process that you've put into designing Studio DAO. I think it's going to help not only Studio DAO and Moon DAO, but lots of other creatives, and potentially lots of other processes, just what you've done. So
Thank you.
Appreciation. And then my other question is for Moon DAO. How applicable and parallel is developing a self-sustainable colony on the moon with developing a self-sustaining colony for Earth? And could it potentially be appropriate to co-work with a group designing a self-sustaining colony for Earth, because that's my mission?
I love that. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah. I think like sometimes people approach space as being like abstract and like not so relevant to problems here on Earth. But all of the creativity that we channel into creating, a colony or settlement on another planet, we can leverage and take all of that technology back down to serve us here on Earth. So it's really like space just challenges us to be better and be more creative about our solutions, and then we can bring those back down here on Earth to help us. So there's going to be tons of like massive self-sustaining issues, that come from having a settlement on the moon. Like you need to figure out how do you recycle oxygen, and how do you manage carbon, and how do you manage waste, and how do you use the resources that are on the moon to create the infrastructure that you need on the settlement. So these are very relevant problems to the ones that we have here on Earth. So yeah, I think absolutely, at 100%. A lot of the technology that we use here on Earth comes from space. Like our phone, what makes our phone magic is all the stuff that's in space. And yeah, so I think that we can bring all that magic down here to Earth. Yeah.
Incredible. And just want to add, I think that's a great idea. And I know MoonDAO has, they have a process for proposals that are voted on by the Senate in MoonDAO and then by the membership. And, projects are invited. So MoonDAO is a sponsor of DAODenver and DAOPlanet. And the way that sponsorship happened is a member that's of both communities started a conversation in the Growth Guild, and that turned into a proposal, which turned into a funding that was approved by the group, and we had to plan it all out. So I know there was Spaceship Earth. Was that back in the 80s or 70s or 60s? I don't know, but dating myself. But let's do that with MoonDAO.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah.
I just
Send us
really
your project.
I just really think, as I'm thinking about the design for the city that I've been working on for a long time, when I talk to people about it, I'm like, self-sustaining cities, and they I don't think they really see the vision, but I see how it really relates to a colony. You have to have these closed loop systems, and space challenges you the most. It provides the wind or that challenge to really strengthen the core of the truth of your theories, right, as best as you can get them to. So I see how there could be synergies in working together on that. So thank you very much. I will make a proposal.
Awesome.
And thank you both. We're going to throw up on the screen if people want to scan the QR code and get credit for, we're basically, the way I can maybe share the way we're weighting these credits, the longer the talk, there's no criticism. The longer the talk, it's basically you get a credit per minute. So you'll get a lot of credit for scanning this barcode. So we'll leave it up for a moment. And I want to ask the panel or Kenny and Pablo, if you have any last words for this group. And want to let everybody know the live stream is happening. So tweet out the link, the live stream, if you just go to that under DAODenver.org. And also it'll be recorded. We'll post-produce it, produce every segment, and right now and forevermore, until YouTube goes away, we will have it hosted, just as you saw it here each day in its entirety.
I think, when the story around things like all of these projects, and I think the DAO space in general is, this is all going to take longer than anyone thinks it could possibly take, but when you get there, it's bigger than you thought it ever could possibly be. So it will be slow, but it will be huge. And the peak into the reality of this that we've seen over the last 2 years, over the next 10, more incredible things are going to be happening. So I think it's keep the faith, dig in, and and do the right thing, and it'll all work out. Karma is real.
I want to thank you again. Kenny, Pablo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kush, talking about the history and future of DAOs.
Thank you so much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time and coming here. So I'm Kush. I'm I'm the co-founder of Samudai. Samudai is actually a Hindi word. It means a community. And we are actually trying to build the DAO operating system where we're trying to take all the operational parts of the DAO and then make you go through them with ease. So a bit about my backstory. I got into kernel and was building for the creator economy. I started getting into DAOs after that because I wanted to learn more about what has been going on in the space, what is the potential, and the use cases for DAOs actually struck me. So that is when I started looking into tooling, and I realized that we need something like this. So today we're going to be talking about the history and the future of the DAOs. So getting into it, how it started. So a lot of you might think that the word DAO just came from the DAO, which started in 2016. But in reality, the word decentralized autonomous organization was first coined by Werner Dilger back in 1997. So that is when he described the human body as a decentralized autonomous organization, where all the different parts are moving in together in order to carry out a collective goal, which was to make the body run in a particular manner. And taking that reference, he postulated an intelligent home system, and he called that a DAO. And that is essentially what a DAO is. There are a lot of moving parts who are independent of each other, but they're still working towards a common goal. And if you look at it, the Linux Foundation has been a DAO for over 20 years now. But do they know that? I mean, so coming on to some modern definitions, institutional economics defines DAOs as digital organizations, which have been coming up in order to supplement the digital economy. Ethnographic practices recognize DAO as a cultural phenomena, which is giving power to the people, transferring ownership and everything. And the emerging research compares DAO to the political economic entities like cities and countries. So a good example would be the network state that was postulated as well. So, but we at Samudai like to define DAOs, taking all these definitions in their mind. We want to define them as multi-agent, self-organized networks with predefined rules on the blockchain, which are used to limit interaction and govern the direction of the network through participation of the agents. So now all the contributors over here are agents who participate in order to define the direction of the network, and we're trying to work on the coordination things in order to make sure that we can limit the interaction and then work in a much more seamless manner. So that is what we like to define DAOs as. So speaking about the current landscape, what has been going on is, even though we have a lot of DAOs, most of the DAOs currently are participatory in nature. That means that they require the human interaction in order to get the work done, in order to set the direction. But it's ironic that even though we're participatory in nature, participation is one of the biggest problems in DAOs right now. Secondly, awareness. So DAOs actually need something like an NFT boom to happen, because fewer than 1 in 5 people have even heard of DAOs. And this is not even understanding them, just hearing about them. So if people are not aware of them, people haven't heard of them, how can we ever imagine DAOs going mainstream? Till the time we do not get more people in the game, get more use cases, and more innovation working in all directions together. So getting more people aware so that we can have more innovation, faster innovation, and in much wider direction. Thirdly, DAO members are not freelancers. So this has been a problem that has been coming up over some time now, where people have been treated as freelancers, whereas DAOs engage with freelancers for a very specific niche use case, but DAO members are much more essential to it. They essentially take part in the direction setting and the vision of the DAO. So that particular differentiation has been lacking right now. So in order to try to define the problem and break it down into much granular parts, we can break it down into 3 major parts, which is members, projects, and DAOs. So these are individual problems that all these 3 factions face, and how we can try to solve them. If you look at these, most of these are very interrelated with each other. For example, members' accountability is directly related to DAOs' problem of being multicultural and having a participation issue. Similarly, for projects, subject matter expert is also something that comes down to multicultural part of it and the mission alignment part of it. So what we can get from this is that if you try to solve for these wider bracket of problems, oops. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. So if we can try to solve for the wider bracket of the problems, we essentially end up solving more than one problem that we want to solve. And that is what we should be focusing at. Secondly, the contributor and member problems are being overlooked right now, which is why we have less retention. When you look at it right now, the contributors still do not have security of job. Today, if I'm contributing in a particular DAO, I don't know what happens tomorrow if, let's say, if I break my bone. Or let's say, for the ladies out there, there is nothing like maternity leave right now. So those are some things which essentially hamper the large-scale adoption of DAOs. So, and we should be making more content in order to make people more aware on how to start a DAO as well. For example, like right now, if you try to start a DAO, there are frameworks which help you do that, but there is no proper explanation which will help you decide what works best for you or what doesn't work best for you. Until the time we do not have that, how can we expect more people to be more involved in the space as well? So that is something that's currently lacking. So speaking of all that, there are a lot of ecosystem champions who are working in the space to solve these. And of course, this list is not exhaustive, but some things that just came into my mind while I was making this. And coming down, then what are we building and what are we solving at Samudaya to solve this problem? So yeah, we basically built out a fully customizable dashboard which we optimize for user experience. So now, if you're a member or an admin, you can come to Samudaya, set up your own profile, set up your own dashboard, and start working on it. And you can use all the tools that you're currently using and integrate it into the platform. So plug and play, and we make them work in an interoperable manner together. Secondly, we're focusing on investment DAOs, which are kind of like one of the most serious DAOs out there, but have been most overlooked as well, and enabling discussions for them so that they can settle their investments on chain itself on the platform. Nextly, we make sure that everything you do on the platform, you own it. So we're using verifiable credentials, and we basically give you a Web3 profile of all your contributions. So it's basically like an aggregated profile from all of your contributions, all of your achievements and everything. So this is where people go if they want to hire you, if you want to connect with them. Next, networking communication layer. Because we're an aggregator, we've basically built out these attachments to say, which basically help you connect with other people on the platform. Could be their lens profile, could be their forecaster profile, and you basically end up owning your entire reputation network layer. And then, of course, we have project management, and yeah. So now, how does all this play out in the DAO future? So if you look at it, we're currently past the early days where we were just looking at how to do stuff. Now we are facing a problem of awareness where we need to get more people on board. But secondly, we need to have less reliance on the current DAOs for innovation. There are very less serious DAOs out there who actually know what they're doing, and we need to make sure that we move away from that so that we have more innovation, more wider use case. Because only when that happens, we will achieve ecosystem growth. And when we fail in this innovation process, when we break things, we will find out the flaws in the current system, and it'll actually make the system more resilient. So that is what happens when, once that happens, DAOs will become an preferred organizational structure, and once that happens, only then will DAOs be perceived as a viable career option. So speaking of the collective goal, we should be able to solve, we should be looking to solve foundational problems, learn, experimentation, repeat, and we should understand that we cannot innovate alone. So let's try to get more people on board. Let's try to work together and do this. So yeah, if you want to try Samudaya now, you guys can check out this QR code. The best experiences in the web applications. So yeah, I'm going to leave it up for like 5 seconds or something. If you want to get in touch with me, this is my Telegram. We can chat about anything. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Coach. Sorry for going overboard.
Oh, we are now. Okay. Next up, we're moving right along. We're going to catch up on some time here. Amir was here, did some amazing panels earlier, and he'll be back around, part of the family, but we're going to skip over that presentation and move straight to a legal panel on legal wrappers and jurisdictional differences for DAOs. So deep dive in it in the legal realm, and we have Sven Herman, Niklas Anzinger, and Jalfi Laurent. Oh, and we have, here, you're going to have to introduce everybody else. I'm tapped out. Everybody, come on and let's get the chairs together here.
All right, thanks, Steve. So we're going to try to be kind of lighthearted on this one and maybe a little controversial, actually. So we have a couple more people on stage, as you can see. So my name's Sven. I love that you just said diving deep into this, because I'm a co-host of DAO Deep Dives, so very present on that one. I'm also a founder of NamesDAO, which you can check out tomorrow if you're interested. Come talk to me later. And then I'm on stage here with Joseph from the Digital Economic Zone Katawe, and Jonathan, formerly from MyDAO, DAO lover. I think we're all into that. And Niklas, who's a GP at Infinita, a network state-focused fund, I would say. And Kyle from LexDAO and Lex Clinic, and the president of
DAO Coalition.
Right. So yeah, we're going to kick it off with kind of controversial questions. I asked my panelists to what is the most controversial thing you would like to argue comfortably on stage? And because that one's kind of a weird one, I'm going to jump in with a statement we're going to talk about, which is fuck open source. And what does that mean, Kyle?
Yeah, so in our space, we're advocating for open source a lot, and I think we all know the reasons why we're doing that. And maybe, though, we should take a pause and contemplate what open source is in the first place, and then also when and how we should open source instead of necessarily just go full maxi on it. So yeah, having that kind of inflammatory statement that kind of maybe get people's backs up to delve into it. For me, personally, one thing that I think about quite a bit are patents, which we often think are not open source, but disclosures in patents are in some ways way more open source than open source software, because the disclosures have to explain the art as well as the prior art based on the whole precedent that's been developed for over 100 years or so. And what they do have, though, is a monopoly right that can be enforced. So right there is a question of, well, is that closed source? Because it seems fairly open source, but then it's got this monopoly thing. Another one that I think about quite a bit is well, working with parties, first mover advantage. And if people are open sourcing as they're building their product, then other people are just going to take that, and they never get enough traction to get off the ground. So kind of theft of ideas, that's problematic as well. So those are kind of initial thoughts to kind of get the conversation going. But what do you all think about fuck open source?
I mean, let's bring it into the DAO ecosystem, right? Like, why do we think we need to be so brutally transparent? I include myself here, actually. I am very maximalistic on this. But does a DAO necessarily have to open source this shit? Anyone?
Yeah, in short, I think trade secrets are fine to protect your business, right, against competition. I don't think you should use patent law, right, to punish other businesses, right? So I like open source, right, but there is legitimate businesses and business cases where you don't want to share something with other businesses right at that time, right? And it's fine to keep it for yourself.
fair? Anyone disagree?
I guess one thing I would like to see patent law not being used for that. That instead of handing patent to the trolls, that we instead think regeneratively, that type of modality with patents. Perhaps we can't go anywhere there, and so we give up. But I don't think we're even kind of having that conversation. One thing, for instance, is we could have it so that we stake patent licenses. So then people aren't even giving up their principal to be able to use the license. And then thinking about how enforcement agencies are going after code now with OFAC and such. Perhaps if that code has even more economic value, it's harder to go after that. So we can protect ourselves from third parties that are, but within the bounds of DAOs, which is kind of why we're all here, a little bit different. I guess, yeah, so why would a DAO want to do that kind of enforcement is the question. And if a DAO has a sustainable business model and it's got a nice flywheel, then it can build other quality work. So that whole idea of why these intellectual properties exist in the first place, which is encouraging innovation and such. So that gets then the copyright. A lot of times CC0 is implemented. I personally am pushing Creative Commons quite a bit, that they do an NFT working group. So I want to see more and more Creative Commons here. Speaking with some musicians, they have issues. I think it's Jonathan Mann, so Song and DAO, that DAO, about using CC0, so fully open sourcing it, because I believe, reading his Twitter and such, he's concerned that certain political groups that he doesn't see eye to eye with will use his copyright there. So if he fully open sourced it, then people he really dislikes and doesn't want to use, or even just straight up stealing his valor, they can do that. So yeah, that's something to consider.
So I mean, I guess open source versus closed source, it doesn't really matter until you boil it down to what are you trying to protect, right? And is there a law which you can actually piggyback onto to try to protect whatever you're trying to protect? Begs the question, do you have to follow laws that you didn't agree to? It seems like something Nicholas wants something to say.
Kind of my controversial thesis is that you're not morally obligated to follow laws you didn't agree to, right? Which sounds controversial, but I'll show you it actually isn't. But by the way, this is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. My background is in philosophy. I'm trying to make a philosophical point, right? But does anyone get the Twitter ads with Gary Gensler saying, oh, your crypto might be a security. We have to register. This is not optional. This is the law, right? So I'm not sure if he's targeting the right person, right? Or like, but what he's saying there is a specific legal philosophy, right? So he's saying he has the jurisdictional authority over you and what you're doing. And that might or might not be right. I don't think you're morally obligated to follow these laws, or the SEC has no moral authority over you. That's kind of my thesis. Why do I think that? Well, morally, I mean as distinct to, hey, it might not be wise to go against or break these laws, right? So imagine the schoolyard bully. That's basically what the SEC is, right? So you're not morally obligated to give the schoolyard bully your lunch, right? Just because he says, oh, I'm making this rule, you have to give me my lunch, right? But it might not be wise to go against him. It might still be wise to give him your lunch, right? Because otherwise he's going to beat you up, right? But morally, I think, you know, in the crypto space, in the Web3 space, there's a lot we want to achieve. We want to build a more decentralized financial system that's censorship-free and everything like that. And the SEC is basically a blocker against that. It has very bad and unjust laws. Maybe a subset of these laws do make sense in a different system, but the way these are actually enforced right now, I mean, they're from the 1930s, right? They get updated, if at all, very, very slowly, and they're not adapt to the modern times, right? So again, be wise about it, but that's why this panel is here. So you'll hear from Joseph McKinney about sort of a fantastic alternative jurisdiction to register your crypto company. I'm myself based in Prospera on a Caribbean island, which also has a business domicile that's very crypto-friendly. So find the right ways to work around that, to really unleash the innovation that we need in crypto.
Yeah, so I think that's a good segue, right? Because it depends on what you are doing, what your DAO is doing. Of course, we have heard many talks already over the last couple of days toward that. Do you even need to have a legal entity? Like, we could go into all of these things. quite in depth. But with, you mentioned the SEC prominently, and I think most people probably in the audience are aware that there's a lot of news about this with DAOs and crypto in general. It doesn't look fantastic right now from the SEC's point of view. My personal opinion also, just always personal opinions. But a lot of us are based in the US, right? The US is a major economic player. So can you argue that it is or is not the best place to actually start a DAO?
120%. So the United States, despite its relative decline, still remains one of the most competitive jurisdictions in the world to start a business. The access to US investors, as well as US payment rails, as well as the relative rule of law stability is often unmatched by anywhere in the world. Now, there clearly is some problems by some regulators who are not acting according to new legislation or even new regulation, but simply by enforcement. But there's two things to notice here. For one, the SEC and other regulators, their jurisdiction does not end in the United States. Even if you have a foundation elsewhere or in a different jurisdiction, the long arm of the SEC will reach you as long as you touch an American citizen of some sort. I mean, look at the FTX deal. The SEC is taking action against FTX despite it being a Bahamian company and that they KYC'd specifically to not have US citizens. So no matter where you are, they're going to come for you. And one type of analogy that I'd like to look at is a little bit about the DEA, and that's particularly interesting in the context of Colorado. So I've spent some time in Colombia, and for anyone who spent some time in Latin America, they know that the arm of the US government, i.e. the DEA, is heavily present, despite the fact that there's rarely US citizens there. And the drug war could not be fought on that front. The drug war and the actual reforms had to take place internally within the United States for there actually to be changes, and not at the federal level, but at the level of states. And that's why the American system is so great, because of federalism. And in our particular experiment, namely what I mean the Catawba Digital Economic Zone, this jurisdiction is a tribal jurisdiction which has the same status as a US state in regards to commercial law and business regulations, and oftentimes more. And we're providing a safe place to work within the United States financial system and the federal system, which has tremendous benefits while providing clarity under law. And while that you will have the problems with the SEC regardless of where you go, being as part of a United States jurisdiction that's part of that federalism is incredibly important, and be able to access US investors and payment rails and the rule of law that it provides still provides the best place in the United States for you to do business.
So I want to pass it to you, Jonathan, actually, because you are familiar with other other jurisdictional wrappers, I guess, somewhere else in the world. Just comment on what, like, is he right?
Yeah. Oh, can everybody hear me? Okay, that's great. Yeah, you make some really great points. I think that the long arm of the U.S. government is definitely going to come for you, but I don't think anything on this planet is going to save you from fraud or if you're acting as a bad actor, right? I wouldn't necessarily agree that in our space, with a DAO that's functioning honorably, that the United States is the best place for them. And I feel like DAOs necessarily shouldn't be ruled by that fear of that enforcement. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on maybe some of the other jurisdictions.
Totally. So obviously fraud is fraud. I think a lot of the cases with the SEC, though, it wasn't exactly fraud. It was securities fraud specifically. So they still went off of them based on SEC jurisdiction. And the reason for being in the United States is not for fear of the SEC, but so much that, you know, despite the relative decline, it's still, compared to most jurisdictions in the world, has one of the strongest common law systems, one of the highest successive payment rails and investors. That's why it's important. And also, being a US jurisdiction, they have much more influence on those federal regulatory bodies than, let's say, outside jurisdictions. And that's why it was important to have the example of Colorado and different states. They were able to influence the outcome of regulation because they are internal to the United States and they're a part of the federal system. And as a consequence, that's why it's important to not go without, because we know from many examples that that's not going to actually help. And in fact, what FTX and others have shown is that offshore jurisdictions don't beget trust. And ultimately, that's the fundamental problem in everything Web3, especially in DAOs. It's lack of maturity, and that's because of a lack of trust, and namely, that's because of a lack of rule of law. So you need to address that first before we grow, and going to some tax enclave overseas is not going to help. Some place where people don't trust, it needs to be internal. But you need to be in a nimble jurisdiction that meets your needs, and that's why the Catawba Digital Economic Zone is the best of both worlds.
Do you feel like the current U.S. environment helps? I wouldn't say address, but there's a counterculture, right, with crypto and it's staying anon and wanting to function within regulation, but still I want to have my privacy as much as I can. And I'm of the opinion that U.S. jurisdictions don't really provide that for you, as another jurisdiction might have that for you. Is that something that will be addressed, or do you feel like our ecosystem needs to move closer to what is the status quo, or can we have our cake and eat it too?
So with our jurisdiction, we like to thread the needle. We need to make sure that we're abiding by AML and KYC. However, that doesn't mean that you have to dox yourself. So one of the projects that we're going to be working on with our company and corporation platform is the creation of a DID that is minted each time that you conduct KYC and go onto our platform and issue a new LLC. And eventually for DAO LLCs to be able to do that for each of the members. And by the way, you can register a DAO LLC today, FYI.
In the Marshall Islands too.
What's that?
I said in the Marshall Islands too.
It's true. With the DID, what we do is that they would conduct KYC, but we do not retain that information, and they receive the DID. And then they can use that DID to demonstrate that they have conducted the KYC, so they retain their privacy while at the same time being compliant. And I think that using different zero-knowledge proof protocols, this is perfectly possible. And that's why we are calling on the developers in this community to help us to ensure that we can be compliant while at the same time not betraying the ethos and some of the benefits and the constructive parts of the decentralized ecosystem.
Yeah, if I may add a point, who here in this room has ever incorporated a company, an LLC or a C Corp? Almost everyone. Have you incorporated more than one entity for the same company or purpose? Yeah, more than two? Interesting, yeah. Because I'm doing investments in Latin America. In Latin America, a startup needs to have 3 by default, right? So the model right now is you have a Cayman Islands holding, a Delaware C Corp, and then a local entity, right? So you have the Delaware C Corp to get US investment, you have the holding, so you don't have to pay capital gains tax in the United States, where you might never have set foot in the United States for your business. And you need to have the local entity for operations, right? So startups are already kind of being forced to have a legal stack, right? So you need to start thinking from very early on what your legal stack is, how it's interoperable with other jurisdictions, right? So with Marshall Islands, with the Catawba zone, that just adds to that stack. For some purposes, you want to have that one entity that's interoperable with US capital markets. For other purposes, maybe not, right? So Kyle is also great in he's innovating on that front in providing and building better legal stacks, right?
Yes, I definitely agree with that. The way the law has been developed is domestic, and so doing business in a certain territory, we have to do it piecemeal. And the very sophisticated enterprises out there, they do have subsidiaries in basically every territory. My background is music originally, and performing rights organizations will pay out more to domestic music publishing companies than they do to foreign ones. They also get money much quicker, and then when it's your internal company, you can transfer the capital much easier than expecting these third parties to transfer between nations and such. And yeah, that's one of my hopes, is we lower the friction so much on spinning up an LLC and a variety of other entities. We do open law, even though I know I said fuck open source. I'm actually really into actually open sourcing law, which is totally closed source. And that's one of the reasons why law is so expensive. And actually one of the original documents that started up Ethereum, I can't remember the guy's name right now, but he looked at the math, and most people, it takes them 3 months of earnings to get basic legal services. So that just shows how out of grasp it is, and this is a major issue in startups, and a lot of the best ideas come from people that are on the ground and in areas that aren't necessarily doing amazing socioeconomically, but they can't get those products to market even though they know they have traction, because they have to start out with $10K retainer to a law firm. And yeah, so hopefully in 10 years from now, people can just do 2 clicks and get a company in this territory, 2 clicks, get a company in that territory. When we can finally reconcile the fact that the internet has created a non-local environment where we have evolved in a highly local environment. So if you look at languages, I'm kind of getting in the weeds here, but if you look at languages, accents historically, within a 50-mile radius, the accents would start to change because people historically, they just lived within that region. And I'm personally in DAOs. One of the main reasons I'm in DAOs is because I can have coworkers that are halfway around the world and we can chat with each other real time like they're sitting right next to me right now. It's awe-inspiring, the technology we have. It really is magic. And so, but we've kind of flipped how the law works and we have to do this. And eventually we might have something like Berne Convention for legal entities and such, but that will take us, I think, even longer and we can just figure it out ourselves with DAOs and open sourcing the law and making templates and such.
Yeah, I'd also love to get the opinion of a lot of these popular state-based legislation, like the Wyoming DAO LLC and the Vermont BBL LLC and Tennessee, right? And to my opinion, I don't necessarily see how they improve on like a Delaware LLC that you can have, but I'd love to get your opinion on that.
First and foremost, the reason why your legal bills are so high is because the lawyers have no idea. And that's the problem with Delaware. They have great case law, but they have no idea how digital assets are treated on existing law because Delaware's not telling you, and they're not going to tell you. They're a small state, but they still have a legislature with hundreds of years of special interests that you have to contend with, and you have no idea whether your corporate entity is actually going to be an actual legal wrapper. So versus with our legal framework, we're hyper explicit. Exactly how your digital assets are treated under the Uniform Commercial Code, how it is, how you perfect a security interest, how your DAO is directly related to your limited liability company, and eventually your unincorporated nonprofit association. So that's the fundamental difference right there. You're going to have to obey the law. You'll likely have to obey U.S. law. You might as well be with a jurisdiction that's nimble and focused on the same things that you care about.
Awesome. So 20 minutes go by really quick. So I think we could talk for hours about this, right? And we will probably. So if you guys are interested in learning more about legal wrappers and how you should approach, if you even need one, right? Or having more questions, these fine gentlemen here have quite a bit of shared experience in that space. So come find us after, and thanks for giving us your ears.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent panel. We love the deep dives, and legal is definitely something we all need to deal with, fortunately or unfortunately. So do we have Robert C. Yeah, can we go back to, we want to, also give everybody an opportunity to scan the ThriveCoin QR code up here to get credit toward the raffle and to get more cred within the ThriveCoin network and our partnership. And I'm looking for Robert C. Edwards, if Robert C. Edwards is in the room. Otherwise, we're going to get back on time, back on track. Doctor, Elijah Spina, AKA Flow Science, come on up. My compadre here in producing this event, and you also have something to say.
I do. I have a whole talk's worth of stuff to say. Oh, perfect. So yeah, thank you, Steve, for the introduction. My name is Elijah, founder of Cannabis Genome DAO, and since we're in Denver, we're going to get a little high on data. We're going to talk about how we can use artificial intelligence to generate universal basic income. Next slide. Do I have a clicker? Oh, there we go. I should have known that. So as individuals, we generate a massive amount of data. Everything we do, all of the actions we take. And especially now that our lives are becoming increasingly more digital, a lot of those actions are recorded. So we generate a lot of records, right, data. And data costs are becoming increasingly cheap. And more data at more and more granular level is being stored for a longer time. So this is especially true when we operate as communities. When we are interacting with other people, we generate additional layers of data, additional interactions. Kicking those lights. So we can think of all this data as a network. And that's kind of my background is in genomics and molecular biology. And so from studying genetic networks, that's sort of framed my thinking about how I think about DAOs. There are different nodes in a graph, right, in a network. There's different things, objects, and there's edges, the lines that connect them. And those are actions, right? Those are, and if you think about this in a DAO, the nodes can be things like contributors, smart contracts, or a proposal, right? These are things, or edges, and the things, the way they're interacted with. So two people, two contributors, could send a message to each other. There can be an emoji reaction, right? All those things can be quantified and essentially boiled into some sort of system, or we can draw all sorts of patterns out of this data, essentially, and it's valuable. Don't think this is working. There we go. And so as communities, as this technology advances, especially in DAOs, there's sort of a passive curation mechanism. As people organize into communities, they bring increasing levels of expertise into those communities. And as they interact, those reactions between a given message, the reviews on a given post, those things provide additional value to the original records and data there. And as we apply different statistical analysis, we can generate additional value on top of that original data. Tons of value in data. We all know this, but how do we actually capture that value? With machine learning and this expert knowledge, it's sort of the human-assisted artificial intelligence loop, where artificial intelligence can only be as good as the data you feed it. Garbage in, garbage out. So if we are using experts in a community to curate knowledge passively, that adds tremendous value to that data set. And we can combine that with something like an IP data marketplace using NFTs to monetize that data. So protocols like Ocean Protocol enable this, where a community can essentially benefit from this marketplace by applying a small fee that goes back to a community treasury. So as individuals in the community are acting on the marketplace to sell their own data, to buy other people's data, data providers and consumers, those are all transactions of which a small fee can be taken out. It's kind of like Uniswap of data, right? And to really optimize the amount of value that can be created, we really want to think back to that first slide I showed with thinking about networks and nodes and edges. And so to optimize a community, a decentralized community, what does that even mean? How much decentralization should there be? Should it be maximally decentralized? Should it be none at all? Like, what is the optimum solution here? And if we think about this in terms of the distribution and shape topology of a network, we can have a network that's highly centralized with one hub where all the other points are flowing through that one hub. We could have something that's slightly more decentralized with a bunch of hubs, all the way down to something like a small world network that has many hubs and is highly decentralized. And we want to think about basically increasing redundancy, but in parallel. We don't want to have sequential redundant steps. We want to have information be able to flow from one end of the network to the other in the fewest number of steps. So when we're literally thinking about the shape of a community and how information flows through a community, this is how I think about it. And this is how you can actually optimize decentralization for a given community. We'll get back to the data stuff in a second, but I want to talk a little bit more about this optimization problem and how people can interact and gaming the system, right? So we're all familiar with game theory, at least a little bit, where depending on the choices you make, and so up here I'm showing a Nash equilibrium, right? This is two people having two different choices each, right? If you pick one choice, you end up with the best possible outcome for both, versus another choice where you end up with a good outcome for one person, a bad outcome for the other, and then finally the fourth option, bad outcomes for both, right? You can scale this out to any number of individuals, any number of choices. And ultimately, this maps onto what can be thought of like a problem landscape, right? Solution landscape, where if you have, this is actually an article from Vitalik, taken from an article from Vitalik from 2 years ago. It's having a concave worldview, this shape, is when the optimum amount of decentralization is somewhere in the middle, right? The best solution, like the highest on the y-axis, is at the top, it's in the middle, right? Having, say, maximum decentralization or maximum centralization is not optimum. You'd want somewhere in the middle. In a convex worldview, it's one or the other, right? So one of the extremes here, say maximum decentralization, is the best outcome, versus somewhere in the middle can actually reduce the optimization of the solution. But how do we know what world we're living in, and how do we know what this is going to look like? So essentially, as technology improves, the shape of this curve can change, right? Say if decentralization technology improves, maybe this side of the graph goes up. Maybe the middle part shifts up, and it actually shifts from a convex to a concave worldview. The solution landscape changes dependent on the context. And so we're in the very early stages of DAOs, and so a lot of the solutions are somewhere over here. Or maybe they're even somewhere over here, probably. So let's keep working on this. And so that's what we're doing in Cannabis Genome DAO. So my background is in molecular biology. I started a genomics lab studying cannabis, essentially kind of like studying lineage and relationships between the plant, so that medical patients can know what they're getting, right? It's very important if you're getting medicine to know what it is, how it's going to affect you. With cannabis, there's a variety of different effects you can get, and oftentimes patients don't have good labeling. And so that's what my lab was doing, and we generated tons of data for our customers, but they had no incentive to share it, right? They all just wanted to get maximum profit for their business. That doesn't include sharing your information with your competitors, right? It's really hard to come to rational and equitable agreements over sharing data. But with a thing like an NFT marketplace, you can set whatever terms you want. You can control how that data is used, whether it's seen at all and in the process of using it for a computation. So there's a lot you can do with an NFT marketplace. And so what we're doing is empowering cultivators, researchers, clinicians, consumers, and people all along the supply chain to monetize their data, to share their data, and ultimately advance and accelerate the therapeutic applications of cannabis. And on top of that, we're incorporating a DAO structure, reputation weighted, so that it's based upon the contributions to the community, and some of those contributions can be financial, but essentially this allows the community to decide what's important and how does that influence who makes decisions. And finally, using this pseudonymous reputation system, we can actually empower members of the DAO to become stewards of a decentralized seed bank wherein they can store actual plant material submitted by other members and preserve that because they have established sufficient reputation and trustworthiness within the community to do this in a pseudonymous manner. So we're leveraging Ocean Protocol for this, and this kind of all started with a random LinkedIn poll that I put up a while ago and just got an overwhelming response to people that I was working with in the cannabis industry saying, this is kind of what they want. So still working on it, but that's sort of the proof of concept that we're going for here. And this is I showed this earlier when I mentioned data marketplaces, but this is the version of the Web3 sustainability loop published by Trent McConaughey, but adopted to Cannabis Genome DAO. So essentially just showing that there's a circular economy that can grow based upon work and contributions made by individuals. And we've got this for a while. We've gotten support from Ocean Protocol, Ocean DAO actually, and Near Foundation, and then tons of other organizations that have helped us in various ways and continue to just be awesome partners in the ecosystem. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. And we probably have a QR code for Dr. Elijah Spina's talk. And is Sven here? Sven was just here. If not, we're going to leapfrog and maybe move on to the following. Nancy Rubel. Is Nancy here? Yes. Do you have a presentation all queued up? Yes, awesome. Are you ready? Okay, come on up. Hey, everybody, this is Nancy Rubel talking about reputation-based voting and the power of soul-bound tokens.
All right, hi everybody, good afternoon. My name is Nancy Rubel, and today I'll be talking about soul-bound tokens, the power of soul-bound tokens, and reputation-based voting. So today we will explore what reputation-based voting is, challenges and issues of traditional asset-based voting in DAOs, a solution of how to fix these challenges and issues with soul-bound tokens, and finally we will start off with an introduction to Metopia and how we're trying to solve the traditional asset-based voting issues that DAOs face. So before we get into the meat of this presentation, a little bit more about me. My name is Nancy Rubel. I'm primarily Metopia's social media manager, although I do a bit of product development and BD as well on the side, as we are a startup. I attended New York University for economics and computer science. I also did some research on Web3 credentials, which is my specialty. And I am a member of Emerald City DAO on the Flow blockchain, as well as Boys Club and SheFi Season 8. So let's get into what reputation voting actually is. All right, so let's look at a definition. So reputation represents proof of participation and grants voting power in the DAO. And reputation cannot be bought, transferred, or delegated, and DAO members must own reputation through participation. Members can request to receive reputation and tokens as a reward in exchange for their contributions as well. So let's look at the challenges and issues of traditional asset-based voting in DAOs. So one token, one vote, and please excuse me as I refer to my phone. This is my first presentation as Web3 in general. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm quite nervous, so I'll be referring to my phone for the rest of the presentation. So thank you guys for bearing with me, and please forgive me for that. Thank you, everyone, for your support. All right, so reputation-based voting, the definition. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. Skipping slides here. All right, sorry guys. So let's start with one token, one vote, the traditional way of asset-based voting. So one token, one vote is expensive. A higher influence on DAO governance requires a higher level of financial commitment because the more tokens you have, the more voting power you have. One token, one vote can also promote centralization because of the accumulation of tokens to gain a higher control of the voting power in a community. In this way, plutocracies can emerge where wealthy elites control the voting power. One token, one vote can also lead to something called rational indifference, where if tokens held equals voting power, then it follows that DAO members with smaller token holdings may have lower incentives to participate in governance. An individual may see their influence on proposal outcomes as minimal and rationalize refusal to participate in voting. This would also occur if DAO members increase at a rapid pace, resulting in the marginal impact of a given voter diminishing. Lastly, incompetent leadership. Incompetent leadership can also arise from one token, one vote if the wrong types of people who don't particularly care about a DAO's governance acquire large token holdings. This is also known as a kakistocracy, so that's a fun new word to use in our vocabulary as well. Now let's move on onto a solution with soulbound tokens and put two and two together. Before we move on, I want to get into what soulbound tokens are, just in case any of us are unfamiliar with them. As the slide states, the primary hallmark of a soulbound token is that it is non-transferable. So it's a non-transferable NFT. Metopia has its own soulbound token standard, which means that our soulbound tokens are updatable, revocable, expirable, and extendable in addition to being non-transferable. In addition, there are real-life applications for SBTs, such as education history, health records, work history, and loyalty programs. So there are a bunch of use cases for SBTs, and they can only grow as time goes on. So going back to the solution, how can soulbound tokens help fix traditional asset-based voting? Let's look at one key portion of this definition that says reputation cannot be bought, transferred, or delegated. So what is the medium that will help allow reputation to not be bought, transferred, or delegated? That would be soulbound tokens. Now, DAOs or other Web3 communities can decide in which specific way they wish to implement reputation-based governance in their communities, but the idea is that each community member forms an identity and builds a reputation around that identity. That community member can then decide which reputation-gated proposals to vote on instead of using an NFT or something like an ERC20 token to vote. A community member's positive reputation can be revoked if they decide to become malicious, or negative reputation can be added via a negative soulbound token should the community decide to follow that route as well. So this brings us to Metopia. You've heard me speak a lot about Metopia before, but you may be wondering what we do, who we are. Well, let me tell you. Metopia wishes to be Web3's premier reputation-based governance platform. Okay, there we go. To help fix the issues found with traditional asset-based voting. Let me tell you more about us. We're a team of 8 people with a passion for governance and DAOs coming from all over the world. Our platform supports a hybrid version of off-chain reputation-based voting and asset-based voting. And we currently help communities govern by offering cool incentive features like raffles gated to particular assets like soulbound tokens or NFTs. We will be debuting our Meto badges or our soulbound token protocol this upcoming March. So March is going to be a big year for Metopia, or month, excuse me. All right, benefits of badges. Metopia's governance platform helps fix a lot of problems found with traditional asset-based voting. So let's go through some of what we do to help you understand how we fix those challenges. So we do include a lot of benefits for DAOs, including increasing voter participation and engagement. We also enable fair governance through dynamic voting strategies. We balance asset holdings and non-financialized contribution in a hybrid sort of way, as I explained before. And we enable communities to make reasonable incentive systems according to their members' visible contributions. So these incentive systems include things like incentive pools, so people could get rewards like USDT token or SBTs after a certain period of time of holding a particular reputation token or an NFT. Metopia also supports Snapshot, Morales, RSS3, Discord, Ceramic, and Twitter to help communities govern in the best way possible. So we've already made a lot of these integrations. And we hope that this will help communities govern in the best way they can. And that's it. Thank you for bearing with me for the end of this presentation. Check out these QR codes to check out more of Metopia and follow us on our reputation-based governance journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent job. And next up, now we do have Sven Herman. Yes, big hand. Yeah, maybe everybody get up. Let's do a little energizer, stand up and shake it around. Put your left foot in, put your left foot out, put your right foot in, put your right foot out. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. Because isn't that what it's really all about?
All right, so sorry about that. I got sidetracked because of my panelists. They wanted to have a drink, which I never say no to, unfortunately. So I do want to start off by saying that this talk is kind of an experiment or a desire for myself to get as many of you who are interested in this topic to talk to me after. Just want to preface that, right? So what's wrong in DAOs and incentives today? And anyone think that there's anything wrong today or that we could do better? Well, that's true. So I spent way too much time thinking about the incentive structures and how we... Do I just give you a cue for the clicker, actually? I just realized that. Fantastic. So that's the definition of an incentive, right? And I think that's a good place to start. I think every community, if that's a DAO or not, it doesn't really matter, needs to have some sort of incentive structure to align its members to work towards a common goal, right? I mean, that's part of a DAO. So what we have today, though, in many DAOs are bounties, right? I feel like bounties are basically the micromanaging way of organizing people. That's a good place to start. It works for things like if you want to get into a DAO and you don't really know if there's a fit, go in there, snag a bounty, great. You get your feet wet, you work in that community, that's fantastic. But it's not scalable, in my opinion, right? So what is missing is the autonomous part in DAOs for the incentive structures and how do we kind of reward people for doing anything in that community. So how do we do that, right? I have an idea, and I invite you very aggressively to push back on that later, not necessarily now while I'm on stage, but come back to me later and say that's a stupid idea if you think it is. But what I think it needs to start with not micromanaging, not breaking tasks down to like a minimum level, right? It's like, okay, sure, there is a task like retweet this, do that, write a post for that. Like that's where bounties are great, and it goes beyond that, but maybe we can just define organizational objectives, right? So for a DAO, for a community, whatever it is, what are you trying to do? So I'm part of an investment-ish DAO. Our incentive is, our objective is to analyze deals. That will always stay the same, right? Like, so you always have to do at least 5 to 10 things for every single startup, and maybe it changes per startup a little bit, but you need to analyze the team, you need to analyze the financials, the opportunity. Those are always the same. So give your community members autonomy to do that. So how do you do that? I think it starts with reputation. There's a massive cold start problem. I'm not getting into it at all, actually, but let's assume we have reputation in our organizations, right? However, we prove that or trustlessly establish that you are good at something. Now, you have reputation, for example, in financial analysis, and you can stake that through what I call a proof of contribution mechanism against any contribution in your organization to establish, to qualify that contribution, right? So and this is where I think I'm flawed because it seems so simple. It's basically a modified proof of stake where all of your members are the validators, right? Again, we do need that reputation part because otherwise it won't work. And I do think personally that it probably needs to be blind so we don't game it as much, right? Someone talked earlier and said if there's an incentive, people will game it. That's probably true, but we can just do that not publicly, right? Like the technology is there even on chain now. So how do you decide what is qualified is basically not just because you use a reputation and not a token which you can buy, the combined reputation of your members who are staking against a contribution are validating it, right? And that therefore qualifying it. And that's basically it. Actually, I thought I had one more, but so the idea here is, no, actually, let me rephrase this. Like, what I don't understand is, am I wrong? Is it really that simple, and why does it not exist yet? So if incentive models and reputation models are interesting to you, please come find me later. I'll buy you a beer, because I would like to hear more, like smarter people than myself discuss this at depth, because I think that's what's holding us up with DAOs to go to the next level. That's it. Who we have next, Steve? Any questions?
Is Jake in the house? Aha. I know. Somebody page Jake. Who's got Jake's number? Because he's got a talk and a panel. He might be confused that we're actually on time. Jake. Woohoo! Let's get Jake's slide on the screen.
Hello. Hey everybody. Okay. Yeah, totally. That sounds great. Hey everybody. How's your DAODenver going? Who's excited about DAOs? I'm excited about DAOs. Oh, do we really have to do the whole what are DAOs things? Amazing. I just click. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know how to go back. Oh, there. I'm here to talk about interchain DAOs. Oh, wow. Okay. Two mysterious words. I'm DAO Maximalist at Jake Hartnell on Twitter. I'm the co-founder of Juno Network, Stargaze. These are Cosmos blockchains. I don't know if you've heard of the Cosmos or the Internet of Blockchains before. And I'm also co-founder of DAO, and we're making really cool DAO tooling stuff. I think DAOs are the future, and I also think that interchain is the new paradigm. This is the IBC network as it stands today. It's over 50 connected chains. IBC, what is IBC? It's Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol. It's an open standard. There's no token. You can do a lot more than just token transfers as well. This is not just your average bridging protocol. This is a protocol that lets you control accounts on other chains, or deploy smart contracts on other chains, or interact with smart contracts on other chains. And I think importantly for this talk, it's not just some, like random Cosmos SDK chain thing. Like, it's going beyond the traditional Cosmos ecosystem. So Polkadot Composable Finance is launching support for IBC really soon. In fact, the very first communication between Kusama and the Polkadot chain happened over IBC and not their native Polkadot messaging protocol thing. Near is also, joining the interchain. There's a project called Landslide, which I'm advising on Avalanche, and they're bringing a much better smart contract VM to Avalanche. So you can write smart contracts in Rust. Yeah, Rust is pretty sick. And connecting Avalanche to the interchain. Oh, but most exciting for the people in this room, because this is ETHDenver, there's L2s and Ethereum coming to the interchain as well. Polymer DAO, if you go to the Shared Security Summit or any of their events, is working on bridging L2s to IBC. And Amherst Labs is another one. There's a lot of people working on that. But this begs the question, like, why do we care about this? What can interchain DAOs even do, and why might we even want that? Well, interchain DAOs can do everything with IBC. So let me unpack that a little bit. You can do things like, transfer tokens and NFTs between chains. Duh, like that's pretty easy. But you can also control accounts on other chains. Now that's really interesting for DAOs because we're already in this kind of multi-chain world, and maybe you want to maybe one chain is like really hot to launch your NFT collection, and maybe another chain is like better for DeFi or whatever. You want to be able to like pick and choose. Or if you're like an investment DAO, well, guess what? There's a lot of great projects out there across the interchain that you want to invest in. You don't just want to invest in projects on one chain. Another thing you can do is you can actually deploy and manage smart contracts on different chains over IBC, which is crazy. And that means if you're like a DeFi protocol that's like, deploying your protocol in many different places, that gives you a really great degree of control and an awesome tool to manage your protocols. But like mostly I think the really interesting thing you can do with interchain DAOs is you get this like composability. You can just do things on other chains. So for example, in Cosmos we've got Osmosis DEX. It's a cross-chain DEX. So a DAO on Juno network, for example, can provide liquidity on Osmosis DEX, or it could sell NFTs on the Stargaze marketplace, which is another blockchain, or it could launch a GPU cluster on Akash, which is a compute marketplace, and then you can do like AI-generated whatever, etc. Anyway, so that gives me to what I really want to talk about, which is this project called DAO. And you might have heard of it before, maybe not, but I'll go really quickly because you all look really tired and bored. We're a DAO that builds interchain DAO tooling. So, we're actually a DAO. DAO is like, we don't hire anybody. We didn't raise like 40 million from A16Z, and yet we built much cooler things than any of like the whatever. I'll just show you. Like, So like some DAO features, we have on-chain voting, like actually on-chain because, in Cosmos you can, or on many of modern chains, you don't have to pay like $7 to vote or whatever. So we have like on-chain voting. It's pretty cool. We have many different proposal types, so multiple choice proposals, single choice proposals, ranked choice voting, all that good stuff on-chain. We have easy DAO creation. It's a little bit hard to see maybe, but we have a nice UI for making your DAO, and you can choose an NFT-based DAO, so you can have like cool little animals for all the members, or you can have a membership-based DAO. We call it, it's kind of like a multi-sig, but you know how Gnosis Safe has that limitation where you can only have 99 accounts or whatever? You can have 100,000 members or more in these membership-based DAOs. So that unlocks a whole new possibility. And it's not a liquid token, so you don't have to worry about getting sued by the SEC. You're safe from Gary. And yeah, we also let you launch token-based DAOs because why not? Freedom. Importantly, we also provide a no-code interface so that you can interact with and even launch smart contracts. You don't even have to know what you're doing. You don't have to know anything about code. It's a little bit dark, but this is instantiating an escrow contract or a token swap contract. Other contracts we let you mint are like vesting contracts. You can vest a DAO member's tokens or vest any sort of payments. You can launch NFT contracts, all no code, just in the UI. You can also do advanced dev stuff too if you are a real nerd. But yeah, trying to give you superpowers. We have sub DAOs. I think that a lot of DAO tooling these days is very flat. Everyone has to vote on everything all the time. And that's just not how real orgs work. Real orgs, human organizations, are often like companies. They have departments or teams or countries where you have branches of government. You need to be able to divide up responsibility and help organize people. So we've got these really cool things called sub DAOs, and you can create these very complex kind of organizations. I'll show off some in a bit. We have interchain treasuries, so you can have NFTs and tokens from all across the interchains. This treasury has Lunk, which is Luna Classic, RIP, and it also has Chihuahua dog token from the Chihuahua chain. So, yeah. So you can just easily work with interchain assets. We have NFT and token staking. These are some really awesome animals in business suits. I wonder what they're doing. A really unique feature that DAO has that I don't think any other DAO tooling has is DAO run validators. So this is relevant for some sorts of people that want an income stream for their DAO. You can actually run a validator, a node for the network, and earn transaction fees that go directly to your DAO's treasury, which is pretty fun. Some other features, because I know everyone's tired, want to get moving on. We have payroll, so we have coordinate style peer-to-peer systems. We have the vesting contracts we're talking about, so you can do payroll. Yay, so exciting. We have fine-grained permissions using this feature called AllC. I can grant you a specific message that you can execute one time. So you might be able to claim my staking rewards and restake them. But that's all you can do. You can't do anything. But you can do that on behalf of the DAO. So this is useful for automation because we want to bring the autonomous back into decentralized autonomous organizations. And we have custom proposal flows, which is another feature that I don't think any other DAO tooling has. The process by which something comes up to vote is really important. If you look at Congress, I'm not saying Congress is the most efficient system of government ever, but there's a process by which things go up to vote. And that process is oftentimes very important. If you look at things like academic journals or whatever, the process, being able to create a drafting period or enforce certain deposits or sign off or approval from a certain group is great. And soon we're gonna have private voting membership and DAO treasuries, because we have a partnership with Risk Zero. Zero knowledge stuff is great. I'm going to keep going really, really quick. I actually don't think there's a panel after me.
Well, I might be your panel. Would you got your panel drunk and they're not showing up?
I mean, I'll just keep rambling, and then I'll give back my time if
Well, we
they.
have to do jumping jacks or something, because we keep pointing out how tired people look. Are you tired? Anybody tired? I can't hear anybody. They must be sleeping.
Well, I'm about to talk about the really crazy stuff, so.
Oh, go crazy, go crazy.
Cause maybe this wasn't crazy enough. I should have made it a little bit more spicy. All right, well.
We might have panelists here. Who's a panelist? You are?
All right. Well, we can just do an impromptu panel after this, and.
You screen, you recruit, you screen. I heckle.
All right. I think we're gonna do an impromptu panel after this, but I'm gonna give myself 3 more minutes of just ranting about crazy stuff.
3 more minutes on the clock. It's gotta be crazy. Wake this.
All right. So what are some crazy stuff that people are building with this? Well, corporations, my friend. We have this DAO. It is called The Corporation, and guess what? It's structured like an actual corporation. There's the shareholders. They elect the board of directors. The board of directors elects the executives. The executives elects the vice presidents or senior vice presidents, and on and on and on. And guess what? You can't just buy these really sweet business suit animal NFTs. You have to apply for a job, and it costs $5. But then you get to LARP like an executive, and it's a lot of fun. It's a great DAO game. Some maybe more serious use cases. Protocol governance. So this is Wind DAO. It's an interchain DeFi protocol. They're using DAO to manage all their smart contracts. They've even built some custom voting modules so you can vote on the incentive allocation in real time. Really exciting. You can also just vote on normal things. L1 governance. Can you govern a whole L1 with Safe or Gnosis multi-safe? No, you can't. But you can with DAO. In fact, there's multiple projects in the Cosmos that are using DAO tooling for L1 governance, including Juno, my favorite. Also DAO, we raised 0 VC dollars. We even decentralized our entire quote-unquote core team. They are fully accountable to the DAO. We don't even, the foundation is fundamentally fully accountable to all Juno stakers, and Juno stakers can rug us at any moment, which is great. Makes me sleep peacefully at night. DAOs are great for transparency. So we have this delegation sub-DAO that delegates community funds. Everyone can see the criteria, how the decisions are applied. Great. Accountability. This is removing some inactive members from a certain DAO. So, it allows for, yay, transparent ways to run your L1. Awesome. And I think another thing, we allow for visibility. It's good to see, where does the power actually lie in DAOs? How do we make it easy for people to see that, oh, this is actually just controlled by a couple of wallets? Got to make that visible for people. That's how we protect people. All right, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to keep going to the even crazier stuff, which is games. We do DAO games because I think that's the only way to learn. You got to learn through play. DAOs are taking themselves too seriously. And so our first DAO game was called Red versus Blue, and we divided Juno stakers up 50-50, and we gave some red, and we gave some blue, and we just said they had some DAOs, and they self-organized, and they fought each other like crazy, and launched social engineering campaigns to try to take over each other's DAOs. It was fascinating, amazing. We have some real scholars that are writing papers on Red versus Blue as we speak. I'm excited. Anyway, we were doing a lot more DAO games. We have more coming up soon, so if you're interested in that, come find me afterwards. We even have an AI and IoT governance project, because max buzzwords. If you've heard of Block Science before, they're an amazing organization. They're going to be here at this event, and we worked with them on this thing called Lamp DAO, which is controlling a lamp. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, because there's AI chatbots that you talk with. So you talk with these chatbots and you're like, I want an alien kind of vibe, or I want a party vibe, or I just want the light off. and then everyone is like talking with these chat spots, and they're kind of like voting. But it does actually use DAO contracts in order to enforce that the AI is always providing a valid result. So the smart contracts are like a check on, these language models to make sure they're always doing the right thing and validating what they're doing. But it's also a way that, if the AI gets out of hand, the humans can come back and assert control. Anyway, that's a crazy experiment. There's going to be a Twitch live stream very soon. If you like Twitch plays Pokemon, you're going to love Lamp DAO. I love lamps. Some stats. We got like over 1,000 DAOs made. With the new software, we don't have the stats for the old beta version, whatever. We've had thousands of proposals, 100,000 vote casts or whatever. This is just on Juno, by the way. Yeah, just getting started. Super fun times. What are we looking for? So I guess this is my whole purpose of being here. And now we're going to do an impromptu panel to kill time until the other speakers are here. But we're looking for contributors of all sorts. DAO is, fully built by contributors. Always looking for contributors. Doesn't matter if you don't know how to code. Maybe you know how to do other things. And contributors all get DAO tokens. In fact, that's the only way to get DAO tokens. Just got to contribute. We're looking for integrators as well. We have some really powerful DAO tooling that can do a lot of things that your normal Gnosis Safe DAO tooling can't do. And we're looking for people that want to do like 1099 filing on top of it. Because I don't want to write code that generates 1099s. That sounds boring. And but I'm sure there's people out there that do. And if you're an integrator and you want to integrate DAO, you have a cool thing, let's talk. We're looking for partners. Partners are great. I'm looking for DAOists too. Who are the people out there with really, really crazy ideas that you want to make them happen? Come talk to me. And I guess I'm looking for you. And you. So join DAO today. DAO.zone. That was my talk, and I guess I'll take questions since we're waiting for the next panel, or maybe we should. I think they look like the next panel, but I'll take any questions if they're here. Or are you all speechless? Okay, I see it firsthand. Yeah.
Hi, my name is. Sorry, does it work? Hi.
Hey, what's up?
I'm good, thanks. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was really fun and interesting. My name is Andrei, and I'm ex-Gnosis Safe employee, and here by Tanya, she's currently a Safe employee. We're just wondering why you mention Safe so often, and do you try to replace the treasury management layer with DAO, or?
I'd be happy to work with you guys to upgrade to, some next version or whatever. It's open source. I guess it's just, I mention it because it's the dominant thing. In fact, I feel I'm going to just rant a little bit. I think Safe is holding back Ethereum DAO tooling and development. Everyone's just building on top of it rather than kind of rethinking things from the ground up. And I think that we need actually more people. Don't get me wrong, Safe is great. You guys are it's you guys created this whole DAO movement. In many ways, none of the other stuff would really exist without it. So for that, I thank you. But I also think that we can't just stop the innovation. There's so much more work that needs to be done with governance tooling. There's so many more types of patterns. And we definitely want multi-sigs with more than 99 members. Maybe you already have that.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, while you were presenting, I was talking to my brother, and we're like, this seems too good to be true. You guys have everything that is on our roadmap to develop and to add, which is super impressive, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because we don't hire people.
I love it. Yeah.
And it's great if you don't actually hire people. You can get Google L7 engineers to contribute code for free because they think your project is cool. Well, and then they get some cool DAO tokens too. So.
Sweet. One thing I might have missed it. Did you have anything on Sybil resistance, or how are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, Sybil resistance is a really, really deep topic. We're actually working with like providing like identity verification in different, like this is a whole deep topic, not gonna get into it, but this is actually one of the big things that we're working on this year. Like that and ZK voting are like kind of like our top priorities is like, and I don't think that there's like a perfect solution. If people are out there, you have products, like we'd be happy to talk. We've been talking with the Synapse folks. Not my favorite, but you know, very workable and very needed for certain types of DAOs. So like, I don't know, I try to be open-minded, but civils are really important for definitely token-based DAOs. Yeah, it's a tough problem, but we are deeply thinking about it. So,
cool.
Was that a great non-answer to your question?
I guess yeah. I wanna learn more about what you guys are doing with it.
Well, I'm happy to talk more.
We'll talk later.
Probably have time for a few more questions.
I have 2 questions. First of all, does it work in other languages? Is there, let's say somebody from another country that speaks a different language wants to do this?
Yeah, so we actually do have translations. I think at the moment we support Spanish, French, Chinese, maybe German got done. We have Korean, and we have Dog. So we actually translated all of DAO into Dog speak.
But is there any way to input some other language that you haven't done?
If you are a foreign language speaker and you want to contribute to DAO and earn some DAO tokens, this is a great way to contribute. You just have to fill out this huge, long JSON file and translate everything. But you know, you don't have to be very technical. It's a really easy way to contribute, and we really appreciate it because it brings DAO tooling to more people.
The other question that I have is, many DAOs could be considered as security. So how do you go about that?
We just make tools, and you know, we don't really, like you can use these tools with legal wrappers. Like we recommend people use membership-based DAOs because memberships can like scale to like hundreds of thousands of people, but like membership is non-transferable. So like you don't have to really worry about like membership in a DAO being like a security. Yeah, I mean, there's many different types of legal wrappers, and I'm not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. But I generally advise Americans to stay away from token-based DAOs.
Any other questions? Let's make it a last question. Hands up. Oh, there we go. I knew there was one.
Did the red team win or the blue team win, and how?
Okay, so it actually got pretty involved. This was, like, people are writing whole, like, write-ups on this. Like, it got pretty interesting. Red team, like, fell victim to a social engineering attack. There was this group of people, they put together this proposal called Operation Bribe, and they requested 2 million red tokens, which was a lot of red tokens, for the purpose of bribing Blue DAO members to switch sides and tweet about it publicly. The red DAO people, you know, the great thing about DAO games is also a way to educate people on DAOs and what can go wrong. And they bought this hook, line, and sinker. They voted for this Operation Bribe thing. It obviously turned out to be a bunch of Blue DAO people in disguise. They like sent all the tokens to one wallet and then had like 20% voting power and then proceeded to like beat down the DAO and like finally get their way and like take over it. But then after Red DAO was taken over, there was like liquidity between red and blue. So, you know, there was a liquidity pool that allowed people to switch sides. So they used all the red to buy as much blue as possible and then proceeded to like take over the Blue DAO. And they took over Purple DAO in the process. You know, it was great. It was so good. I could not have pictured a better ending to DAO games. And I think games are important because it's important for people to learn with very low stakes before there's like real money on the line. I think a lot of people in this industry want to be like, how do we onboard the next billion people? It's like, no, maybe we should do some like, you know, kind of battle testing and like kind of maybe slow down a little bit or like just play around. Like this is why the corporation is great because it's just a massive LARP. It's like we could be like, we raised $40 million from A16Z and we're going to onboard the next round of businesses onto Web3 technology. No, we're battle testing it first with like all the degens, and then after the degens have had a really good pass and taken over a few more DAOs, then I feel like we'll be ready for like handling like real businesses with real money and like, real lawyers that might sue us if anything goes wrong.
Funny you should bring up lawyers.
Yeah, I think it's the next panel, but appreciate everybody listening to me ranting. I'm happy to talk with you afterwards. Yeah, go.
Jake, great to meet you in person. Thank
Yeah,
you
good to
so
meet you in
much.
person. Thank you for the invite.
Yes, yes. Believe. Next up, we have, we're going to reclaim about 5 more minutes of our time, and we know how lawyers have this relationship with time. So we want to get lots of legal billing here for free. And want to welcome up Adam Miller, LC, Cole, and of course, that Josh, and Dave Rodman. Come on up. If everybody can squeeze in tight, we'll get a really nice framing on our picture. And I'm just going to intro with why centralized law will play such a large part in DAOs.
Hey all, I'm Josh Hale. I'm an attorney in Web3, and I speak at a lot of these conferences. Ultimately, we talk about the kind of esoteric, boring stuff that people really want to know about, but they're also really bored when they listen to an attorney panel that doesn't really, like take themselves lightly. So thankfully, all these people are really awesome. And we speak somewhat regularly together, and ultimately, we wanted to talk to you about today is the idea of centralized law. I hear all the time, well, it's a DAO, right? It's safe, and I'm sure every attorney here has heard that. Even, it's something that we hear all the time, and I always say the same thing to clients when they say that, is, well, DAOs aren't spelled S-A-F-E. There's a reason for that, right? And so how do you protect your shareholders? How do you protect the people doing the work? How do you protect your founders? You can't really do it with a purely decentralized DAO. And the reason is, Dave, what do you think the reason is?
Where to start? I think, are you talking about a DAO that has no
no entity whatsoever?
Well,
what's the problem?
Right off the bat, general partnership liability.
Yeah, who's your client? Like, who's really your client here?
Yeah, and like you know, the DAO has there's the 4 of us. You 3 are a non. I'm a human that can be identified. There's some damage. We get sued. By we, I mean I, because I'm the only person who got identified. And then I lose, and then I am trying to recover your guys' share, even though I don't of the damage, because I'm a general partner. I'm fully liable for the actions of the DAO.
Laura, can you explain a little bit, like, what is a general partnership? Why does anybody here care about that terminology?
So a general partnership can be really scary because you're jointly and severally liable, and that sounds like a lot of legal terms, and it is. But what it means is that worst case scenario, you have this group of shared money, this treasury, and something goes wrong with you personally. So now you have a bankruptcy action declared against you. There might be a way for that bankruptcy lien to come after that shared pool, because that's now available, because all of this pool is joint and severally liable to anyone in that general partnership. Like, that's obviously the worst case scenario, but that should wake you up to let you know you need something, because there's no protection.
Okay, let me simplify it even more. Is there anybody here that has a house? Anybody in the audience? We have houses, right? Do you like your houses? Okay, if you're generally liable for something that happens in a general partnership, right, and somebody comes and sues the partnership, they can go after your house. I would assume that you would like to live in your house rather than the person that's suing you living in your house. I think that's an important distinction for everybody. If you like your house, do something.
I mean, if a lawyer were to suggest that you, other than some very specific farming cases, like agricultural, it's basically malpractice to suggest that any business be a general partnership in this modern day and age with corporations, LLCs, limited partnerships. And so it's insane that we even have to talk about this, but we have to talk about this because people just throw a bunch of money into a multi-sig, and it's like, oh, we just doubt it. And, well, no, you just didn't.
DAO for the win.
Just DAO it.
Well, and I think when you're doing stuff, what you need to understand is you're operating, whatever you're doing in your operations, you're not thinking about legal liability. You're thinking, oh, I have this great idea, and I'm in a group of people that have this shared idea, and you start working towards that idea. You always have to move thoughtfully in this space, whether that's an NFT project, DAOs, crypto, whatever you're doing, you need to move thoughtfully. And if you're building something, you need to think about what it is you're building and how to protect what it is you're doing. Because no matter what you're doing, if it's just you and an idea, now you're a sole proprietor because you're starting to, drop that product or operate in some way, and there's exposure to that too. So you just always need to think about how to protect whatever it is you're doing, because if you're doing it, it's probably worth protecting.
There are solutions out there. Every attorney that you're going to talk to are going to have different solutions that they think are the wisest. Adam has a solution in Marshall Islands that he's been working on for, 18 months?
Yeah.
What is your solution?
So MyDAO, my company, and my name is Adam, by the way. MyDAO is the private sector partner of the government of the Marshall Islands. And we're working with them to try to create the best legal and regulatory framework in the world for DAOs and eventually for digital assets. So if you look around the world and see what are all the jurisdictions that are available, we're trying to learn from the best and correct the mistakes of the worst and provide an entity that is the best fit for DAOs.
And obviously a DAO LLC, the way they're building it, is a solution. There's other solutions too. I know Dave and I favor a very specific type of setup. A lot of times it's a foundation with a subsidiary, multiple subsidiaries even. There's ways to set this up to limit liability, which is the big thing we're talking about right this second, is limitation of liability. But there's benefits to a business being involved as well. Taxes, for example, if you're going to have employees, you can build this thing actually as a business, not just something as a pass-through entity. There's all sorts of reasons to protect yourself, and frankly, unless somebody on this panel disagrees, apart from this, money, right? Apart from money, there's really no reason not to protect yourself. Not that I can see.
Well, and maybe I'll just go into a little more detail about that tax liability, because at some events when this comes up, literally people in the audience were like, there's no way that's true, that can't be true. And the issue is, so beyond liability for anything that goes wrong, let's say you own 1% of the DAO, and the DAO has $1 million worth of net earnings the prior year. The IRS and most other tax institutions will come after you for 1%, for taxes on 1% of $1 million worth of income as an individual if the organization has no legal entity. And so the other thing too, talking about centralization, whether we think of ourselves as centralized or not, the IRS and other institutions are going to look at us a certain way. They're going to treat us the same way they've treated organizations for tens or hundreds of years. And so whether or not we like the idea of being centralized, the government is looking at us in that way.
2021, 2022, kind of the year of the DAO, everybody was just DAOing it. 2024, 2025, 2026, year of the DAO audit. That's the audits trail 3 years from the IRS. No one is doing their taxes appropriately. And there is going to be max pain on year 3 because they had that long to bring it. And the IRS is understaffed and overworked, but man, are they focused on the crypto industry. What is the first question on your tax returns? Did you participate in digital assets? I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's question number 1. I think they're motivated, right? So the year of the audit, 2026, I'm calling it.
It is.
By the way, if you're doing your taxes and you have any crypto whatsoever, check that box. And this is probably the closest you'll hear to legal advice.
Oh yeah, no legal advice,
There is
no
legal
investment
advice
advice
up here. But
check the box.
Check the box. Because if you have crypto and you're not checking that box, you have all sorts of new pain that is coming down your way very soon.
Yeah, I was going to add too. So if you looked at President Biden's executive order about halfway through last year, so 6-8 months ago, it didn't mention DAOs once. Right? And this was like a far-reaching executive order asking the entire federal government to research what's happening in crypto and Web3, come up with policies and regulations to propose. Didn't mention DAOs once. So I think that's why the IRS hasn't come after us yet, is they haven't heard of DAOs until probably around now. And so now they're hearing about DAOs for the first time because it's been in the popular press, the media. Now, as was said, I think soon they will be coming after us.
I think that's a really good point to look at what your government is doing because, Miami is supposed to be this mecca for crypto, and Governor DeSantis just released his proposed budget for the year. There wasn't a single word that said crypto, blockchain, Web3, distributed ledger, anything. And he hired someone for a digital asset member of his cabinet without doing one single line item in his budget that's related to it. So if you're in this space, you need to start calling your people, whoever your representatives are, and saying, propose something. Because at this point, the conversation has to start somewhere. And it's going to be driven by you because these guys don't know anything about this stuff.
And interestingly, even without it being named in a budget, doesn't mean that they're not thinking about the value of your crypto. Like they're thinking about it in dollars.
Tax revenue.
Right. They're thinking about everything you're doing in the value of dollars. They don't care what you actually own for the most part. They care about what you can give them, and they will take it.
I think I wanted to kind of jump a little bit to, we just kind of went very hard on you can't have a no entity DAO. But the next most common thing is, well, I'll just have an LLC in Wyoming, or I'll have a DAO entity in Wyoming. Don't ever do that. The Secretary of State can remove the limitation of liability, which it can't do for any other entity. But regardless of, okay, we just have an LLC. It's a DAO. We're going to have 1,000 members, and it's going to have $10 million in assets. You'd have the exact same reporting requirements as Facebook, as Apple, and as Microsoft, any publicly traded company. I said this exact thing for those of you who were at the event earlier. But I can't stress it enough. These things, they get massive in terms of numbers of participants and massive in number of terms of assets. And there are strict federal rules about how many people can be in that. And so that's the other thing you're going to see, is you're going to see securities law cases brought against DAOs with too many people and too much assets who are not reporting. So unfortunately, the takeaway is don't create a DAO in the United States. Just don't do it.
Yeah, it was interesting that someone was really arguing for that earlier, and I don't think I'd ever heard someone argue so strongly that every DAO should be in the U.S., because I agree. I mean, what we usually hear from lawyers and from our clients is, first of all, we're not going to be in the U.S., so we're looking at all the other options, and they're looking at the Marshall Islands as one of those options. So every situation is different, and so there are situations where you should or really even have to use a U.S. entity. Like, let's say you're Austin, Texas DAO, and everything you do is in Austin, Texas. Probably want to use a Texas-based legal entity, or at least something in the United States. If you use a foreign entity, even in the Marshall Islands, the IRS can just ignore it because they can say, look, you have absolutely no reason to be using a foreign entity. But most DAOs are global. And so if you have a DAO that's truly global, you should be shopping around with the help of lawyers, looking at all the different jurisdictions and entity types that are available.
I do like that you nodded at me. Thank you. With that being said, right this second, due to the regulatory environment, I don't really advise much of any of my clients to work inside the United States, and that's exactly what Dave said. It's scary in the United States right now. So ultimately, the subject matter of this panel is centralized law, right? And we're not really giving you a schooling on centralized law. What we're telling you is that centralized law does not care about your ideals of what crypto should be, what DAOs should be, what you want to create in this world. Not yet, because it's not legislated. So they don't care about any of the stuff that you care about. So you can work within the framework that is available, or you can wait to get screwed.
And maybe I'll take a little bit of issue with the name of the panel, Josh, which you probably came up with that. I don't
very quickly.
I don't know. I don't know if I would say that all of law and legal issues is centralized, right? I would call it more of a bridge between TradFi and Web3, or Web2 and Web3, right? Your organization, which otherwise feels like it lives entirely in the ether, right, Ethereum or otherwise, it often needs a bridge back to the I don't want to say the real world, the traditional world, right? And so a legal entity gives you access to a traditional financial system, traditional laws, traditional taxes. Yeah, meat space, that's a good way of putting it. So I like to see what all of us are doing as more of a bridge.
Yeah, I think what I'm seeing is people getting really creative. If you create kind of a nonprofit entity that is like an LLC managed nonprofit, then you make the LLC be the vehicle for appointing or referencing your board. yeah, you're not quite a DAO, but you're also not this truly traditional business entity that wants to operate in Web3, but has to be very stiff and formed in this old school way. You're kind of bridging this gap in a way that lets you step a little bit into Web3 and allow for your team to do governance on chain and trust that those core members operate according to your operating agreement or bylaws in that registered entity. So we're seeing like creative solutions that operate in the US but aren't quite true DAOs, but it's something a little bit better than just saying, well, I'm a Wyoming DAO and like this is okay. So we're just at least working towards creative solutions, I guess.
And I think the direction everyone's going, and this is what we've done in the Marshall Islands, is your DAO LLC can be truly decentralized. So almost every member can remain anonymous. You can have as many members as you want. You don't have to have any kind of board or directors or trustees or managers. It can be fully decentralized in the way that I think most DAOs want.
So the reason I came up with the title for today's chat is mostly because I've listened to people in this space talk about like the distinction between what decentralized means and what centralized means. Centralized is anything that comes from basically a central government, or even like right now we're in Colorado law. Anything that's coming from a thing that's not a DAO, right? And so for me, it's not so much that I see it as centralized the way you're saying it. It's more listening to the audience, listening to what people say to me. They assume that if you're following the man, that you're centralizing your DAO. And what you're actually doing is preventing the people in your DAO from, getting really, really hosed. And so I can't stress it enough to really think about what you're doing. And if you're talking to your divorce attorney about, how you should structure your DAO, you might want to rethink that analysis, even if he is cheap.
Honestly, the best thing you could take away from this panel is before you do anything, talk to a competent Web3 lawyer. It doesn't need to be any one of us. I'm not plugging us. It's not a self-serving thing. Spend a couple of bucks, talk to a lawyer who's got experience in the space, and just run it by him or her, and see what they say. And maybe they don't tell you to change anything, but maybe they give you some guidelines, and you save so much money when you do have to talk to a lawyer to undo all the stuff that you did because you didn't talk to one at the beginning. It's like literally the easiest, best advice that you can get. That is legal advice. That is something I'm telling you right now. Talk to your lawyer first about your ideas in this space, because it's so easy to go afoul of the law, and you've got an immutable record of everything that you've done. And some of these things, the statute of limitations is 14 years. So, I mean, they have their time to come and enforce stuff against you. So.
If it's helpful, so MyDAO, we're not a law firm, right? We're not lawyers. We provide a business service, which is incorporating you in the Marshall Islands. But as a result, we have a network of dozens and dozens of lawyers and tax advisors, and they're all willing to give free half-hour consultations to talk about your DAO and your situation, because their hope is you'll like the conversation, you'll have more needs down the road, or maybe even more needs today, and then you can hire them to help you with your more needs. But I think whether it's through us, which you're welcome to reach out, and we'll connect you with anyone from this network. But I think actually if you reach out to almost any lawyer, they probably do the same thing anyways.
I think you see that a lot in Web3, that a lot of attorneys, particularly if you're at one of these events, you can stop me when I walk back, and if you have a quick question, I'll give you I think, based on this, maybe, and I can't obviously give you legal advice because you're not my client, but I can at least say, well, you should think about that more, and I think you'll see many of the attorneys in this space that are practicing this on a daily basis at least willing to engage with you on a conversation and just be decent people. I've found that in all of Web3, and particularly with my attorney peers that thankfully I've made some very good friends that I consider outside of work friends now that are in Web3, and they're the first time in my career that I've actually wanted to hang out with another attorney. Is attorneys in Web3. If that gives you any sort of guidance, I like the attorneys in Web3. The rest of the time, my career is I don't know about that.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think anyone in Web3, if you're really in this space, it's very collaborative. It's very what worked for you. Look at if you are trying to start a DAO and your team is going full steam, look at what someone else is doing, and if it mirrors that, go ask them, because they might have a good attorney that they worked with that they can recommend for you, or they might have, answers that fit what you're doing, and they'll be a good mentor for whatever it is you're building, because the Web3 space, especially for lawyers, has been very collaborative so far, and I don't think you see that in other industries, and it's not going to stay that way, I doubt, because once this really becomes mainstream, things just scale and become competitive, and I would say take advantage of it now while you can, because everyone's so approachable, everyone's so encouraging, and everyone really wants to see this succeed. And that involves, helping others along the way.
I mean, to build on that, I think I said it earlier today in another talk, go to a lawyer that built something from scratch. Don't go to a big law firm. Don't go to a Latham Watkins, who just got a crypto practice, or Cooley, who wrote the book on crypto. Don't do it. Like, go to somebody who built their firm from nothing and understands the founder mindset. Like, it's a win-win. The incentives are aligned.
So there's a reason there, right? One is, obviously these big firms, you're a number. The other thing that a lot of people are not aware of when they hire some of the firms, not all of them, but some of the big firms, when they get hired from a client, do you know what they do? They contract people like us to do the work. Wouldn't you rather just go to the people like us to do the work?
I would also say, like, if you're running a layer 1 protocol with a $3 billion market value, then that's when maybe you reach out to one of those firms.
I mean,
'cause that's what they do.
Engineers, so.
Oh, yeah? All right, but maybe you don't have to.
Even then, yes, representing Near, he's going at different levels than some attorneys. But the thing is that you want to make sure that the attorney that you're talking to in hiring actually understands what you're talking to him about and hiring him for. Because if not, chances are it's not him doing the work, and you need to make sure that the people that you're working with actually understand what they say they understand. I understand blockchain. I understand what it does. Like me specifically. I can't speak for the other attorneys up here, but I was an IEEE in college 25 years ago.
And in my experience, the Web3 lawyers can learn everything else they need to know or find the resources they need. Whereas the lawyers that are not in Web3 yet, when you try to teach them everything they need to know as you're trying to help them help a client, it's difficult. The other way around is usually pretty difficult.
So all of our social media is up on the screen. I believe mine is This That Josh. Adam is 0x Thriller. He's obviously Miller the Thriller. You have Dave Rodman, 007, with a license to kill, and Learned Chaos. So feel free to reach out to any of us. We all work slightly differently, but we're all willing to talk to you and, willing to share a coffee if you see us at a conference. We just can't necessarily give you advice until you're working with us. So thank you for coming, and I hope we gave you a little bit of education as to why what you're doing you should be protecting.
Feel free to come say hi to Goldie sometime if you'd like to.
Thank you all.
I think that's it.
All right, thank you so much for your non-advice advice. So we're going to be closing out the day now with our last panel, introducing a couple close friends of DAODenver. So is Ben Turtle in the room? I don't see you, Ben. Oh, the main facilitator. Okay, we texted him. So until then, should I? Oh, and by the way, we're going to be having a small gathering next door with the many people here, back at the local drive after this. So stay tuned. We're going to have, if you were here yesterday for ThriveCoin, they mentioned that there was some bonuses to attending the gathering, and those same bonuses will be present today. Free checks. Let's see. So Ben is coming in one moment. Ben is on his way. Ben is from Chasm, so if you attended this year, you went through one of a few different ways to get a ticket. So last year was our first actual event for DAODenver. The DAO had been formed 6 to 8 months before that, and it started as a way to get our members together in real life. And this year, we took the bold step and we decided to offer free tickets, free attendance to everyone. So Chasm was the real way we were able to do that because we required to join the DAOPlanet community to get that ticket, to join the Discord server, essentially. So in order to auto-verify that method for the over 1,000 attendees here and who registered, that we basically used Chasm as a Web3 native way to integrate the form that we were using to apply for a ticket and verify that you actually had joined our Discord with the subsequent minting of the NFT ticket. So we used Unlock Protocol for minting of the NFT. So you actually had to log into the form and connect your wallet to the form to then go through and then mint the NFT on the next page. This may sound simple, but it's actually a little bit difficult. You have to set what's called the smart contract hook, and Ben will be able to talk all about that because he handled the technical side of that from Chasm. So they built that custom integration just for us for DAODenver, and then published it live, so it's now in the Chasm app. So you can go to chasmapp.com and chasm.com, K-A-Z-M, and be able to try out their software and see that integration and see how it works yourself. So Ben is going to be facilitating this panel momentarily, and then we'll have a couple really awesome contributors, both that are working with other organizations such as Bankless DAO, ApeCoin, and who was the last one that we got there? We just put this panel together, by the way. And ThriveCoin, of course. Okay. Let me know when Ben arrives, because I'm really good at killing time. Who's got a riddle for me?
Right now, we're working on patching Ben in through the phone, and so we're going to get him on audio. So the rest of Ben's panel, y'all can start making your way up here, hop on stage. Yep.
Perfect. All right, the panel can come on up. We're going to be dialing Ben in remotely. Perfect. We've got Robert from ThriveCoin. Sanat from Bankless DAO, 0x Sword from ApeCoin, and the Masterful Kush. I'll hand this over to you.
Well, their names are a little.
Sword, do you want to start?
Oh yeah, make me start. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is 0x Sword, and I'm a contributor at ApeCoin. I've been there for about a year now, mainly focused on the Bored Ape and the Bored Ape Yacht Club, things like the Other Side Metaverse. There's some really cool stuff going on there, and it roped me in from the start. I'm now a full-fledged club member, and man, it's something I'm really passionate about, so I'm glad to be here.
Cool. I'm Robert. I'm not actually from ApeCoin, so apologies. But for today's session, I will be Daniel. So I'm actually the Chief Product Officer at ThriveCoin. You can find us in the far booth in the other room. And yeah, I've been with the company since the beginning, one of the co-founders. So also, yeah, really excited to be here and chat with you all.
Thanks, Robert. Hey, I'm Senat, and also very excited to be here. Bankless DAO, I would say, core contributor, been there for over a year, and currently member of the grants committee over there, as well as project champion of the research-facing entity of Bankless DAO. And sure, you want to interrupt me? Go ahead. I can hear you as well. Nice. Ben, how is it going? Where are you, man?
It's loading actually.
Okay, enough of me. Hand it over to you.
Yeah. So I'm Kush. I'm the co-founder of Samudai. So at Samudai, we're trying to build a DAO OS where potentially targeted towards the operation management, and been working on that for a year. Which is he saying something?
He's saying he likes your introduction.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much, Ben. Yeah, sure. So yeah, that's about me.
Ben, I think it's on you now.
And I'm the founder and CEO of Chasm. We do data-driven community building for Web3.
Cool. Okay.
What would you like to know, Ben?
Okay, let's talk about community engagement. Raise your hand if you think that... Becoming a meme. Raise your hand if you think that engaging a community is difficult nowadays. Why? What was that? Humans are complex. Airdrops aren't enough. What else?
Shiller's everywhere.
Yeah, right. Shill is everywhere. Everybody tries to sell honey. Okay. Thank you. What else?
Hello, everybody. Sorry for the rocky start here. I'm the co-founder of Chasm, CTO, and Ben is my co-founder. He had another panel right before this, so there was some issues with the timing. So I'm going to take over. I haven't prepared for this, but I figure I'm better than a voice behind the phone in the speaker. So community engagement in organizational intelligence. It seems like each of you have thriving communities. Maybe you guys can tell us a little bit about how you guys go about engaging your communities and how you think about that.
First of all, when we were building an entire community, we kind of got into it a bit late because we wanted to identify the proper frameworks we wanted to follow for doing that. We just didn't want to make a place where people would come in and then not get any value. So we tried to identify that particular core value that the people would actually get if they were a part of the community, which would eventually make them be more engaging, because once they are there and interacting with other people, they're essentially gaining something. So that was kind of like our approach when we went forward with it. And now in order to continue that, we're like constantly trying to connect with more and more DAO contributors and trying to get them in the space itself, DAO operators as well. So essentially trying to build out a community of these DAO contributors and operators. So yeah, basically aligning the entire community around a particular value proposition, which motivates the people to, communicate and engage.
All right, yeah. I mean, we at Bankless DAO go with value alignment first. I think this is something that we've been fostering through the last almost 2 years, because besides that, we had the bank token, and this hasn't been the best incentive in the past couple of months, let's put it this way. And so what we actually managed to establish is a pretty value-aligned core team, or actually core community, I can say, because we're really distributed. We're going to actually have a Bankless meetup at the ThriveCoin booth, so shout out to ThriveCoin from 7 to 9. And you will see there's people all across the world, and what we share is not just a bank holding, we also share the values of a system where intermediaries play less of a role and there's more ownership and freedom for individuals. And so I think this is something, one of the big learnings for us is definitely as a community has been one of these parts.
Cool. Thank you for the shout out. So representing ThriveCoin here. So different than the others on the panel, we're actually DAO tooling or DAO core infrastructure. And so what we provide is, if you can check out my shirt, we provide scalable, on-chain, autonomous DAO rewards. So the idea is what Kush was just talking about in terms of sort of starting by aligning and orienting toward what is your DAO North Star. That's actually the start of the engagements that we have with different communities. And what's sort of unique about the technology is that it's highly flexible in order to allow sort of rewarding of what that DAO community actually values and understanding sort of what are those key steps toward rewarding it. And then we sort of make that as effortless as possible for the administration on the automated side. And we also make that we sort of make that as safe as possible in terms of bad actor and lazy actor prevention. And we're actually doing that with DAOPlanet. You've probably seen the QR codes up here. So yeah, that sort of gives you a little test case of how that works.
If you guys are familiar with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, about a year ago there was a token launched, and basically what they did was they created an extension of the community that enabled like different ideas to be presented from the various clubs within the club. So there's the Bored Ape Association, there are so many, there's Orange DAO and all these different things. And everybody, the hopes is that they all come together around a central, sorry, I haven't spoke on a stage before. They all come together around a central kind of economy and token, and basically it's used to support initiatives that both the Twitter community and the NFT community, as well as Web3 projects and the Bored Ape Yacht Club members feel are worthy. Getting people engaged has been very interesting over the last year, as you guys can imagine, because there's all types. And apes come in all shapes and sizes, and everybody's a little bit different. And then people like me come in who I had never been to Web3 before. And it was very interesting how people rallied around me and shared their knowledge. And we all kind of value aligned. Yeah, so I think that's a good start.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. When it comes to community engagement, I feel like there's two sides. There's engaging your current community, but then there's also, building that community and bringing outside people in. How do you guys think about expanding your community and bringing new people in and making sure they're engaged?
Does someone else want to take that first?
Well, so the way that we sort of support and encourage that is basically by making those contribution opportunities as visible as possible. So we sort of believe, we have a few core values. One is that people deserve to be rewarded for the contributions that they make. And they deserve to be rewarded sort of proportionate to the scale of those contributions. So we sort of believe if you can make that the opportunities to contribute are not as visible as they could be, and people are not being as rewarded as they should be. And so sort of the way that we're helping to support other communities to do that is by making those opportunities to contribute more visible, and also sort of attaching these both intrinsic rewards and extrinsic rewards to them, so that they'll encourage that behavior for people to sort of level up and move through your community.
Right, and that tooling is so important when it comes to reaching out to new communities and finding new contributors. Recently, we actually passed the Thank Ape initiative, which utilizes ThriveCoin, as a way to almost provide a roadmap to when somebody gets started with a DAO. They're going to get a list of things that they can do and things that the community aligns on and things that the community thinks are valuable. And so they receive thank you notes, they receive this and that and the other, but it's designed around expanding outwards, not just focusing on inwards or a core team, but like, hello, welcome, come on in, we've got stuff for you to do, we've got a lot of things we'd like to do. So, yeah.
And I would say,
Ben made it. What's up? Drive turned into hi. 2 minutes. Everyone. Hi, nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Ben. I'm the founder and CEO of Chasm. I'm sure Danny already mentioned this, but we do data-driven community building for Web3.
am I surely not being interrupted again? Okay. Yeah, I know there are no guarantees here. Okay, so in terms of your question of how do you engage your current communities, you actually reduce operational overhead by creating ways of rewarding people for the work that they do without having a person as an intermediary, would be the first answer. The second one, how do you get new members to actually get involved and want to contribute, is by distributing your token in a way that is also protected. And so at Bankless DAO, we figured out we need that. And almost during that time, we actually partnered up with ThriveCoin to literally provide that. And so we, 2 days ago, actually no, yesterday, we passed a grant, or we actually got a grant approved, ThriveCoin, to work with Bankless together and distribute finally bank token to all those people that make those contributions, because it makes sense to reward people with a token, because on one side, it gives you a share in that community. On the other side, it represents value alignment. And so if you actually share values of a community, you actually want to hold the token. And those people that hold the most tokens probably share the most value. This is at least a hypothesis, but this can be disproven. And you actually want to make people want to hold that token and have the technology or the infrastructure to distribute it. And this is how you're potentially going to succeed as a DAO in terms of adoption and in terms of, let's say, power.
So for us, we took a slightly different approach while creating our entire community. So what we did was we created like a top-down funnel where we made it increasingly harder to get into the community because we wanted that curation to be there. So again, aligning on the value and the basically how do you make engagement, how do you incentivize engagement? So for that particular purpose, we curated and tried to make it like more difficult for just lurkers or freeloaders to get into the community. And now, in order to expand that, as you mentioned, we're now taking up contributions from people who want to do bounties, test the product, and do some BD for us. So that's how we're like now aligning people who want to join the community, like really want to join the community and not just be there for some rewards that they might get for just sticking around.
Awesome. Well, I know you guys each have kind of unique things you work on. Maybe you can just tell us something coming up that you guys are excited about with your DAO.
Sure, I can kick it off. Not a DAO, as you know, but we help our clients recognize, engage, and reward their members across every community touchpoint. So like, as kind of you guys were saying, we think the first step to doing a good job to incentivize contribution is just being able to even see it. So a lot of our clients early on, they don't even know who their influencers are and who the whales are and who are the people that can contribute in these different ways. So we plug into all these different community touchpoints. We show you these unified customer profiles, and we help make it easy to use that to better engage your community.
For us, we've been looking at different things like what you're talking about to further figure out where our community values. It's a huge DAO, so there's so many token holders. There's 1 billion tokens, and let's see, a little less than half have been distributed. But we need to integrate better tooling. And again, we've started down that path. We've worked on governance scores. We've worked on just I can think of maybe 4 or 5 different tools that we've integrated so far in the last year. And one thing that I'm most excited for is shifting to, again, not a ThriveCoin shill, but is shifting to rewarding contributions, because I worked for a year at the place, damn near full-time, excuse my language, but I didn't receive like thank you notes or on-chain validation for that. I just had members who were thanking me, and so I kept wanting to be there every day. So ultimately, I'm excited to see how the tooling, and a lot of these panels have shown some cool stuff, but how that tooling can evolve our social DAO into something that reaches more people and is more impactful.
Yeah, I mean, what you described in terms of your experience is what we sort of hear from a lot of contributors is like, look, I was burning out on the DAO, and then at least like I finally got some recognition, and I'm getting some ongoing recognition. So right now, sort of every contribution that is made gets sort of recorded on chain, and it exists across communities. And so in terms of the ways that we're continuously improving that, we're constantly sort of expanding what are the different networks on which people are contributing so that those can be recognized, finding partnerships to hook in and trusted verifiers like potentially Chasm in the future, and so that we can be as comprehensive and as trustworthy as possible in terms of what's being recorded. We're in the midst of a V2 protocol, which is going to allow even more information to be accessible on chain. And basically, we're also in the midst of making the onboarding process, sort of starting to take the learnings that we're seeing from across a number of DAOs and take that first step of like, okay, we've got all this mess of stuff going on. Where do we even begin? And to make that easier and say, look, well, here's the pathways that others have taken, and so we can help you sort of jumpstart down that pathway, and then look back at the data and start to reflect and learn better. So we're trying to make sort of all of those pathways toward successful DAO growth and member engagement easier and easier, and more accurate of all the many ways in which you're contributing.
Fire. At Bankless, though, I would say we are working on a bunch of things. We are working on the governance side of things, revamping and redefining actually our multi-sig signer strategy, I would say. There was a proposal I just submitted today to actually check whether the community is for swapping on multi-signers and actually redefining some of the rights and responsibilities within the community, and how they should conduct and quote-unquote represent also our organization on chain. And besides from that, I think, as I've already mentioned at the start, we have a pretty much strong value-aligned community that is working in lots of places. A lot of our Genesis members are working for projects like Uniswap, Polygon. We joke, we say Bankless is even worse than the coronavirus, like we are literally everywhere. I've also joined the ThriveCoin team recently because I truly believe that this project is going to completely innovate this whole space, and it's just a matter of time until projects really realize how much they need it, because I've met really, really a lot of very intelligent, smart, and kind of focused people who actually wanted to start a DAO and go out and pursue a mission, and most of those people actually ended up burning out because after they've managed to grow a community of 10 to 20 members and actually had a successful protocol, there was one thing, the human part, right? You actually have to recognize those people along the way, and if you're the one responsible doing that, it's all right, you can trust yourself. As soon as you put someone else in that seat, you have to trust a human being. We learned it on a hard way in Bankless DAO. Our coordinate administrator, 2 months ago, there was a report coming out that they, not going to use that pronoun there, have manipulated the coordinate payout and the whole system actually, and filled in their bags while no one noticed for almost a season, which is 3 months. And so it showed one more time that we actually have to figure out how we can integrate with technology and software in order to scale organizations to a point where we can actually finally again start working on building something else, something that helps us pursue the mission and not just administrate and facilitate operations, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, for us at Samudaya, we're also not a DAO. We're essentially a DAO tool itself. But how we're different is like we're like an aggregator, like a meta layer on top of the existing DAO tools kind of thing. So we have all these integrations. So for us, like we went into our private beta like in December. So we're gonna be going like public in the coming month. So that's something that's gonna be there. And right now we're currently working on a push chat integration and like a aggregated jobs board, like bounty board as well. So those are the things that we're gonna be doing in the coming months. And like with the aggregated bounty boards, we want to get the community involved as well, so that they can find better opportunities for joining first, or let's say being early in the DAO or in the Discord and everything. Similarly, and yeah, essentially identifying contributors as well. So maybe potential people who can come up and say that this is an integration we want, and I'm ready to build it with you guys. So always looking out for those people, and yeah, hopefully if everything goes well, we'll also get a ThriveCoin integration in.
Excited to make it happen.
LFG.
Well, we've heard a lot of great stuff about what you should do for community engagement. This is maybe a wild card question, and you may not have an answer ready for me, but is there anything that comes to mind that you guys have tried that didn't work, or things that you shouldn't do? Just a word to the wise for people who are trying to get their community engaged.
Don't think you can be an open and permissionless space for the rest of your entire organization. You cannot be open and permissionless and just onboard people all the time. I would encourage every organization to start and carefully think about effective offboarding mechanisms, because there are studies as well as realities that there are bad actors in the system, and there's a small percentage of people which just have bad intention. Social media has shown, by the way, I'm a sociologist by training, and I've written my thesis on the effects of social media and basically how, I've looked into this process a lot, and one of the major findings was that a lot of these people that are really bad actors manage to get a lot of attention in Web 2. And my biggest fear within Web 3 is that we end up giving those people the most ownership, because Web 2 is all about attention. Web 3 is all about ownership. If you combine both of them, you got a toxic combination. And so if organizations don't start thinking early enough about how to build up those organizational resilience so they can protect themselves and their community as well as their values, essentially, from basically exploding or whatever, they will dissolve. They will be completely destroyed by those people. And so the earlier we think about this, I think the better.
I'd say one common trend we've seen is that sort of more activity is not more value, and also that recurring behaviors are very different from one-time behaviors. And so it's really easy to say, oh, look, there's like a giant spike in traffic, but if that giant spike in traffic doesn't sustain, are you really building a community? And even if there is a lot of community activity, is it oriented toward the goal that you're trying to drive through your DAO?
Yeah, so just the same advice I received when I was starting out the community building thing. Like always optimize for quality over quantity. It's of course cliche. Gary Vee goes on about it for like endless times. It's always better to have a engaging 100% community than having like 100,000 people of which only like 0.1% interact. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to that we see a lot of projects that maybe should think more about what they want to get out of a launch. So, like, are you doing this as a revenue generation opportunity? Are you doing it to build up, a set of people who are going to participate in governance? Are you doing it to deepen your relationship with an existing community? And when you think those things through, it might really change kind of what your game plan is. A really good example is the tickets for this very event. It was very clear what the value was that you were getting when you filled out a form and got that token. Many people who are partners or who are part of the DAOPlanet community didn't have to pay for those tickets. It was just very straightforward, and they knew what they were trying to do. And I think more projects need to think through that when they're doing a launch.
I want to add in. Okay, so one thing that I've seen that I think that there's a big importance in collaborating with other communities. Okay, so if at least from where we come from at ApeCoin, it's a community of communities. And I think there's a lot of power to that. So anytime that you can be on a panel with Bankless and the different groups, man, that's incredibly powerful. I think that core teams can probably kind of build in a silo at times. But when you can find other people who are just as passionate, pull them in, even if they're part of other communities, even if they're part of other DAOs, and see how they can get involved in your own. And I think there's a lot of value to that.
Great. So part of this talk is about organizational intelligence. So I'm curious, as well-established, effective DAOs, if you could tell people who are wanting to start a new DAO, what are some tools or procedures or things that you guys do that you think help enable that effectiveness?
Start. Yeah, I would say look around and look at existing organizations and how they can assist. We have literally developed a lot of tools that can help you basically kick off your DAO more or less. Sorry, the words are not popping up immediately. Even if you look at ThriveCoin, just to give an example, if you you face these major problems, and one of those problems is how you get your tokens into the hands of other people, or actually how to engage your community. You don't even have to launch your own token right now. I'm like a big fan of the quote-unquote protocol-first DAO strategy, where you actually build a successful protocol or actually contribute to services and products and attach a business model that works. Then you have a core team that actually facilitates that, and then you basically see the community on top of that actually helps carry out that product or that service and that mission and that values all across the globe. And so if you reach that point, this can take up to 1, 2, or even 3 years, and you actually want to have a token and kind of distribute those values, is how do you get it in the hands of other people? And look outside, look into the technologies. With ThriveCoin, for example, you can get that in a way that is value aligned, automated, and on scale. There's Constitution DAO, who can help basically create your constitution. There's Nation 3 DAO, who also work on not just the legal side of things, but also a bunch of other stuff. There's Aragon DAO as well. Like, from operational side, you can get a bunch of help. So I would literally first do the research before jumping into the, let's say, cold water, and actually figuring out how to ease and make the best use of your time.
Right. And again, we're in a unique position. So we have anywhere from between 600 and 1,000 voters that vote on each snapshot vote. And it's something that first finding an alignment and a goal has been something that was really important for organization. And we actually are adding the tools after that, after finding the alignment, after finding the people and participants. So it's kind of been an interesting way of going about the organization setup. And I think there's probably a happy middle to distributing a bunch of tokens and then figuring it out versus having some processes in place and some tools and stuff.
We always just encourage our clients to take advantage of whatever launches they can to get information about their members. It's really hard to know what your community wants or like who can help you out with what if you don't take advantage of that launch to learn about who they are and get some at least contact method, an email or something like that, so you can talk to those members. So that's, I always think, kind of step one for organizational intelligence.
Like it's a couple thoughts. So one, there's a big difference between a tool and a solution. And so a lot of the, this is sort of a theme we seem to be harping on, but the idea of understanding sort of what is the problem that you're trying to solve, there are a lot of tools out there. And so there are a lot of options and a lot of ones that have become common norms, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel with every single one. We act as sort of connective tissue rather than the destination for where folks are trying to be. And then just in terms of the organizational, the sort of additional sets of data points, again, it's having no data is a lot worse than having data. So as you were talking about, you want to make sure you at least have the data, but then the next big question is, what do you want to do with the data? And you can spend many, many hours trying to process it and analyze it, but if you don't actually know what it's the question that you're trying to ask, you're not going to get very far. So it's about figuring out sort of, what is that question I need to answer, and making sure, of course, that at the beginning you've gathered what you would need to for those questions.
I don't think I have anything to add to that.
I think we are about out of time. So I want to say thank you, everybody. Sorry for the rocky start, but I appreciate all the great conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Just explain these QR codes. How it works is you scan the QR code. This proves that you attended this event. For attending the event, you will get a certain amount of Thrive coin. It's like a testnet token, but every 5 Thrive that you have counts as an additional raffle entry for this. You'll also need to connect on thrivecoin.com on the app from there, and then you'll get lots of cool prizes. All the sponsors have been giving prizes, and there are also prizes from DAOPlanet NFTs, etc.
Announcements happens tomorrow, 5 p.m.
Yes.
So you have until 5 p.m. to...
Until we thrive at 5. No, I don't mean to steal your thunder, sorry. But yeah, come by to the local drive after this. We're going to be hanging out. We do have a little bit of a drink budget, I think, on both sides here. And so it'll be a good night tonight. And then tomorrow, Thrive at 5. And then afterwards, we're going to be having a gathering in this room. So we'll be turning this, so after Thrive at 5, we'll be doing the giveaway, the raffles, and we'll be then transitioning this room into our evening party. So we'll be having a big party in here tomorrow night, sponsored by .bit and a few other partners who've helped sponsor DAODenver as well. So tomorrow's going to be the big, farewell, and we'll go until about midnight. So make sure to tell everybody, and we'll have a separate Eventbrite that Steve is setting up right now for you to claim tickets to that, because we will have limited capacity to that. So make sure that you get your tickets early and let the important people that you want to be here know. But thank you again all for sticking around to the very end. Let's go have some fun next door, and maybe, who knows, get a little crazy and swing some golf balls. Woo, that's a wrap.